Chapter 61. Covered in Sweat. While Xiao Rufeng and Du Gu Shuixian were at Nine-Tailed Academy, Xiao Ryue continued searching for witnesses, showing people her mother's photo. Unfortunately, she wasn't as lucky as Xiao Rufeng. Despite asking many people, she found no leads. Just as she was feeling discouraged, a man approached her. "Looking for someone, miss?" he asked. He was handsome and seemed genuinely kind. "Yes," Xiao Ryue replied, showing him the photo. "Have you seen this person?" "Oh yes, I have," the man confirmed. Overjoyed, Xiao Ryue asked, "Do you know where to find her?" The man smiled. "You've come to the right person. I saw her just this morning." "Where?" she asked eagerly. "Well, it's not easy to find." He checked his watch. "Actually, my girlfriend won't be here for another hour. I can take you to her." "Thank you. You're welcome. Chingcheng is a tourist city. Hospitality is our trademark," he said with a smile. "Let's go." "Wait a moment." Xiao Ryue reached for her phone to call Xiao Rufeng, but her expression changed when she realized it was gone. Someone had pickpocketed her. How hospitable. Oh well, even if I had my phone, Rufeng probably wouldn't answer. Finding mother is more important. She looked at the man. "Let's go." "This way." 20 minutes later, they entered a secluded alley. Unease gnawed at Xiao Ryue. "Excuse me, how much further?" she asked, stopping. "Not far, just ahead," the man replied. "Could I borrow your phone to make a call?" She hesitated. "I came here with my brother. He'll be worried if he can't find me." The man's friendly demeanor vanished. "I'm afraid not." Sensing danger, Xiao Ryue turned and ran, only to find her path blocked by two heavily tattooed men. "We've been watching you for a while, girlie. Where do you think you're going?" One of them sneered. Xiao Ryue's face paled. "What do you want?" Her voice trembled. "What do you think?" The other man leered at her, his eyes burning with lust. "My brother is a martial artist. He'll beat you up if you try anything," she warned. "Ooh, scary. So, where is this brother of yours?" Xiao Ryue was speechless. She regretted leaving Xiao Rufeng alone. He had never shown any romantic interest in her. He hadn't changed. She had. She didn't know when it had started, but she had grown to care about her fake brother, and her feelings were intensifying, especially after he had risked his life to save the miners and their family. A self-deprecating smile touched her lips. With feelings, whoever falls first loses. The three men closed in, surrounding her. Escape seemed impossible. Despair washed over her. "I should have just seduced Rufeng that night. Even if he doesn't love me, it's better than giving my virginity to these thugs." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Before she could see how it happened, 3 swift punches sent the thugs flying. 2 were knocked unconscious, and the third scrambled away in terror. Xiao Ryue was still trembling when a gentle voice spoke. "Are you all right?" She looked up, meeting the gaze of an elegant, handsome man who looked like he had stepped out of a classical novel. Xiao Ryue usually despised love-struck girls, but she had to admit, this man was incredibly attractive. "Thank you," she whispered. "It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone in places like this," he said. "Oh, let me escort you out." Xiao Ryue nodded. As they walked side by side, he commented, "Your perfume smells lovely. Is it Estee Lauder's Starlight Shimmer?" Surprised, Xiao Ryue asked, "How did you know?" He smiled. "My junior sister often wears it." "Junior sister usually means girlfriend, right?" she teased. No," he corrected. "We're just close friends. My junior sister, well, it's not what you think." "All right," Xiao Ryue said, dropping the subject. "What brings you to Chingcheng?" he asked. "Nothing," she replied, deciding not to mention her mother. His accent suggested he wasn't a local, so asking him wouldn't be helpful. Besides, after her recent experience, she felt apprehensive about continuing the search. The man seemed to sense her wariness, but didn't press further. They finally reached the main street. Xiao Ryue breathed a sigh of relief. "You should be safe here. I'll be going then," he said. "Wait." Xiao Ryue went into a nearby Estee Lauder store and bought a bottle of perfume. "This is for you." "Thank you for saving me," she said with a dazzling smile. The man was momentarily stunned. Recovering, he chuckled. "I don't need perfume." "You can give it to your junior sister," she suggested with a playful smile. "Well, my junior sister and I really aren't." He hesitated, then accepted the perfume. "All right, I'll take it." "Thank you." "Goodbye then." As Xiao Ryue turned to leave, the man hesitated. She looked back. "What is it? Could I get your WeChat?" he asked. "My junior sister is a huge Estee Lauder fan, and she's always looking for like-minded people." "Sure." She gave him her WeChat ID. "But I lost my phone, so I won't be able to use it for a while." If your junior sister needs to contact me urgently, have her message my brother. She gave him Xiao Rufeng's WeChat ID as well. Goodbye then. Xiao Ryue waved and left. She returned to the park in front of Nine-Tailed Academy, searching for Xiao Rufeng but couldn't find him. I'll go back to the hotel. Back in their hotel room, Xiao Ryue heard the shower running. Startled at first, she then spotted Xiao Rufeng's phone in the living room and relaxed. So vain, taking such a long shower. Then a thought struck her, and her face darkened. Did he just have sex with someone here? She sniffed both bedrooms, but detected no scent of hormones. Maybe in the bathroom? She ran to the bathroom. The presidential suite had separate toilet and shower areas. As she bent down, sniffing for any telltale signs, Xiao Rufeng emerged from the shower. What are you doing? He asked. Startled, Xiao Ryue straightened up. Xiao Rufeng looked at her with concern. Ryue, do you have a toilet-sniffing habit? I'm not judging. Everyone has their quirks. Like some men like licking women's feet. But it's a bit unusual, you know. Xiao Ryue was mortified. No, I don't. Then what were you doing? She stammered, then glared at him. I was looking for evidence of your infidelity. Infidelity? If you weren't cheating, why were you showering for so long? She challenged. Xiao Rufeng winced, remembering. I helped someone move, and then I helped her do laundry and clean up. I was covered in sweat. He explained wearily. Xiao Ryue looked suspicious. Help someone move? And did their laundry? A woman. I presume? Yes. You. I can't believe you. Wherever you go, you're always washing women's clothes. And this time, you even cleaned their house. How attentive, she said sarcastically. You think I wanted to do her laundry? She's a grown woman with a pile of unwashed underwear, like a dozen pairs. How disgusting. Xiao Ryue's eyes narrowed. Your standards are getting lower, Rufeng. Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Rufeng's expression turned complex. He took out his phone and opened his photo album. Take a look. Chapter 62. Xiao Rufeng is dead? The album contained photos Xiao Rufeng had taken recently. Mom! Xiao Ryue gasped, seeing Du Gu Shuexian. You found her? Would your mother leave a dozen pairs of underwear unwashed? Xiao Rufeng asked. Of course not. She's obsessed with cleanliness. Xiao Ryue paused, then realized. You did this woman's laundry? Not your mom, he corrected. She's your aunt, I guess. Huh. Your mother's twin sister, he explained. Xiao Ryue was dumbfounded. My mother's twin? I've never heard of her. Well, it's true. Xiao Rufeng paused. I initially thought she might be your mother, just refusing to acknowledge us. But judging by their habits and personalities, they're completely different people. So, this woman is most likely your aunt. But where is Mom? Xiao Ryue asked. Xiao Rufeng shook his head. She wouldn't tell me. But we made a bet. If I lead a team to victory in this year's Auspicious God Cup, she'll tell me. Tell us about our mother and where she is. The Auspicious God Cup? Xiao Ryue blinked. That's a martial arts tournament for university students. You're not a student. I can register. All right. She paused. Then you have to join one of the top 4 academies. They have the highest chance of winning. Those academies are in other cities. I don't want to go. Xiao Ryue's eyes widened. Don't tell me you're joining Skypin Martial Arts Academy in Jiangcheng? Yep, my foot, she exclaimed. Are you fooled by their name? They sound impressive, but they're terrible. They're always in the bottom 3 out of over 1,000 academies. Xiao Rufeng smiled. His bet with Du Gu Shuexian wasn't impulsive. He had studied the Auspicious God Cup rules. Each school sent 5 representatives, and the overall champion was determined by their total combined points. One requirement was that representatives had to be currently enrolled students. However, each academy had a few independent enrollment slots for midterm registration, provided the student hadn't previously been enrolled in any university. Xiao Rufeng and Bai Bing were both eligible. Neither had attended university. That was 2 people. Furthermore, a new policy had been implemented to encourage lower-ranked academies and give more talented individuals a chance to participate. The bottom 10 academies from the previous competition could recruit 2 transfer students from higher-ranked institutions. That made 4. He just needed to find one more person from Sky Co. Xiao Ryue sighed. Do what you want. I'm not getting my hopes up. She paused. What are we doing next? Xiao Rufeng had 2 goals in Xincheng: to find his mother and to uncover the truth behind his first love, Gong Ye's death. 5 years ago, she had been stabbed and pushed off Nine-Tailed Cliff. This unresolved issue haunted him. He knew it was unlikely he would find any clues. He had been investigating for years with no progress. The truth seemed buried beneath the passage of time. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go back to Jiangcheng." Already, Xiao Ryue sounded reluctant. "Oh, do you want to meet your aunt?" he offered. Xiao Ryue glanced at Du Gu Shueishan's ample bosom and winced. "I'll pass. When do you want to leave?" Xiao Ruffeng checked his watch. "If we leave now, we can still make it for dinner." Xiao Ryue turned her head away. "I don't want to go back." "Huh, it's Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday. Why rush back? Qingcheng is a tourist city. We should at least look around," she reasoned. "That's true." Xiao Ruffeng nodded. "Do you want me to go with you?" "Of course." She quickly added, "I lost my phone. I don't feel safe going out alone." "You lost your phone?" "Yes. Let's buy you a new one. I'll pay." He smiled. "Consider it an apology." "Why are you apologizing?" "Well, I can be a bit tactless sometimes." He looked at her. "Ryue, don't take my words to heart. I personally prefer larger breasts, but every man has different preferences. Some like breasts, some like legs, some like collarbones. I'm sure there's someone out there who appreciates you just the way you are." Xiao Ryue remained silent. Of course, there were people who liked her, countless people, but the only one she cared about was Xiao Ruffeng. "Let's go," Xiao Ruffeng said. They left the hotel together. Xiao Ryue remained quiet. At a crosswalk, Xiao Ruffeng suddenly pulled her in his arms, just as a truck sped past. "Idiot, it's a red light," he scolded. "Sorry," she mumbled. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ruffeng's heart ached. She rested her head against his chest, and he didn't push her away. They stood there, embracing like lovers. A blush crept up Xiao Ryue's face, and a feeling of happiness surged through her. But happiness was fleeting. The light turned green. "Let's go," Xiao Ruffeng said with a smile. Reluctantly, Xiao Ryue pulled away. Halfway across the street, she stopped. Xiao Ruffeng sighed internally. "What now?" "I watched a movie the other day, Suddenly 17, she said. And at the end, when the brother was leaving, his sister chased him to the train station. Standing across the tracks, she told him, "You lost something." He said, "No, I didn't." Then she cried and said, "You lost me." Tears welled up in Xiao Ryue's eyes as she recited the lines. Xiao Ruffeng didn't speak, but reached out his hand. Xiao Ryue immediately took it, her expression brightening. They continued walking hand in hand. Xiao Ryue wouldn't let go. She hadn't been this bold in Jiangcheng, but in this unfamiliar city, away from familiar faces, her courage grew. "Ryue, people will misunderstand," Xiao Ruffeng said helplessly. "Can't siblings hold hands?" "But we're not siblings." "Then it's even less of a problem," she retorted. Xiao Ruffeng was speechless. "Weren't you hoping to meet your Prince Charming in Qingcheng?" he asked after a moment. Xiao Ryue grinned. "Actually, I did meet one today." "Really?" "Of course." She recounted the events of the day. Xiao Ruffeng's eyes turned cold. "If you see those men again, let me know," he said quietly. "What are you going to do?" "Kill them," he replied, his voice filled with menace. Xiao Ryue was stunned. Then she hugged his arm, giggling. "I knew you liked me." Xiao Ruffeng rolled his eyes but didn't deny it, unwilling to upset her further. He had realized his fake sister was quite sensitive. Speaking of which, a thought struck him. "Ryue, the first time I saw you, you were completely drunk. But you don't seem like the type to drink heavily. Why did you drink so much that night?" Xiao Ryue fell silent. Xiao Ruffeng smiled. "If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine." He was about to say something else when he sensed a surge of male hormones nearby. He turned to see a stunning woman in her mid-20s standing by the river. She was tall and curvy, with delicate features and long, flowing black hair that seemed to devour the world around her. Her long legs, clad in tight jeans and white heels, accentuated her perfect figure. She exuded an alluring aura that drew him in, yet her demeanor was cold and distant, like an iceberg. This combination of allure and coldness was rare. Xiao Ruffeng knew alluring women, like Gong Xian and Enlei, but they weren't icy. They were outgoing and lively. He also knew icy women liked by Bing, but she wasn't alluring. Allure and coldness were opposing qualities. Yet this woman embodied both, creating a truly unique and captivating presence. Xiao Ruffeng stared at her, stunned, disbelief etched on his face. "Gong? Yeah." The woman by the river looked exactly like Gongya, but he was overwhelmed with shock. Just then, Xiao Ryue stepped on his foot. "Dear brother?" "At it again," she said with a forced smile. "Should I report this to Jiang Li?" Xiao Ruffeng averted his gaze, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the woman. "She looks like her, but but her aura is different. Who is she? A familiar voice startled him. My nephew, what a coincidence. We meet again. Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. He turned to see his voluptuous aunt approaching with a bubble tea in hand, accompanied by the handsome man who had rescued Xiao Ryue earlier. The man paused, seeing Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Ryue holding hands. Your boyfriend? He asked with a smile. Oh no, he's my brother, Xiao Ryue clarified. She didn't dare say anything else in Du Gu Shuexian's presence. Du Gu Shuexian looked at them playfully. Holding hands at your age? You two are close siblings. Embarrassed, Xiao Ryue quickly let go of Xiao Rufeng's hand. She looked up at Du Gu Shuexian. My brother told me you're our aunt. Is that right? Yep. Du Gu Shuexian's gaze drifted to Xiao Ryue's chest. You didn't inherit much from your mother. Xiao Ryue wanted to scream. I knew it. She felt exasperated. Du Gu Shuexian then addressed the woman by the river. Hanyue, come here. Xiao Rufeng's heart sank. Her name is Hanyue. He then looked at Du Gu Shuexian. You know her? Of course. She's my disciple. Du Gu Shuexian grinned at Xiao Rufeng. Nephew, my disciple is already a 9th-level martial artist at 23. And don't let her quiet. Demeanor fool you. She's ruthless. If you encounter her in the auspicious God Cup, I suggest you surrender immediately. Otherwise, she might accidentally kill you. It can't be that bad, Xiao Rufeng said, unconvinced. In his memories, the face he was looking at was sensual and fiery, not ruthless. Hanyue approached them, her expression unreadable. Then, without warning, she pulled out a small blade and plunged it into Xiao Rufeng's heart. Chapter 63, A Kiss of Death? Everyone was stunned. No one expected Hanyue to attack Xiao Rufeng, not even Du Gu Shuexian. She knew her disciple was eccentric, quiet, and ruthless, but she hadn't anticipated such a sudden, violent act. Du Gu Shuexian noticed something odd. Although the blade appeared to be fully embedded in Xiao Rufeng's chest, there was no blood. Hanyue withdrew the blade. It was clean, and Xiao Rufeng's clothes were undamaged. A spring-loaded knife, and a plastic one at that. Du Gu Shuexian composed herself, scolding, Hanyue, what are you doing? This is my nephew. If you killed him, our master-disciple relationship would be over. Hanyue said nothing and walked away. Everyone was speechless. The handsome man chuckled. My junior sister is always like this. Don't mind her. Xiao Rufeng stared at Hanyue's retreating figure. Aunt, did you say her name is Hanyue? Yes, why? She looks exactly like Gongya, a young lady from the Gong family in Jiangcheng, Xiao Rufeng explained. Surprise flickered in Du Gu Shuexian's eyes. Really? She paused. Actually, I gave her the name Hanyue. 5 years ago, I found her by the sea, stabbed, and near death. I saved her, but when she woke up, she had lost her memory, even her name. Xiao Rufeng's heart pounded. It must be Gongya. Du Gu Shuexian continued. Nephew, I know what you're thinking, but don't get excited. Hanyue might not be the Gongya you knew. She's emotionally unstable and hostile. She attacks anyone who provokes her, even me, her master. Has she recovered any of her memory in all these years? Xiao Rufeng asked. Du Gu Shuexian shook her head. No, I sense she's deliberately suppressing something. In any case, Hanyue is dangerous. Don't approach her carelessly. This time it was a fake knife. Next time, it might be real. Xiao Ryue was confused. My brother didn't provoke her. Why did she stab him? Even if it was a fake knife. Du Gu Shuexian considered this, then said, I think she sensed some kind of power from him and wanted to test his reaction. The stronger a martial artist, the faster their reflexes. Xiao Ryue grimaced. But my brother didn't react at all. Du Gu Shuexian smiled. That's not his fault. Hanyue's attack was too sudden and too fast. Unless you're a grandmaster-level martial artist, it's hard to react in time. Xiao Rufeng remained silent. He was a grandmaster, but he hadn't reacted either. He had been lost in memories of Gongya. He hadn't been on guard at all. He watched the direction Hanyue had gone, his eyes flickering. Miss Hanyue, you must be Gongya. After a moment, he took a deep breath. Aunt, please look after Ryue. With that, he ran after Hanyue. Hey, Rufeng. Xiao Ryue started to follow, but Du Gu Shuexian stopped her. Niece, stay with your aunt. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. Ha ha ha. Though reluctant, Xiao Ryue stayed. She did have many questions for Du Gu Shuexian. Aunt, where are you and Mom from? I asked Mom before, but she never told me, she began. Du Gu Shuexian smiled. Don't worry. We're going to Chun Li's concert. Come with us. Chun-Li was a rising star in the music scene, incredibly handsome, with a captivating voice and physique. He was immensely popular with female fans, although Xia Riyue didn't follow music trends. She knew about Chun-Li from his many fans at school. She had heard he was holding a concert in Chingcheng, and that tickets were extremely difficult to obtain. "I don't have a ticket," she said. "Don't worry, I can get you in," Du Gu Shuexian assured her. "Is that possible? I heard this concert uses a real name system. You can't enter without a ticket." "We can." "Aunt, why are you so confident?" Xiao Riyue asked curiously. The handsome man chuckled. "Because Chun-Li is my junior brother and our master's disciple." "Oh, I see." A thought struck Xiao Riyue. She looked at him. "Speaking of which, I don't even know your name." "Song Kaiyuan." "Kaiyuan as in the Kaiyuan era," he replied with a smile. He was attracted to Xiao Riyue. It was love at first sight. But he could tell she had strong feelings for her brother. Despite this, he remained gentlemanly. "The concert is about to start. Let's go," Du Gu Shuexian said. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruffin caught up with Han Yue, who was walking along the riverbank. "Excuse me, miss." "Han Yue," he called out. Han Yue stopped and looked at him without speaking. "I heard about you from my aunt. I might have known you before you lost your memory." Before he could finish, Han Yue clutched her head and crouched down, her face contorted in pain. Xiao Ruffing rushed towards her, but sensing a surge of killing intent, he abruptly stopped and retreated 10 meters. The moment he moved, several small throwing knives struck the spot where he had been standing. The granite pavement of the walkway was extremely hard, yet the knives embedded themselves deeply, demonstrating the force behind the attack. Xiao Ruffeng was inwardly shocked. Although he didn't sense the chi of a grandmaster from Han Yue, her attack had clearly reached that level. Is this really Gongya? He wondered, starting to doubt. The Gongya he remembered didn't know martial arts. She was known for her gentle, kind nature and excellent academic skills, not martial arts talent. She was a stark contrast to her younger sister, Gong Xian, who excelled in both academics and martial arts. He wasn't certain if Han Yue was Gongya, but one thing was clear. Ignoring Du Gu Shuexian's warning and attempting to forcibly trigger Han Yue's memories was extremely dangerous. Even as a grandmaster, he wasn't invincible against ordinary martial artists. Bai Bing and Han Yue, though not grandmasters, possessed compatibilities comparable to, or even exceeding, that level. Xiao Ruffling was stronger than the average grandmaster, but if he was careless or hesitated to use his full power, Han Yue could kill him. "Calm down. Don't think about it," he told himself. After a while, Han Yue calmed down, but she remained silent, sitting down on the grass by the river. "May I sit next to you?" Xiao Ruffing asked tentatively. Han Yue didn't respond. "Excuse me then." He sat down beside her, keeping a safe distance. "My name is Xiao Ruffeng. I'm from Jiangcheng." He began telling her his story, omitting anything related to Gongya. Han Yue listened calmly, showing no hostility, but she still didn't speak. Meanwhile, Du Gu Shuexian led Xiao Riyue into the concert venue, straight to a VIP booth with an excellent view. It was an open booth, separated from the regular seats only by a railing. On stage, a handsome man was performing a lively dance routine, sending the crowd of women into a frenzy. Wow, they're crazy. It wasn't Xiao Riyue's first concert, but it was the first time she had witnessed such enthusiastic fans. She looked at Chun-Li on stage, puzzled. He's handsome, but is he really that charismatic? Du Gu Shuexian seemed to read her mind. "Riyue, people have different constitutions. Some are unlucky, some are lucky. Among these various constitutions, there are those born with an alluring presence. They possess an unusual attraction for the opposite sex." Xiao Riyue looked at Chun-Li again, understanding dawning on her. "Men can have that too?" "Of course." "I see." Du Gu Shuexian then added, "Xiao Ruffeng doesn't have that kind of constitution." Xiao Riyue froze, then turned her head away. I didn't say anything about him." Du Gu Shuexian smiled, then looked at Xiao Riyue, her expression turning serious. Looking at this girl's features, could she be that woman's child? Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. Just then, a man and a woman approached, Xiao Ruffeng and Han Yue. "Oh, you're here too." Du Gu Shuexian looked at Xiao Ruffeng with amusement. "Nephew, I'm impressed. I thought Han Yue had killed you." "Of course not. Miss Han Yue is very gentle," Xiao Ruffeng replied. Song Kaiyuan winced. "Gentle? Han Yue?" Han Yue sat down without speaking. There were 5 seats in the booth, and now only one remained empty. Xiao Ruffeng sat next to Hanyue. Xiao Ryue felt a pang of jealousy, but couldn't show it. She was supposed to be his twin sister. It would be weird for his sister to be jealous of her brother. The concert venue grew even louder. "Oh, it's time for Chun-Li's special segment," Du Gu Shuexian announced. "What's that?" A camera will pan over the audience, and whichever couple it lands on has to kiss. "The footage is only shown on the screens here. It's not broadcast," she explained. Xiao Ryue wasn't thrilled about this, but the couples chosen seemed delighted, showcasing various kissing techniques, even French kissing. Xiao Ryue watched, a mixture of disgust and fascination swirling within her. Suddenly, the large screen displayed a new couple. Xiao Ryue's eyes widened in shock. Du Gu Shuexian blinked, then looked at Xiao Ruffeng and Hanyue with a playful smile. "Hanyue, nephew, what are you going to do?" Hanyue remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Looking at the face identical to his first love, Xiao Ruffeng acted impulsively. Many people experience multiple relationships, but first love often leaves the deepest impression. Xiao Ruffeng was no exception. Gongya had brought vibrant color to his otherwise dull and somewhat gloomy adolescence. Their abrupt breakup had haunted him ever since. Overwhelmed by the moment, Xiao Ruffeng kissed Hanyue. "Oh my!" Du Gu Shuexian gasped. "This kid is really not afraid of death." Xiao Ryue frowned. Song Kaiyuan looked at Xiao Ruffeng with concern. "You're too reckless. You don't know my junior sister. When she gets angry, she doesn't care who you are. She even attacks our master, who saved her life." As for the two involved, the moment his lips touched hers, Xiao Ruffeng snapped back to reality, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "What am I doing? Have I lost my mind?" He looked up. Hanyue stared back, her expression unchanged. She showed no sign of shyness or anger. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the camera moved on. Reluctantly, Xiao Ruffeng pulled away. "Sorry," he said, sitting up straight. Hanyue still didn't speak, her expression remaining blank. This reaction left Xiao Ruffeng feeling strangely deflated. Xiao Ryue abruptly stood up and dragged him out of the concert. "Xiao Ruffeng, are you crazy?" she scolded. "That Hanyue clearly has issues. How could you just kiss her like that?" Xiao Ruffeng had no defense. Xiao Ryue stopped scolding him, her face suddenly flushing. She fidgeted, muttering something inaudible. "Ryue, what are you saying?" Xiao Ruffeng asked. Xiao Ryue took a deep breath, then looked at him. "I'm saying if you have needs, I, she stammered, her face a deep shade of red, unable to finish her sentence. Then she grabbed his hand and pulled him back to their hotel room. "If I can't say it, I'll show you." Chapter 64. "That's your fiancé? That's your sister-in-law? Ruyin, you dragged me back here. Are we going back to Jiangsheng?" Ru Feng asked. Without a word, Ruyin suddenly slipped off her panties from under her skirt. She then started to pull down her skirt. Ru Feng, startled, quickly stopped her. Ruyin, calm down. Struggling against his grip, Ruyin looked at him resentfully. "If I got a boob job, would you be interested in me then?" Ru Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. "It's not like that." "Then what is it?" "I'd say, apart from being a little flat-chested, I'm not inferior to Jiang Li and the others, am I?" Ru Feng gave a wry smile. He pondered for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. "Ruyin, we might be siblings." "Huh?" Ruyin rolled her eyes. "If we're siblings, then who was my brother who got stabbed to death?" "Actually," Ru Feng hesitated, then explained the paternity test results. After listening, Ruyin was completely dumbfounded. "You and my dad are biologically related?" "If the paternity test isn't fake, it seems so." Ru Feng paused, then added, "I also sent our hair to a DNA testing center, but the results haven't come back yet." Ruyin was reeling. "But Mom was clearly pregnant with twins. You and my brother look almost identical, and I..." Ruyin suddenly fell silent. "If you two are twins, then who am I?" Ru Feng remained silent. He didn't know either. "I have a feeling that only our mother knows the truth about this." Ru Feng paused again. "Her running away back then is very likely related to your identity." He paused. Once more his voice earnest. "So, Ruyin, before our DNA test results come back, you must stay calm. What if Mom was actually pregnant with triplets, but one was taken? So, she could only say she was carrying twins? If that's the case, we're biological siblings, same father, same mother. Can siblings do this?" Ruyin pouted, pulled her panties back on, and didn't say a word. Just then, Ru Feng's phone rang. The caller ID displayed. DNA Testing Center. Ru Yin, sharp-eyed, immediately said, "Answer it. Answer it." As Ru Feng reached for the phone, Ru Yin covered the screen, preventing him from answering. "What are you doing?" Ru Feng asked, exasperated. "I'm nervous," Ru Yin replied. "So, do you want us to be siblings or not?" Ru Yin seemed distraught. "I don't know." Finally, she released her hand. "Fine, answer it." Ru Feng pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Xia. This is the XX DNA Testing Center. The results of the DNA test you submitted 2 days ago are ready. When will you be able to collect them?" A professional female voice asked. "I'm out of town at the moment. Just tell me the results," Ru Feng said. "Okay. We've conducted a thorough analysis of the DNA sequences from the 2 hair samples. Our conclusion is that the DNA sequences are significantly different, ruling out any close blood relationship," the woman replied. "All right, I understand. I'll collect the report when I return to Jiangcheng," Ru Feng said. "Okay." Ru Feng hung up without another word. He turned around, wiped the sweat from his brow, and saw Ru Yin had already run to the bed. And her panties were off again. "Come on, let's have some fun." Ru Yin beckoned from the bed. Ru Feng rolled his eyes. "Ru Yin, don't you think about anything else besides that? Shouldn't you be concerned about something else?" "What?" "Your identity." "All right." Ru Yin wore a belatedly enlightened expression. Ru Feng felt another bead of sweat trickle down. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Ru Feng's scalp went numb. "Jiang Li." "Who's calling now?" Ru Yin asked. "Jiang Li." "Ah!" Ru Yin was also startled and quickly hid under the covers. Ru Feng hesitated but finally answered the call. "Hello, Ru Feng?" Jiang Li's voice came through. "Honey, what's up? Why has your phone been off?" Jiang Li paused. "Ru Yin's phone isn't going through either. What are you two up to?" Ru Feng hesitated again. "Ru Yin insisted on dragging me to Qingcheng to see Chun Li's concert." Jiang Li sounded surprised. "Ru Yin is a Chun Li fan? I've never heard her mention it. It's mainly she's a bit embarrassed about being a fan at her age. That's also why she insisted I turn off my phone," Ru Feng explained. "Really? You're really at Chun Li's concert?" Jiang Li's tone was still suspicious. "I'll send you some pictures." After hanging up, Ru Feng sent Jiang Li a few pictures of himself and Ru Yin at the concert venue through WeChat. Naturally, the photos didn't include Han Yue or Dugu Shuexian. "You really are at the concert. I thought you two had eloped." "How could I? I would never abandon my lovely fiancé and elope with my sister." "That makes no sense," Ru Feng texted. Jiang Li replied with a picking nose emoji. "Okay, I get it. I won't tell anyone. By the way, are you coming back today?" "It depends. The roads around the concert venue are jammed, and it's hard to get our car out. If it gets too late, we'll come back tomorrow." "Got it." After ending the chat with Jiang Li, Ru Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't suspect anything. "It's good that my honey is a bit naive." He turned his head and saw Ru Yin looking at him resentfully again. "Lovely fiancé. That's your fiancé? That's clearly your sister-in-law?" "Widow sister-in-law as wife, no problem." Smack! Ru Yin smacked Ru Feng on the head. "No morals. How can you do that with your sister-in-law? Where's your sense of ethics?" "Levirate marriage is a historical tradition," Ru Feng said with a straight face. Ru Yin rolled her eyes. "That's a barbarian custom." She paused, then continued. "Since the first emperor Ing unified the globe 2,000 years ago and established the heavenly Qin Empire, we've had unified writing, unified transportation, and unified ethics. Now, the customs and etiquette of the 7 nations on Blue Star are almost the same. There are no more barbarians. So, those old barbarian customs should be abandoned as well." "Hey, Ru Yin, don't forget, you insisted that I impersonate your twin brother." "Jiang Li, this fiancé, was a gift from you," Ru Feng said. Ru Yin was speechless. "Oof. Jiang Li is indeed more popular than me. Even though she's a single mother, she still has endless suitors." Sigh. "I'm so envious," Ru Yin said dejectedly. "Riven, silence." After a while, he asked, "Ru Yin, who is Yi Yi's biological father?" Ru Yin shook her head. "I don't know. I'm Jiang Li's best friend, and we share a lot of secrets. But when it comes to Yi Yi's father, Jiang Li's always kept her lips sealed. For Jiang Li to have his child, she must have loved him very much," Ru Feng said softly. "Are you jealous of him?" Ru Feng smiled. "A little. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over just one?" Ru Yin put her hand on Ru Feng's shoulder. If Jiangli dumps you, come to me. I'll comfort you. How will you comfort me? Ru Feng teased. Ru Yin grinned. Little sister in uniform? Ru Feng sweated. Girls these days were all too forward. Seriously, are you really planning to join the Tiankun Martial Arts Academy in Jiangxing? Ru Yin asked. Yes. But with Tiankun's strength, they have no chance of winning the Auspicious God Cup, Ru Yin pointed out. Ru Feng didn't reply. Participating in the Auspicious God Cup required 5 people. He had 4 candidates in mind. He still needed one more, and that person could only be found among the current students of Tiankun Academy. This was one of the strict rules of the Auspicious God Cup. All 5 members of the participating team must be students who registered at the school from their freshman year. By the way, Ru Yin, with your understanding of Tiankun Academy, do they have any potential geniuses? Ru Feng asked. No. All right, we'll talk about it when we get back, Ru Feng said. At this time, Ru Yin hugged Ru Feng's arm. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Okay. They left the hotel together. On their way back after dinner, a woman with short, ear-length hair, about 20 years old, passed by them. Ru Yin stared at the woman. What's wrong? That girl seems to be a student from Tiankun Martial Arts Academy, Ru Yin said casually. Ru Feng looked at the girl's retreating figure, his pupils constricting slightly. As a Grandmaster Realm expert, Ru Feng had an extremely keen sense of perception. He sensed a deeply hidden, powerful aura emanating from the short-haired girl. Ru Yin, you go back first. I suddenly remembered something I need to do, Ru Feng said. Ru Yin looked suspicious. Gonna pick up another girl? Ru Feng spread his hands. Do you really think I'm a stud? Humph. Ru Yin snorted. Fine, I'll go back first. After Ru Yin left, Ru Feng bought a mask from a street vendor and quietly followed the girl. About half an hour later, he followed her to a desolate area on the outskirts of Qingqing. Ru Feng sensed something amiss. Then, the girl's voice rang out. Why are you following me? So, I've been discovered. Ru Feng emerged from behind a tree, his face masked. Who are you? The girl asked coldly. A passerby, Ru Feng replied, his voice disguised. Is that so? With that, the girl suddenly lunged at Ru Feng. Ru Feng was shocked. He hadn't sensed any chi from her. But what's with that speed? It's even faster than an ordinary Master Realm expert. As he thought this, the girl had already reached him. Ru Feng didn't dare to be careless and threw a straight right punch at the girl. He also refrained from using his chi. He didn't want to reveal his true strength just yet. The girl easily dodged Ru Feng's punch, and in the same motion, her backhand struck his ribs. If it were an ordinary person, this blow would have likely broken their ribs. Fortunately, Ru Feng's body was resilient enough to withstand the impact. Then, Ru Feng swiftly moved his feet, utilizing the shifting shadows technique, launching a series of attacks at the girl. To his surprise, the girl didn't defend, instead engaging him in a direct exchange of blows. Her eyes glinted like cold stars as she used a phantom blade technique, its continuous slashes cutting through Ru Feng's afterimages, accurately pinpointing his true form. Suddenly, a blade of chi, condensed and sharp, shot towards Ru Feng. The force was immense, as if it could pierce through his body in an instant. Holy crap! Grandmaster Realm? Ru Feng was stunned. This woman was hiding her true strength. He wasn't sure of her age, as Master Realm experts had extended lifespans and slowed cellular aging, making it difficult to judge age by appearance. Facing the woman's chi blade, Ru Feng dared not underestimate it and unleashed a chi blade of his own. The two chi blades collided in midair. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the air, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Both Ru Feng and the girl were forced back several meters. Ru Feng was shocked, but unbeknownst to him, the girl was equally astonished. Although she couldn't see his face, judging from his voice, he seemed quite young. So young and already a grandmaster? Who are you? The girl demanded again. Who are you? Ru Feng countered. In the next moment, as if by unspoken agreement, they attacked each other again. The two figures clashed rapidly in the desolate wilderness, their fists, blades, palms, and chi exploding in the air. After battling fiercely for nearly half an hour, they found themselves evenly matched, neither able to gain an advantage. Let's call a truce, Ru Feng suggested. The girl said nothing and turned to leave. Ru Feng didn't pursue her. He stood there, his expression grim beneath the mask. A Grandmaster Realm expert disguised as a student, hiding in the unremarkable Tiankun Martial Arts Academy. This doesn't seem right at all. Ru Feng's eyes flickered. Could Tiankun Academy be hiding something? With this question lingering in his mind, Ru Feng returned to the hotel. Ru Yin had already showered and was lying on the bed playing Landlord, a card game, out of boredom. Ru Yin, I want to ask you something, Ru Feng said. What? Tiankun Martial Arts Academy was one of the first martial arts universities established, right? Yes. Does it have any secrets? Ru Feng asked. I don't know. Ru Yin paused. If you're talking about secrets, it's said that Tiankun has a cultivation technique that allows one to transform into the legendary divine beast, the Kun. A beast transformation technique? Ru Feng's interest was piqued. But it sounds more like a fabricated story to attract students. It sounds too outlandish, Ru Yin added. Ru Feng remained silent. Although every martial artist believed there were realms beyond the Grandmaster realm, no one knew what those realms were. So far, no martial artist had broken through the Grandmaster realm. It seemed as if this was the limit of human martial arts cultivation. As for specific techniques, they didn't exist. There were only differences in fighting techniques, including the manipulation of qi. Whether this legend is true or false, that Grandmaster Realm woman is definitely hiding in Tiankun Academy for a reason. Ru Feng's eyes flickered. It seems I really need to infiltrate Tiankun Academy and investigate. Just then, Ru Yin hugged his arm again. Ru Feng, it's not even 7 p.m. yet. Let's go shopping. You go ahead. I need to practice, Ru Feng said. This trip to Qingqing had been a shock to him. Both Han Yue and the girl from Tiankun Academy were incredibly strong. This world was truly full of hidden talents. Ru Feng dared not slacken his training. Just then, Duga Shuaxian invited Ru Yin to go shopping. She left. After Ru Yin left, Ru Feng also left the hotel. He found a secluded hilltop to practice. Sitting cross-legged, he prepared to guide qi into his body. As soon as he opened his capillaries, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, causing a fierce wind to swirl around him. Ru Feng quickly closed his capillaries. Here we go again. Ru Feng smiled wryly. Ever since he opened his microcosmic orbit and run and do meridians, it had been like this. Other Grandmaster Realm experts absorbed spiritual energy like a gentle stream. But for him, it was a raging torrent, extremely domineering. What kind of physique is this? It's like a black hole that can devour everything. Chapter 65. All I want to do now is... At the Grandmaster Realm, other cultivators focused on increasing the speed at which they absorbed spiritual energy. Ru Feng, however, had to carefully control his absorption rate. If he fully unleashed his absorption, it would be too dramatic. Just like a moment ago, with the howling wind and flying debris, it was a complete spectacle of natural phenomena. If someone noticed, it would be troublesome. I wonder if I can devour the qi of other Grandmaster Realm experts? If I could, then I'd be practically invincible. After all, the primary attacks of Grandmaster Realm experts are qi attacks, manipulating qi in various forms. Thinking of this, Ru Feng felt a surge of excitement. Of course, he also understood that even if he could devour others' attacks, it didn't mean he was invincible. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of noodles was no problem, but trying to eat a whole basin of noodles at once might lead to a very unpleasant end. If the opponent's attack was powerful enough, he could still be overwhelmed. But regardless, if he could absorb an opponent's attack, it would definitely be his trump card. Then, Ru Feng recalled Ru Yan's words, his expression turning serious. Martial arts cultivation had a history of thousands of years on Blue Star. Over these millennia, martial artists constantly improved, breaking through their own limitations. 200 years ago, the world's first Grandmaster Realm expert emerged. He was Li Aoshan, the first god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. The breakthrough to the Grandmaster Realm brought immense hope to martial arts cultivation. Grandmaster Realm experts could guide qi into their bodies and manipulate it for attacks. For martial arts cultivation, it was like opening a door to a new world. People yearned for further breakthroughs in cultivation, ultimately hoping to achieve the dream of ascending to immortality and attaining boundless lifespan. However, 200 years had passed, and the highest realm of human martial arts cultivation remained the Grandmaster Realm. This seemed to be the limit for humanity. Ru Feng looked up at the bright moon in the starry sky. Is the Grandmaster Realm truly the limit of human martial arts civilization? He didn't know. After a moment, Ru Feng collected himself and stopped overthinking. He sat cross-legged again, guiding the spiritual energy in the air slowly into his body. He closed his eyes, seemingly deeply sensing everything around him. His breathing was slow and steady, as if he had become one with nature's rhythm. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling Ru Feng's body. He was like a battery, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, converting it into his own power. His body emitted a jade-green glow under the moonlight, a sign of life and spiritual energy. Ru Feng's mind was at peace. He immersed himself in nature, feeling the breeze, listening to the raindrops, watching the mountains stand tall, and savoring the taste of life. At that moment, Ru Feng seemed to enter a state of ethereal tranquility. Then, in his tranquil dream, he saw someone cultivating. He couldn't see the person's face, but the image of their cultivation was exceptionally clear. Ru Feng observed from the side. Time passed unknowingly. When Ru Feng opened his eyes, his face was filled with contentment. That dream felt so real. He realized that even after waking up, the dream of observing someone else cultivate remained vivid in his mind. It's a shame it was just a dream. If only there were such powerful techniques in reality. In his dream, he saw the person casting all kinds of ice-based spells. It was truly enviable. In reality, even Grandmaster Realm experts could only manipulate Qi, which could also be considered wind element. No one could control other elements. The main reason was the lack of corresponding foundational techniques. The foundational technique for manipulating Qi was created by Li Aoshan, that extraordinary genius from 200 years ago. Apart from that, no one else had created any other techniques. Of course, perhaps other techniques existed, but Ru Feng was unaware of them. After all, there were many secrets in this world he didn't know. Just like that woman at Tianquan Academy. He'd never heard of her before, yet she was already a Grandmaster Realm expert. Ru Feng frowned. This world is far more complex than I thought. He suddenly noticed the sun in the sky. Moreover, it was nearing sunset. That's not right. It was night when I started cultivating. Ru Feng quickly grabbed his phone and checked the time, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was 3 days later. I slept for 3 days? There were numerous missed calls on his phone, many from Jiang Li and Ru Yin. Even Bai Shui had called several times. Oh dear. Ru Feng had a headache. He posted an update on his WeChat moments. I'm fine. Just need some alone time. Please don't worry. After that, he turned off his phone. He truly needed some time to himself. Sleeping for 3 days straight isn't normal. And the dream was so real. I still haven't forgotten it. Suddenly, Ru Feng realized something. Come to think of it, in the dream, I watched the entire process of that person casting ice-based spells, including the mental techniques and incantations. I remember everything clearly. So, he gulped, then walked to a small puddle and tried to replicate the ice-based spell from his dream. I seal. As Ru Feng chanted silently, a pale blue light flashed, and the water in the small puddle instantly froze into ice. Ru Feng stared, dumbfounded. This? He had only wanted to try it out, not expecting it to actually work. Then, Ru Feng tried other ice spells he had learned in his dream, like Ice Arrow and Ice Spike. He could cast these simpler spells. However, he couldn't cast the more powerful ones like Absolute Zero. That was a terrifying large-scale ice spell. In his dream, he saw the person freeze an entire planet with it. Absolutely insane. Ru Feng's current realm was too low to cast it. But this was enough to make him ecstatic. However, Ru Feng's eyes flickered. Who was that person in the dream? Thinking about it now, it seems like when I was under 20 and opened my run and do meridians in microcosmic orbit. Breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, it was also after I had a strange dream during a serious illness. I observed someone cultivating in my dream, and then I had an epiphany. Racking his brains, Ru Feng couldn't recall who that person was. He clearly remembered everything in the dream except the person's appearance. As dusk settled, Ru Feng composed himself and left the desolate area. When he returned to the hotel, Ru Yin had already checked out, taking the car with her. After all, 3 days had passed, and she had to go back to school. Ru Feng didn't book another room. He walked alone along the streets of Qingcheng. The night in this tourist city was even more beautiful, with neon lights flashing like a grand light show. But Ru Feng wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. His mind was still on the woman named Han Yue. Is Han Yue really Gongya? Ru Feng didn't know. Although she had the same face, she felt like a complete stranger. Sigh. Ru Feng sighed. Just then a voice called out, Ru Feng? He turned and looked surprised. It was someone he knew. And Lei, what are you doing here? Ru Feng asked in astonishment. And Lei stood behind him, wearing a deep red silk dress, its hem swaying gently like a blooming flower. She was tall and slender, with fair and smooth skin. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her features were refined and captivating, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes bright and deep. Most men on the street couldn't help but be drawn to her. Truly a beauty. Whether in Jiangcheng or Qingcheng, she's equally eye-catching. Something occurred to Ru Feng. According to my aunt, there's a special physique called the alluring body. Both men and women can have it, but it's more common in women. His gaze fell on Enlei. Could it be? Suddenly, Ru Feng grabbed Enlei's hand and started walking. Ru Feng, without a word, he pulled Enlei into a nearby hotel. He booked a room. Enlei's cheeks flushed. Although she had been intimate with Ru Feng in the bathroom before, at that time, she was emotionally vulnerable and had somewhat given up on herself. But now, she didn't resist, however, and followed him into the room. Her cheeks were crimson as she thought to herself, I didn't bring any condoms, and I don't know if Ru Feng has any. But it's my safe period, so it should be fine. Ru Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried. He discovered that his aunt was very problematic, and her disciples, both male and female, seemed to all possess the alluring body. He was worried Enlei would also be targeted. He didn't understand his aunt at all, and didn't want Enlei to fall into Dugu Shuexian's hands. I'll go take a shower, Enlei said, blushing. Ru Feng blinked. He realized Enlei had misunderstood him. Norus? Norus. He paused, then asked, Enlei, what are you doing in Qingcheng? I'm here on a business trip. I didn't expect you to be here too. Enlei replied. I thought you came looking for me, Ru Feng said with a smile. Guess I'm a bit narcissistic. Enlei remained silent. She was indeed on a business trip, but she had also come looking for Ru Feng. There were several possible destinations for her trip, and she deliberately chose Qingcheng. It seemed that after Ru Yin returned, everyone knew Ru Feng was in Qingcheng. By the way, has Shuai been bothering you again? Ru Feng asked. Enlei didn't answer. It seemed he had. Ru Feng frowned slightly. What an indecisive man. He let you go, and now he's coming back to bother you. How annoying. He paused, looking at Enlei. What are your thoughts? Enlei still didn't answer. Ru Feng sighed inwardly, then forced a smile. Actually, if you want to go back to Shuai, it's fine. A prodigal son can always return. I'm a good example of that myself. If Enlei clasped her hands together, if I remarry Shuai, then what about us? We can still be friends. It might be a little awkward since we've been intimate, but I'll forget about it and treat you with respect. Before he finished, Enlei suddenly threw herself into Ru Feng's arms. She held him tightly. Anli. Ru Feng didn't quite understand what she meant. Women were so hard to read. I don't know what to do. Ru Feng gently stroked Enlei's hair and said softly, It doesn't have to be so complicated. Just follow your heart. Follow my heart? Yes. Then, Enlei looked up at Ru Feng. All I want to do now is sleep with you. Ru Feng smiled. Let's go take a shower. A while later, after they showered, they returned to the bed. Enlei lay naked, her beautiful body completely exposed to Ru Feng's gaze. Her cheeks were flushed like clouds at sunset. Stop staring. I'm a little embarrassed, Enlei said. Sorry, you're just so beautiful. I was mesmerized, Ru Feng replied. Sweet talker. What's so good about a damaged woman like me? Enlei said. Nonsense. What do you mean? Damaged woman? To me, you're still precious. Enlei blushed even deeper. All right, stop flattering me. Ru Feng smiled. He slowly leaned down and kissed Enlei's lips. Enlei closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. Unlike their encounter in the bathroom, this time, Ru Feng took his time with foreplay. When Enlei was completely lost in the moment, Ru Feng finally entered her body again. The next day, when Enlei woke up, her body still felt weak. That crazy Ru Feng, he's so energetic. Doesn't Zhongli help him relieve himself? Just then, Ru Feng emerged from the bathroom. Enlei, you're awake. He greeted her with a smile. You have way too much energy. You have Zhongli, that beautiful fiancé. Why do you have so much pent-up desire? Enlei complained. Zhongli? What about her? If I told you I haven't slept with Zhongli, Would you believe me? Ru Feng asked, and Lei's eyes widened. No way. She paused. But Zhang Li is indeed a very conservative person. So, how did such a conservative person get pregnant before marriage? Ru Feng asked again. That, and Lei hesitated. Honestly, I don't know either. I never heard about her having a boyfriend when she got pregnant. She looked at Ru Feng. Do you care a lot? It would be a lie to say I don't mind. Ru Feng paused. It's just that Zhang Li is so determined to hide his identity. It doesn't seem right to pry too much. Thinking of this, Ru Feng felt a pang of frustration. He knew he shouldn't feel this way. After all, Zhang Li was originally his twin brother's fiancé, his sister-in-law. Even if Zhang Li slept with another man, it was his brother who was being cheated on. It had nothing to do with him. But he still felt frustrated. Damn this sense of substitution. Seemingly sensing Ru Feng's low mood, Lei embraced him from behind. She was still naked, her body pressed against him. The embers of their passion, which had briefly died down, began to flicker once more. Alone in this room, they were like dry tinder and a raging fire, easily ignited. They entered battle mode once more. But just then, Lei's phone rang. It was her ex-husband, He Shuai. Chapter 66. Lei caught in the act by her ex-husband? Lei picked up her phone, but didn't answer. After a few rings, the call disconnected automatically. He Shuai immediately called again. What should I do? Lei asked Xiao Rufeng. Answer it. What if it's something urgent? Xiao Rufeng replied. Okay. Without trying to hide anything from Xiao Rufeng, Lei pressed the answer button. Hello, she said. Lei, where are you? He Shuai's voice came through. I'm on a business trip. Lei was mid-sentence when she suddenly felt a familiar intrusion. She glanced up at Xiao Rufeng, who was grinning mischievously. Lei's cheeks flushed crimson. He's definitely doing this on purpose. Is he trying to recreate the scene from that video? She thought. He Shuai's voice came through again. Lei? What's wrong? Nothing. I was just bitten by a mosquito. Lei paused, then continued. I'm on a business trip. What's up? Your mother's death anniversary is coming up. Let's go visit her grave together, He Shuai said. Lei fell silent. After a moment, she calmly replied, You're no longer her son-in-law. You don't have to trouble yourself. Don't say that. As the saying goes, even a day of marriage creates 100 days of grace. Besides, we have a daughter together. Don't try to use our daughter to guilt me. I'm not. I'm just stating the facts. He Shuai paused, then continued. And she may be attached to Xiao Rufeng now, but as she grows up, she'll understand that he's not her real father. This shared dad thing is a joke. Everything in this world can change, except blood ties. Lei fell silent again. She understood what he was saying. She knew it deep down. A child needs a father. But could Xiao Rufeng truly treat both Jiang Yi and Enqi as his own? Lei wasn't confident. This was why she hesitated about He Shuai's request to remarry. After all, he was Enqi's biological father. Sensing her wavering, He Shuai pressed his advantage. Lei, where are you? I'll come pick you up. What is it now? He another mosquito. These chinching mosquitoes bite hard. Put some mosquito repellent on. Mosquito repellent, that's a good idea. Lei paused, then said, I'm going out to buy some. Goodbye. She hung up the phone. Then, glaring at Xiao Rufeng, who was still on top of her, she snapped, Have you been watching too much porn? Did you do that on purpose while I was talking to He Shuai? Her cheeks flushed, unable to finish her sentence. Xiao Rufeng looked at her and said, I'll go with you to visit your mother's grave. Lei was stunned. According to our local customs, only a son-in-law can accompany someone to sweep the graves. Xiao Rufeng was silent for a moment, then said, Lei, I can't promise you anything. I'm a flawed person, admittedly a bit of a womanizer. I like Jiang Li, yet here I am with you. Calling myself a scumbag wouldn't be an exaggeration. But I do have one redeeming quality. I take responsibility for the women I've slept with, lifelong responsibility. If I didn't know your past, I might actually believe you. Lei looked at him with disdain. You've slept with hundreds, if not thousands of women. Are you going to take lifelong responsibility for all those nightclub girls too? Well, about that. Xiao Rufeng scratched his head. He looked at Lei, thought for a moment, then said, To show my sincerity, I'll tell you the truth. What? I'm not the Xiao Rufeng you think I am. Huh? What do you mean? That Xiao Rufeng is dead. About half a month ago, Right here in Xinjiang, he was stabbed to death while trying to assault a local woman. I'm Xiao Ryue's twin brother, and I am here to replace him. And Lei was dumbfounded. Then she remembered something and asked, but what about the paternity test? Xiao Ruffing shrugged. Actually, I was shocked too. I am a Xia. The dead Xiao Ruffing and I are the real twins. Then what about Xiao Ryue? I don't know. Xiao Ruffing shook his head. We don't know her background. Perhaps only one person knows. Who? My biological mother, Xiao Ruffing said calmly. And Lei was speechless. Her head was spinning. How is this possible? But this explains everything that confused me. That twin brother of yours was a real scumbag. Even if he lost his memory and became a good person, how could his body suddenly become so strong? And Lei paused, then somewhat embarrassedly continued. Actually, when I was confused by the drastic change in your behavior, I privately asked those nightclub girls. They all said that your twin brother had lost his prowess in bed due to excessive indulgence. According to them, it was always over within a minute. But you, her face flushed again. Taking a deep breath, and Lei looked at Xiao Ruffing and asked, do you want me to get back together with you, Shuai? No, but I won't force you to stay with me either. As you've seen, I'm not a saint. I'm a flirt and a womanizer, Xiao Ruffing said. Let me think about it, and Lei said. She wasn't a teenager anymore, able to act impulsively and selfishly. She was a divorced woman, a single mother. Every decision she made wasn't just for herself. She had to be responsible for her daughter. So, as a mature woman, she wouldn't let her emotions cloud her judgment. She needed to think carefully before making a choice. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to appease the beast she had awakened. An hour later, the room finally quieted down, filled only with the woman's panting and the lingering scent of mingled pheromones. Xiao Ruffin, let me tell you, you have to be gentler with Zhongli. I have some martial arts training, so I can barely handle it. But Zhongli is just an ordinary person. At this rate, I'm worried she won't survive the honeymoon, and Lei said. I'll be careful. But, Xiao Ruffing smiled wryly. Will there even be a honeymoon? If Zhongli finds out I'm not her fiancé, will she still sleep with me? That, and Lei shrugged. That's a good question. Knowing her, she cares quite a bit about engagements. If you're not her fiancé, she probably won't sleep with you. I thought so. Xiao Ruffing sighed, and Lei wrapped her arms around his neck. Can't I be Zhongli's substitute? No. I guess not. A flicker of sadness crossed in Lei's face. Then Xiao Ruffing said, each of you is unique. No one is a substitute for anyone else. Smooth talker. You must have charmed a lot of girls before. And Lei said. To her surprise, Xiao Ruffing fell silent. What's wrong? And Lei asked. Xiao Ruffing smiled. Nothing. By the way, he looked at Lei. I'll teach you martial arts. Okay. And Lei nodded. She had once been very resistant to practicing martial arts. It was her biological father's wish. He said she had talent and wanted her to train. And Lei had listened to her father and trained seriously. But after he abandoned them, she began to hate martial arts. She would rather dance or play the piano than practice martial arts. Until Xiao Ruffing appeared. This man finally changed her mind, making her willing to pick up martial arts again. When do we start? And Lei asked. She knew Xiao Ruffing was powerful and was willing to learn from him. Learning martial arts would allow her to protect her daughter. She also didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Ruffing. In the bathroom, Xiao Ruffing said, Huh? Again? And Lei was a little scared. Even she was feeling the strain. Xiao Ruffing rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm going to purify your body. Cleanse it of impurities. He paused, then added, in the path of martial arts, this step is very important. A purified body can achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, although there are many martial artists in the world, very few get the chance for body purification. Do you know why? Why? And Lei asked. Because. Xiao Ruffing paused for effect, then smiled. Only Grandmaster level experts can purify someone's body. Oh. And Lei finally understood. Grandmaster level? She looked at Xiao Ruffing, stunned. You're a Grandmaster level expert? Otherwise, I wouldn't have the confidence to take responsibility for all of you, Xiao Ruffing chuckled. And Lei was utterly shocked. As a former martial artist, no, even as an ordinary person, even a child, she knew how powerful and rare Grandmaster level experts were. He Shuai had once told her that he was the strongest in Jiangcheng, a 7th level martial artist. But a 7th level martial artist was still far from the Grandmaster level. and Xiao Rufeng was only 23 years old. A 23-year-old grandmaster? And Lei had never heard of such a thing. Keep it a secret. Even Zhongli doesn't know, Xiao Rufeng added. Okay. A sense of secret delight filled in Lei. She and Zhongli had been rivals since college, constantly competing and refusing to yield to each other. And Lei knew Xiao Rufeng liked Zhongli. She also knew that she couldn't compare to Zhongli in his heart. But at least, she now knew more of Xiao Rufeng's secrets than Zhongli did. I win this round, she thought smugly. A while later, the two went into the bathroom, and Lei sat cross-legged as Xiao Rufeng began to circulate his qi, preparing to cleanse her body. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it, Xiao Rufeng said, then teased. If you scream too loud, people might misunderstand. And Lei's face instantly turned red. Just kidding, let's begin, Xiao Rufeng said. Several hours later, and Lei collapsed in the bathroom, completely exhausted. But she could also feel that her body had become incredibly light. Is this what it feels like after body purification? It's tiring, but it feels great. But I'm so dirty, and I don't have the energy to take a bath. Xiao Rufeng started filling the bathtub. After filling it, he rinsed in Lei's body with the shower head, then carried her into the tub and gently massaged her body. Don't underestimate this massage. It's an important part of martial arts training. Massage can stretch the muscles and bones, relieve fatigue, and improve the body's flexibility and neuromuscular response speed, Xiao Rufeng explained. Rufeng, thank you, and Lei said. Xiao Rufeng smiled. I took your body. I have to be responsible for you. And Lei didn't reply. She curled her legs up and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, Xiao Rufeng, I need to confess something. Actually, my biological father. City Lord Luo Yang, right? Xiao Rufeng chuckled. And Lei was speechless. A shadow of sadness crossed her eyes. So, you knew my background all along? Did you get close to me to curry favor with my father? Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes and flicked in Lei's forehead. Silly woman. Who do you think your father is? Someone worth currying favor with? Not to mention my status as a grandmaster. Even just as the commander of the Northern Border Legion, your father isn't qualified for me to fawn over. And Lei was dumbfounded again. Commander of the Northern Border Legion, the Azura war god? Yep, Xiao Rufeng chuckled. And Lei felt her brain overloading. This revelation was even more shocking than him being a grandmaster. The King of the North, the Azura war god, was a national hero, the dream lover of millions of girls in the Dragon Kingdom. Although he always wore the Azura mask, and ordinary people didn't know his appearance, it didn't stop him from being a national heartthrob. And Lei didn't doubt it. She suddenly understood why Han Lixing, a major general in the Northern Border Legion, didn't dare retaliate against Xiao Rufeng after he beat his son, Han Jianshi, black and blue, at the Jiang family residence. Because he knew Xiao Rufeng. Because Xiao Rufeng was his commander. At this moment, and Lei looked at Xiao Rufeng, her eyes shining. Who could resist the charm of the Azura war god? Suddenly, with a surge of energy from who knows where, and Lei sat up in the bathtub, embraced Xiao Rufeng, and declared, let's do it again. Xiao Rufeng. Past 1 a.m, and Lei fell asleep, truly exhausted this time. A smile played on her lips as she slept, lost in some pleasant dream. Xiao Rufeng looked at her and sighed, remembering something that was causing him a headache. If Luo Yang finds out I slept with his daughter, he'll probably skin me alive. Xiao Rufeng understood Luo Yang's feelings. Who would want their daughter to be taken advantage of by a womanizing scumbag? He poured himself a cup of hot tea and went out to the balcony. The tea was too hot. With a thought, a wisp of cold air seeped from his fingertips into the cup and into the tea. Soon, the steaming hot tea had become ice cold. Wow, is this ice magic? So convenient. Xiao Rufeng was thrilled. He had confessed many secrets to Lei, but some core secrets he intended to keep to himself. For example, his spiritual energy could heal. For example, when he meditated, he would dream of someone cultivating, and he could follow along in the dream and learn cultivation techniques. And so on, especially the second one. Absolutely no one could know. This was Xiao Rufeng's most important secret and trump card. But who is that person in my dreams? They feel so powerful, freezing planets, shattering galaxies like a figure from mythology. As he pondered, Lei suddenly started talking in her sleep. She seemed to be calling in Qi's name and saying she was sorry. Xiao Rufeng returned to the bedroom and sat beside her. He understood that although Enlay had experienced a surge of passion after learning his identity, as an adult and a responsible single mother, her daughter was her priority. So, Enlay still hadn't expressed her willingness to be his woman. Because, right now, and she likes Xiao Ruffing, but what about the future? No one knew what the future held. But as a mother, she had to consider her daughter's feelings first. What if, in the future, and she didn't like Xiao Ruffing anymore? The next day, when Enlay woke up, Xiao Ruffing was gone. On the nightstand was a note. Dear, I've gone back to Jiangcheng. Whatever decision you make in the future, I will respect your choice. Even if you decide to remarry He Shuai, I will keep my promise and silently protect you and your daughter. Enlay stared at the note in silence. Just then her phone rang. It was He Shuai. After a moment of hesitation, she answered. Hello. Enlay, open the door, He Shuai said. Open what door? The hotel room door, He Shuai replied. Enlay's heart skipped a beat. She rushed to the door and peered through the peephole. Her face paled. He Shuai was standing outside, holding a large bouquet of roses. How does he know I'm staying here? Then Enlay remembered something even worse. This was a couple's room, with a large bed. More importantly, the scent of male and female pheromones hadn't completely dissipated yet. Ordinary people might not be able to smell it, but He Shuai definitely could. He Shuai's voice came through again. Open the door. Is there a man inside? His face was turning green, his expression twisting with anger. If you don't open the door, I'm going to break in, he threatened. Enlay panicked. What? What should she do? Chapter 67. You and my nephew had quite the night, huh? Enlay was at a loss. She instinctively called Xiao Ruffing. Don't worry, I'll send someone to help you right away, Xiao Ruffing said. Okay. Hanging up, Enlay went to the door. She didn't open it, but said, He Shuai, are you crazy? I'm in the shower. If you dare break in, I'll call the police and accuse you of rape. You might have connections in Jiangcheng, but don't forget, this is Qingcheng. Is there a man inside? He Shuai pressed. First, there's no man here. Second, whether there is or not is none of your business. We're divorced, Enlay retorted. Open the door. If there's no man, I'll leave immediately. Are you deaf? I'm taking a shower. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't open the door in 10 minutes, I'm breaking in, He Shuai threatened. Enlay cursed He Shuai's unreasonable behavior in her mind, but she was also terrified. She knew him well enough to know he meant what he said. She was conflicted about calling the police. Even if she did, they might not have jurisdiction. In the Dragon Kingdom, cases involving military personnel were usually handled by special departments, and ordinary police officers didn't have the authority to handle military-related cases. Moreover, calling the police would definitely enrage He Shuai. Just as Enlay was feeling anxious, someone suddenly entered through the window. A mature, alluring, breathtakingly beautiful woman. It was Dugu Shuexian. Enlay stared at her, dumbfounded. She hadn't met Xiao Rufing's mother before, so she didn't recognize Dugu Shuexian. She was shocked by her entrance. Through the window? This is the 15th floor. Then Enlay realized something else and broke out in a cold sweat. This woman, couldn't she also be a Grandmaster level expert? Considering Xiao Rufing's identity as commander of the Northern Border Legion, it was plausible he had other Grandmaster friends. I just wonder what her relationship with Xiao Rufing is. Don't tell me she's also his lover? Dugu Shuexian walked towards Enlay. Oh, so you're my nephew's mistress then. Quite pretty. Dugu Shuexian scrutinized Enlay, then stepped closer and sniffed the air. Her eyes lit up. TSK, a natural charmer. My nephew has good taste. Enlay blinked and asked weakly. Who are you? I'm Xiao Rufing's aunt. You can call me Aunt Shuexian, Dugu Shuexian said with a smile. Just then, there was another knock at the door, and He Shuai's voice boomed through. Enlay, 10 minutes are up. If you don't open this door, I'm coming in. Enlay looked anxiously at Dugu Shuexian. Don't worry, even though you're just my nephew's mistress, you're still one of his women. I'll protect you. Dugu Shuexian paused, sniffed the air again, and commented. Tiskate, seems like you and my nephew had quite the night. Huh? The scent still lingers. Enlay almost choked. Her face burned crimson. Can you get rid of the smell? Enlay asked. Of course. Dugu Shuexian made a few hand gestures, and a whirlwind filled the room, sucking all the air out through the window. Fresh air from outside rushed in, leaving the room smelling completely normal. And at that moment, boom! The door crashed open, and Shuai stormed in, his face dark. He froze when he saw Dugu Shuexian. Few men could resist her charm. She was incredibly beautiful, and also a natural charmer, a very pure and potent one at that. Even if she didn't intend to be seductive, men were still drawn to her. If she deliberately tried to charm a man, few could withstand it. "Are you my disciple's ex-husband?" "How rude," Dugu Shuexian said calmly. Shuai was taken aback. "Disciple? And Lei is my disciple now. I've been teaching her martial arts, and you keep interrupting us. Are you doing this on purpose?" As she spoke, Dugu Shuexian released her aura, directing it at Shuai. Shuai's face changed. He was already a 7th-level martial artist, with both his physical and mental strength greatly enhanced. He had never felt this much pressure, not even when facing the national leader. Who is this woman? How strong is she? Shuai had no idea. But one thing he knew for sure, she was definitely stronger than him. Shuai sniffed the air again. There seemed to be no lingering scent of post-coital pheromones. The room was clean. There probably wasn't a man here after all. It makes sense. People outside say Lei is a great beauty, but they don't know that she's actually quite conservative at heart. She once told me she has a phobia of being touched by any man other than me. She finds it disgusting. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I apologize," Shuai said, then looked at Lei. "Lei, I'm sorry. I love you too much." "Oh, right." He rushed to the doorway, retrieved the large bouquet of roses, and offered them to her. "These are for you." "I don't want them," Lei said coldly. Shuai felt awkward. He knew he had acted impulsively. Knowing he was in the wrong, he gave a weak smile. "I'll just be going then." Suddenly, Lei asked, "Did you track my location by listening in on our phone call?" Ordinary people couldn't pinpoint a phone's location by listening in on a call. But Shuai could. He was the commander of the Jiangxin garrison and had access to military-grade signal tracking equipment. Shuai didn't answer, tacitly admitting it. "Don't call me again. I blocked your number," Lei said flatly. Shuai said nothing more and left. "Let's go too," Dugu Shuexian said. "But the door—" "Don't worry, someone will take care of it." "Oh." Lei followed Dugu Shuexian to a villa nestled in the mountains near Qingqing. Hanyue, Chunli, and Song Kaiyuan were all there. Dugu Shuexian clapped her hands. "You three come here." When they approached, she gestured towards Lei. "This is your junior sister." Lei was bewildered. She had somehow become this woman's disciple. Of course, for her, this was also a tremendous opportunity. After all, this woman was a genuine grandmaster-level martial artist. Many people dreamed of having a grandmaster as their teacher, but they were so rare. Even Gong Xin, who had been admitted to the prestigious Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, didn't have many opportunities to receive guidance from a grandmaster. Although Qinglong Martial Arts Academy had a grandmaster as its principal, he rarely personally instructed students. Of course, Lei didn't know that Gong Xin also had a grandmaster teacher named Yun Yin. This Yun Yin, with the appearance of a young girl, had an unknown age and origin. She was quite mysterious. Dugu Shuexian added, "Chunli, Kaiyuan, neither of you try anything funny with her. She's my nephew's mistress." Lei wanted to cry. Why do you have to keep emphasizing mistress? She didn't deny that she was Xia Rufing's woman now. She hadn't thought about becoming his official wife either. But being referred to as a mistress was still embarrassing. "How about concubine?" Dugu Shuexian offered. "Just stick with mistress." Dugu Shuexian chuckled. "Lei, you don't understand. A mistress is like a kept woman, still an outsider. But a concubine is different. Even though she's a concubine, she's considered family." Lei was speechless. Song Kaiyuan smiled. "Master, stop teasing junior sister. She's going to cry." Then he looked at Lei. "Junior sister, don't mind her. Our master likes to tease people, but she means no harm." "It's fine," Lei said. Then she added, "Master is just telling the truth. I am indeed Xia Rufing's mistress." Her expression was calm. Although this status wasn't glamorous, Xia Rufing was her light now. He was the one who had saved her from her failed marriage. So, she had no regrets. Hanyue, who was standing nearby, remained silent, her face wearing its usual icy expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, back in Jiangxin, Xia Rufing had returned. He received a message from Lei confirming she was safe, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I owe Aunt Shuexian a favor." Composing himself, Xia Rufing drove to the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy in Jiangxin. The academy was located in the mountains on the southern outskirts of Jiangxing. A series of palace-like buildings came into view. As he approached, a heavy sense of history washed over him. It was said that this place was originally an ancient imperial summer resort, later converted into the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy. Although the buildings were centuries old, they still exuded an aura of solemnity. Every brick and every beam radiated a mysterious aura, revealing an inviolable majesty. At the main gate of Tianquan Martial Arts Academy stood a giant statue of a koan. In ancient mythology, there was a saying, "In the northern darkness, there is a fish, and its name is koan. The koan is so huge, I don't know how many thousand li it is across. It transforms into a bird whose name is Peng. It was a divine beast that could travel between the sky and the sea, worthy of being one of the earliest established martial arts academies. Both the name and this koan statue inspire awe. Just hearing the name or seeing the statue, it's hard to imagine this is actually a martial arts weakling ranked at the bottom. It's a disgrace to the academy's name and this statue," Xiao Rufeng muttered to himself. Just then, someone shouted behind him, "Move it! Out of the way!" Xiao Rufeng turned around. A group of people were surrounding a young man as they walked towards him. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out," the young man snarled. Xiao Rufeng grinned. "I don't believe it. In broad daylight, you dare gouge out someone's eyes?" The young man laughed. He walked up to Xiao Rufeng, grabbed his collar, and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? Even if I gouge out your eyes, no one will do anything to me. Know why?" He paused, grinned, and continued, "Because I'm a specially recruited student of Tianquan Academy, formerly a genius from Chita Martial Arts Academy, a 7th-level martial artist, representing Tianquan Academy in this year's auspicious God Cup. Not only can I gouge out a civilian's eyes, I could even kill you, and the Academy would find a way to get me off the hook. An auspicious God Cup representative. Huh? Well, you truly are special," Xiao Rufeng said. The young man let go of his collar. "Kid, you're lucky today. I'm in a good mood and don't want to see blood." With that, he and his lackeys walked away. Xiao Rufeng sighed. Are the leaders of Tianquan Academy filled with sawdust? Such a precious recruitment spot. And they bring in a 7th-level martial artist as a foreign aide? He'll be beaten like a dog in the competition. He collected his thoughts and entered the Tianquan Martial Arts Academy. Upon entering, he didn't see much of a martial arts atmosphere, but rather a chaotic mess. Girls were openly smoking, boys were harassing girls, and some were even playing soccer on the academy's walkways. It felt utterly disorganized. Then Xiao Rufeng saw a group of students surrounding and attacking a middle-aged man. From their words, it seemed the man was their homeroom teacher. Xiao Rufeng had originally only intended to obtain a spot in the competition and not interfere too much with the academy's affairs, but he couldn't stand this. He walked over and said calmly, "Respecting teachers and valuing education is the most basic etiquette. What's the difference between your behavior and that of monkeys?" His words caused the surrounding students to change their expressions drastically. Is this guy crazy? How dare he interfere with that class? That's the most notorious class in the entire academy. I can already imagine what's going to happen next. The students who were attacking the teacher suddenly turned their attention to Xiao Rufeng and walked towards him. The teacher adjusted his crooked glasses and shouted anxiously, "Young man, run away." But Xiao Rufeng didn't move. He was quickly surrounded. "You seem to like meddling in other people's business," someone said as he stood in front of Xiao Rufeng. "Isn't this young master Xiao Rufeng?" "Ajia, do you know him?" someone asked. "Yeah, this guy's a real loser. I heard he can't last more than a minute in bed." Ha ha! The surrounding students burst into laughter, especially the girls with dyed hair and tattoos, who laughed so hard they were doubled over. What a loser. The boy named Ajia put his hand on Xiao Rufeng's shoulder. "Xiao Rufeng, I heard you're engaged to Jiang Li, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. You tell Jiang Li to sleep with me." Before he could finish, Ajia suddenly went flying. No one in the crowd saw how Xiao Rufeng had moved. Most didn't even think it was him who did it. Only the teacher looked shocked. Such speed, such strength. Unable to identify their attacker, the delinquent students were scared and scattered like birds. The teacher approached Xiao Rufeng. "Are you a teacher at this academy?" Xiao Rufeng asked. The man nodded. "I want to see the principal. Could you tell me how to get there?" Xiao Rufeng asked. If you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for the principal?" "Oh, I want to volunteer to represent Tianquan Martial Arts Academy in the auspicious God Cup, Xiao Rufeng replied. The teacher's eyes lit up. If you don't mind me asking again, what level are you currently? I haven't been tested at the Martial Artists Association, but I should be around 7th or 8th level, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Really? The teacher was overjoyed. The auspicious God Cup required participants to be under 25 years old, and an 8th level martial artist under 25 was considered a top-tier genius. These geniuses were usually concentrated in the top academies. I'll take you to see the principal right now. At that moment, a meeting was being held at Tianquan Martial Arts Academy. All the senior officials were present. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was speaking on stage. The geniuses from those prestigious academies are unwilling to represent lower-ranked academies, saying it would damage their reputation. I spent a lot of effort to get a 7th-level martial artist from Chita Martial Arts Academy. With him on our team, we at least won't be in last place this year. Wow! The audience erupted in applause, everyone excited. It was as if simply avoiding last place was a great accomplishment. It wasn't entirely fair to blame the Tianquan Academy leadership for their lack of ambition. As a perennial loser, their spirits had long been worn down. For this year's auspicious God Cup, everyone had only one goal, not to finish last. No one dared to hope for more. Just then, someone knocked and entered the room. Chapter 68, The Proposal. I'm Lu Qing, the homeroom teacher for Special Class 3, said the bespectacled teacher from earlier. What is it? Someone wants to volunteer to represent Tianquan Martial Arts Academy in the auspicious God Cup, Lu Qing reported. We already have a candidate. Teacher Li Bin secured a 7th-tier genius martial artist from Chitu Academy, said the man seated in the principal's chair. The volunteer claims to be an 8th-tier martial artist, Lu Qing added. What? The entire meeting room erupted in shock. Which academy is he from? Someone asked excitedly. Tianquan Academy had 2 slots for external recruits. Even with Song Ping, they still had one open. He hasn't attended university, Lu Qing replied. Everyone. After a moment of stunned silence, some became even more enthusiastic. Not having attended university meant he could directly enroll without needing a transfer. Every school had a quota for independent admissions. However, others became suspicious. This sounds fishy. Who is he? Another person asked. He's a local, the heir to Miracle Group, Xiao Rufeng, Lu Qing answered. Li Bin, the man who had given the earlier presentation, laughed. Teacher Li, what's so funny? Someone asked. Li Bin shook his head. Oh, I really thought a genius had come knocking. Turns out it's just a good-for-nothing bragging. He continued, You may not know Xiao Rufeng, but I do. He's a spoiled, useless playboy. He's not even a real martial artist. I could beat him to a pulp with one finger. It seems Teacher Li is very confident. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng entered the meeting room. That's him, a total weakling. Li Bin walked up to Xiao Rufeng, grabbed his wrist, and sneered. Xiao Rufeng, looking for a thrill at the academy? Tired of living. He wanted to intimidate Xiao Rufeng. He squeezed his wrist hard, but something felt wrong. Xiao Rufeng's wrist was as hard as a meteorite. Li Bin strained, sweat beading on his forehead, but he couldn't budge Xiao Rufeng's wrist an inch. Suddenly, Xiao Rufeng grabbed Li Bin's wrist and flung him across the room. The room fell silent. Li Bin wasn't weak. He was a 5th-tier martial artist, but being thrown like a rag doll was a first. Principal Wang Mingda, who had been sitting in his chair, couldn't stay put any longer. He approached Xiao Rufeng and, with lightning speed, struck at his neck. The move was sudden and swift, but Xiao Rufeng easily dodged it. Simultaneously, he seized Wang Mingda's throat. No one dared to breathe. Everyone present understood martial arts. They knew Wang Mingda had lost. As the principal of a perpetually bottom-ranked academy, Wang Mingda's strength was average. He was an 8th-tier martial artist, but being subdued instantly by Xiao Rufeng was proof enough of his prowess. If Xiao Rufeng had intended to kill, Wang Mingda would be a corpse. Wang Mingda took a deep breath, then gripped Xiao Rufeng's hand excitedly. Wonderful. With you, Tianquan Academy might actually break into the top 500 in this auspicious God Cup. There were 1,000 martial arts academies nationwide. Xiao Rufeng smiled. That won't do. I came here aiming for the championship. Almost everyone was stunned. Xiao Rufeng, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Our academy winning the championship? Relying on you lot? Definitely not. Xiao Rufeng paused. I'd like to recommend another external recruit. We already have a genius from Chitu Academy, a 7th-tier martial artist, someone said. Xiao Ruffing rolled his eyes. A seventh tier shouldn't even bother embarrassing themselves at the auspicious God Cup. Oh, then, who are you recommending? Xiao Ruffing smiled. What do you think of Gong Xin from Qinglong Academy? Everyone. Xiao Ruffing, are you out of your mind? Gong Xin is the greatest genius our city has ever seen. She could represent Qinglong in the auspicious God Cup. Why would she come to our academy? Impossible. Others agreed, shaking their heads. Some even suspected Xiao Ruffeng was joking. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Nothing is impossible. A beautiful woman appeared at the doorway. Everyone gasped. Gong Xin, Jiangqing's most prodigious martial arts talent. At 23, she was already a ninth-tier martial artist. Rumor had it that her overall combat power rivaled that of an ordinary grandmaster. A genius of her caliber was beyond the reach of a low-ranking academy like Tianquan. But now, Principal Wang Mingda gulped. Miss Gong Xin, are you really willing to transfer to our academy? Yes, Gong Xin confirmed. Why? Someone asked, bewildered. I'm from Jiangqing. Isn't it my duty to contribute to my hometown school? But the auspicious God Cup has significant prizes this year, including newly developed pills that can help ninth-tier martial artists break through to the Grandmaster realm. All the top academies and their geniuses are vying for it. Wouldn't you have a better chance at winning if you stayed at Qinglong? Some things are more important than winning, Gong Xin smiled. What things? That's a secret. After confirming Gong Xion's intention to transfer, the Tianquan officials were ecstatic. Some even moved to tears. With Xiao Ruffing and Gong Xion, Tianquan was guaranteed a spot in the top 200, perhaps even the top 100. Winning the championship, however, was still a distant dream. The four prestigious martial arts academies, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu, each had numerous ninth-tier martial artists under 25. Their five-person teams would undoubtedly consist entirely of ninth-tier martial artists. Tianquan, with only Gong Xion at ninth tier, had little chance of winning. 2 hours later, Xiao Ruffeng and Gong Xion completed the enrollment and transfer procedures. In this digital age, everything was done electronically. Although Qinglong Academy was reluctant to let Gong Xion go, her resolve was firm. Furthermore, national regulations stipulated that schools couldn't obstruct transfers for the auspicious God Cup. Of course, the original academy could appeal, but for Qinglong, while Gong Xion was valuable, she wasn't indispensable. Qinglong had a wealth of talent. Even if she stayed, she might not make the five-person team. Besides, she was transferring to her hometown's academy, the perpetually weak Tianquan. They posed no threat to Qinglong. This was why Qinglong let her go. However, Gong Xion's departure sparked controversy within Qinglong. She had been a role model, but now she was branded a traitor. Several talented students eager to represent Qinglong vowed to defeat her in the auspicious God Cup. Back at Tianquan, news of Gong Xion's transfer stunned the student body. Many initially refused to believe it. Why would a rising star join a failing academy like Tianquan? She could participate in the auspicious God Cup even while staying at Qinglong. Only after the official announcement over the school's PA system did the entire academy erupt in excitement. As for Xiao Ruffeng, few paid him any attention. All eyes were on Gong Xion. Song Ping, the prospective recruit from Chitu Academy, was also delighted by the news. Gong Xion was recognized as a top young genius in the martial arts world. Beautiful, talented, and from a good family, she had many admirers, including Song Ping. He had only admired her from afar, never imagining he would have any interaction with her. After all, she surpassed him in talent, strength, and even family background. But now, he had a chance to be on the same team as her. I'll find an excuse to ask her for special training, and then I'll have a chance to touch her, especially those magnificent breasts, he thought, a lewd grin spreading across his face. He immediately went to the principal's office. Principal, I've decided. I'm transferring to your academy. He hadn't officially initiated the transfer yet. Today was just a supposed visit to assess the school. In reality, he was just there to show off. I'm sorry, but I can't process your transfer, Principal Wang Mingda said. Song Ping was taken aback. Why? 7th tier is too low, Wang Mingda replied. Song Ping's face turned red with anger. Before, they had been groveling at his feet, begging him to join. Now, with Gong Xion's arrival, their attitude had completely changed. Principal, although the auspicious God Cup has individual matches, the overall score is based on the total of 5 members. Even if Gong Xion ranks high, She can't carry the entire team by herself, Song Ping argued. Previously, he would have stormed out after such a remark. But now, he had to swallow his pride. I'm sorry, Wang Mingda repeated. He actually wanted to keep Song Ping. A 7th-tier martial artist under 25 was undoubtedly talented. But Xiao Rufeng didn't want him. There was nothing he could do. Although he was the principal, it was clear that Xiao Rufeng was the reason Gong Xan had joined, though he had no idea how Xiao Rufeng had persuaded her. He couldn't offend Xiao Rufeng for Song Ping's sake. So, he had to let Song Ping go. I wonder who they'll give the other recruitment slot to, he thought. Seeing Wang Mingda's unwavering refusal, Song Ping finally lost his temper. Wang Mingda, you better hope you don't draw Chitu Academy in the first round of the Auspicious God Cup. Otherwise, you'll regret it. He stormed out of the office. In the academy courtyard, he saw Xiao Rufeng and Gong Xian together, and his anger flared. That trash is with my goddess? He doesn't deserve her. Overhearing nearby students, he learned that Xiao Rufeng was also representing Tianquan in the Auspicious God Cup, further fueling his rage. Is Wang Mingda blind? He chooses that loser over me? Fuming, he dared not confront them. Although he believed he could easily crush Xiao Rufeng, he was no match for Gong Xian. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Xiao Rufeng, you better hope you don't draw me in the Auspicious God Cup. Otherwise, I'll beat you to a pulp. Elsewhere. Darling, you really enjoy playing the underdog. You're clearly a 9th-tier martial artist, yet you claim to be 8th tier, Gong Xian said. She didn't know Xiao Rufeng was already a grandmaster. I'm a low-key kind of guy. Xiao Rufeng paused, then looked at her. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. I'm a model wife, following the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Whatever my husband asks, I shall do, Gong Xian replied. Xiao Rufeng's lips twitched. If I didn't know your true nature, I might actually believe you. Gong Xian smiled. She paused, then asked, how are things with Jiangli lately? Not bad. Xiao Rufeng hesitated, then said, Gong Xian. Before he could continue, she interrupted, don't worry, I won't harm Jiangli. Xiao Rufeng looked at her, his lips moving silently, before he finally said, thank you. He felt a sense of confusion. Thinking back, apart from the incident years ago, when she drugged him, almost causing him to assault a girl, she hadn't done anything particularly wrong to him. As for her flirting with other men, it could be considered cheating. But he hadn't seen her as his fiancé for 5 years, so he didn't feel personally betrayed. By the way, darling, Gong Xian suddenly said, Tianquan has another recruitment slot. Who are you planning to give it to? Xiao Rufeng pondered for a moment. I'm thinking of Lei Ming. Gong Xian looked surprised. That's an unexpected choice. Lei Ming, the second son of the Lei family in Jiangcheng, was likely one of the 3 S-rank Skynet assassins in the city. His martial arts strength was unknown, but if he was an S-rank assassin, he was likely a 9th-tier martial artist. Lei Ming is strong enough, but the problem is he's a Skynet assassin. If he's on the team, he might gather intel on us, Gong Xian pointed out. Xiao Rufeng grinned. Likewise, we can use him to find the other 2 Skynet assassins in Jiangcheng. There's no such thing as high profit without risk. Playing with fire is the norm in this world. Gong Xian smiled. I'll defer to my husband. Her phone rang. Xiao Rufeng glimpsed the caller ID. It was Xiao Han, the heir of the Xiao family's main branch. I'll take this. She stepped away to answer the call. Xiao Rufeng felt a strange twinge. He wouldn't have cared before. Who she talked to, who she was with, even who she slept with, had been of no concern to him. But now he found himself slightly bothered. He rubbed his head. This woman must also be a natural-born enchantress. Being around her for too long is making me care about her. Gong Xian returned. Darling, I have to go. Someone from the Xia family's main branch in Yanjing has come to my house. She paused, looking at Xiao Rufeng with a smile. They're here to propose marriage on behalf of Xiao Han. What should I do? Should I accept? Chapter 69. When did you become interested in men? It's your engagement you decide, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. But our engagement was also decided by our elders, Gong Xian pointed out. So, this time, you can make your own decision, Xiao Rufeng replied. All right. Gong Xian paused, smiled faintly, and said, I'll be going then. With that, she left. Xiao Rufeng remained at Tianquan Academy. A little while later, a familiar perfume wafted towards him. He looked up to see a cold, aloof beauty approaching. Bai Bing. Broken-hearted again? She asked, her usual venomous tone dripping from every word. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. Hardly. A heartthrob like me? Brokenhearted? Never. If you were that irresistible, I'd be calling you brother-in-law right now, Bai Bing retorted. Xiao Ruffing choked, coughing. You really don't pull any punches, do you? Aren't you supposed to be enrolling? Hurry up. I have things to do, Bai Bing said. Fine. Xiao Ruffing led her to Principal Wang Mingda's office. Principal Wang, this beautiful lady is the third person I'd like to recommend, he announced. Wang Mingda's eyes widened, first at Bai Bing's striking, icy beauty, reminiscent of a snow lotus, then with suspicion. She looked too young. If I may ask, how old is this young lady? Don't worry, she's under 25. She's 20, Xiao Ruffing assured him. 20? Wang Mingda was at a loss for words. While the auspicious God Cup had an upper age limit of 25, there was no lower limit. Theoretically, even a 1-year-old could participate. However, martial arts cultivation required time and experience. 20 was too young. No matter how talented, she couldn't be that strong. 7th tier at most, and that was a generous estimate. Xiao Ruffeng, seemingly reading his mind, added, she's a 9th tier martial artist. Wang Mingda. Impossible, he exclaimed, regaining his composure. I've never seen a 9th tier martial artist at 20. Xiao Ruffeng didn't argue. He glanced around the office. Befitting a martial arts academy principal, the office had a training room, complete with a punching bag and a strength measuring device. Bai Bing, Xiao Ruffeng said, pointing at the punching bag, show Principal Wang what you can do. Bai Bing didn't reply. She walked up to the bag, cocked her right fist, and struck. Bam! The punching bag flew across the room, smashing the measuring device before crashing into the wall. The entire floor trembled. Wang Mingda gaped. He was an 8th tier martial artist and used this punching bag regularly. Even he couldn't send it flying. Is this the power of a 9th tier martial artist? No, it feels even stronger than an ordinary 9th tier. Sweat trickled down his forehead. I thought Gong Xian was a monster, but this... He looked at Xiao Ruffeng, wiping his brow. Who is this guy? He brought Gong Xian, and now this terrifying being. A thought suddenly struck him. Wait a minute. He said he wants to lead Tianquan to victory in the auspicious God Cup. He wasn't joking. Was he serious? Xiao Ruffeng smiled. Principal Wang, do you think she qualifies for admission? Wang Mingda gulped. Of course. Absolutely. Then let's get the paperwork done. It was afternoon by the time Bai Bing finished enrolling. Bai Bing, what have you been up to lately? Wasn't the military training at Jiangxing University canceled? Xiao Ruffeng asked. The massacre orchestrated by Jiang Lu in the suburbs had shaken Jiangxing. A special task force had been formed, pulling in the Qilin Battalion soldiers who were conducting military training at the university. But even now, they hadn't found the culprit. Since the Qilin Battalion belonged to the Northern Border Legion, they couldn't stay inland indefinitely. They had returned to the northern border the previous day, and the university's military training had been canceled. But Bai Bing still seemed busy. Looking for a man, she said, her expression unchanged. Xiao Ruffeng choked again. Bai Bing glanced at him. What? Can I look for a man? Of course you can. I'm just curious. When did you become interested in men? I've always been interested in men. There just haven't been any who caught my eye, she replied. Xiao Ruffeng felt as though he'd been stabbed. I think I just took a sword to the heart. While you were away, several suspicious individuals arrived in Jiangxing. I've been tracking them, Bai Bing continued. Xiao Ruffeng's eyes narrowed. Are they all after the Imperial Seal? Highly likely. A puzzled expression crossed Xiao Ruffeng's face. Is the Imperial Seal really that alluring? For 2 millennia, countless people have searched for it. Even if they find it, can it really unify the world? I doubt it. The 7 nations of the Blue Star have been divided for 2,000 years. Who would willingly submit to another's rule? Bai Bing remained silent for a moment. From what I know, the Imperial Seal holds not only political value, but also a secret about this world. That's why, for 2,000 years, people with different motives have been searching for it. A secret about the world. Xiao Ruffeng's interest was piqued. He wasn't interested in world domination, but he was very interested in the world's secrets. For example, what was the background of the Grandmaster-level girl hiding at Tianquan Academy? What was her purpose? It was all very intriguing. Speaking of that girl, I've been at the academy all day, and I haven't seen her. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye. The woman he'd encountered in Qingqing. She was wearing the Tianquan Academy uniform. However, unlike in Qingqing, today she wore thick glasses, obscuring her beautiful features. But Xiao Ruffeng recognized her instantly. She really is a student here. He watched her enter the academy's library. Bai Bing, you go ahead. I have something to do, he said. Bai Bing glanced at the girl's retreating figure and sighed. You're a hopeless flirt. No wonder my sister doesn't want to be with you. It's not what you think. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to live happily. Good luck. She walked away. Xiao Rufeng smiled wryly. Completely misunderstood. He didn't dwell on it. Composing himself, he followed the girl into the library. The Tianquan Library stood atop a hill within the academy grounds, a grand, ancient wooden structure. Climbing the stone steps, he was greeted by a scene of antiquity. The entrance was adorned with on-seal script, a serene Buddha statue above, and a heavy wooden door below. Beyond the door lay a magnificent hall, dimly lit with a yellowish glow, where stone carvings seemed to whisper secrets. The atmosphere was solemn and steeped in history. Entry required registration with a student ID. Xiao Rufeng saw the name on the previous line, Sikong Xingya. Such a cute name for a Grandmaster Realm expert. He registered his name and entered. Inside, countless books piled high like mountains. Each volume seemed to hold boundless wisdom, beckoning him closer. Standing there, he felt transported back in time to a mystical ancient world. The library was quiet, with few people inside. Upon entering, Xiao Rufeng momentarily forgot about Sikong Xingya, captivated by the sea of books. The Tianquan Library's collection was vast, encompassing humanities, history, and even body refinement techniques. His gaze landed on an ancient, elegant book with a mythical koan, a creature said to devour the heavens, emblazoned on its cover. It sat on a dusty shelf in a secluded corner, seemingly untouched for years. Xiao Rufeng reached for it. Then, something straight out of an anime happened. Sikong Xingya reached for the same book at the same time. Their hands touched. I saw it first, Xiao Rufeng said, quickly snatching the book, completely disregarding any notion of ladies first. Sikong Xingya removed her glasses, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. Could you let me have it? Please, she asked softly. Her captivating beauty, coupled with her sweet voice, would have been irresistible to most men. But Xiao Rufeng wasn't most men. No, he refused flatly. Sikong Xingya was taken aback. Her beauty had failed. You're not a student here, are you? She asked coolly. Xiao Rufeng flashed his student ID. Xiao Rufeng, so it's you. She looked at him. I heard you're a 7th or 8th tier martial artist? That's right. Impressive, isn't it? I heard even our principal is only 8th tier, Xiao Rufeng boasted. Sikong Xingya sighed inwardly. A frog in a well, looking at the sky. 8th tier at your age is decent, but only decent. She turned to leave. Just then, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. It was his father. He answered. Hey Dad, what's up? Rufeng, are you back in Jiangxing? His father's voice came through. Yeah. Come home. I need you to accompany me to a banquet, his father said. Accompany you to a banquet? His father hesitated. Our main family is in Yanjing. They're here in Jiangxing today, going to the Gong family, to propose marriage. They want us to be there too. Can we skip it? Aren't we ostracized from the main family? Xiao Rufeng asked. Xiao Taijun sighed. I don't want to go either. But Grandma insisted. She values lineage and doesn't want our branch to die out. She doesn't want Ryu as deceased. Grandfather to become a wandering, restless spirit. She hopes we can use this opportunity to mend fences with the main family and be reinstated in the family registry. He continued, I know they'll probably berate us. You're just a stand-in. You don't have to endure their insults. If you don't want to go, don't. I'll go alone. I'll go, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Even before he knew his true identity, he wouldn't allow anyone to bully Xiao Taijun. He was his employer. Now, knowing he was his father, he wouldn't tolerate it even more. He looked up towards a hillside villa in Jiangxing. Back to the Gong family again. 5 years ago, he had gone there to formally propose to Gong Xian. 5 years later, he was returning to witness her engagement to another man. Life was truly unpredictable. He sighed, handing the book to Sikong Xingya. I have something to attend to. You can read it first. Sikong Xingya was surprised. Before she could react, he was gone. An hour later, darkness had fallen. Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Taijun arrived at the gates of the Gong family's hillside villa. Chapter 70. The Wedding Dress. Tonight's banquet at the Gong Villa celebrated the engagement of Xiao Han, heir to the prestigious Yinjing Xiao family, and Gong Xian, daughter of Jiangxing's leading family. Only a handful of Jiangxing's elite families received invitations. Ordinary families weren't even qualified to attend. Besides the local elite, representatives from other prominent families, including those from Yinjing, were present. The Gong Villa was ablaze with lights and decorations. The closer they got, the brighter it became. Imposing stone lions guarded the entrance, where a marble bridge arched over a gently flowing stream, creating a picturesque scene. Luxury cars filled the area outside the villa, dwarfing Xiao Rufeng and his father's Audi A6. There weren't enough parking spaces. Xiao Rufeng finally found a spot, but a security guard stopped him. "What's the meaning of this?" Xiao Rufeng frowned. "I'm sorry. This is Master Xiao Han's designated parking space. He's out with Miss Gong Xian. They'll be back soon," the guard explained. "Designated parking space?" "Yes. Master Xiao Han is our future son-in-law. It's only natural he has a designated spot," the guard replied. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. He turned to Xiao Taijun. "Dad, you see? They won't even let us park. Let's go home." Xiao Taijun sighed and nodded. As they were about to turn around, a Lamborghini pulled up. The doors opened, and a young couple stepped out. Xiao Han and Gong Xian. "What's going on?" Gong Xian asked the security guard. "This is Master Xiao Han's parking spot. He wanted to park, but I wouldn't let him. He was about to leave." The guard added, "Who does he think he is, driving a beat-up Audi and acting so entitled?" Slap. Gong Xian slapped the guard across the face. "This is my friend," she said coldly. The guard was stunned. He had worked at the Gong residence for years and interacted with Gong Xian regularly. She always greeted him politely and amicably. This was the first time he had seen her angry. "I apologize, miss," he stammered. "Get lost," Gong Xian snapped. She seemed to be in a foul mood. After the guards scurried away, Gong Xian turned to Xiao Rufeng, a smile returning to her face. "I thought you weren't coming. How could I miss it? As a friend, I have to witness your happiness firsthand," Xiao Rufeng replied. "Happiness, huh?" Gong Xian murmured, her smile fading. Xiao Han approached. He looked at Xiao Taijun with a sneer. "Uncle Taijun, long time no see." "Oh, yes," Xiao Taijun mumbled, looking uncomfortable. "Uncle Taijun, don't be afraid. We're the main branch, not monsters. The elders were a bit harsh the last time you visited, but you have to understand, a branch family expelled from the family registry has no right to have their names inscribed in the ancestral hall," Xiao Han said with a fake smile. Xiao Rufeng frowned. "Dad, you went to Yinjing?" Xiao Taijun scratched his head. "I wanted to place your grandfather's memorial tablet in the family ancestral hall, but they wouldn't allow it. We'll build our own ancestral hall. Why should Grandpa's tablet be placed in that trash family's hall? It's an insult to him. Didn't Grandpa leave Yinjing with his family precisely to sever ties with that garbage family?" Xiao Rufeng retorted. Xiao Han's face darkened. "Xiao Rufeng, your grandfather was expelled. Don't flatter yourselves. My grandfather left because he couldn't stand your family's hypocrisy and scheming." Xiao Rufeng continued. "Before he died, Grandpa said the best decision he ever made was leaving that filthy, despicable main family in Yinjing." Xiao Taijun broke into a cold sweat. "He's making things up." Xiao Han's face turned green. "Gong Xian, let's go." "You go ahead," Gong Xian said. Xiao Han turned and entered the villa. "Xiao Han, wait." Xiao Taijun hurried after him. Antagonizing the main family was a bad idea. Although their base was in Yinjing, their influence in Jiangcheng would grow after the marriage with the Gong family. His company had just started to recover. Another blow could ruin them. After they left, Gong Xian looked at Xiao Rufeng, her arms crossed but said nothing. "Not happy?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "SOSO. This is one of the grandest engagement ceremonies Jiangcheng has ever seen. What's there to be unhappy about?" "I don't know." Xiao Rufeng was at a loss. Something about Gong Xian seemed off today. A middle-aged woman approached. "Gong Xian, what are you doing?" "Everyone's waiting." It was Gong Xian's mother. Gong Xian finally tore her gaze away from Xiao Rufeng. "I'm going." She walked away. Her mother turned to Xiao Rufeng. "Xiao Rufeng, I know you might be feeling resentful, but you're an adult. You should understand that marriage is about social standing. Gong Xian and Xiao Han are a perfect match. As for your engagement with Gong Xian, your master is nowhere to be found. Without the officiant, the engagement is void." She continued, her tone earnest. "Xiao Rufeng, you and Gong Xian have no future. Let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Don't cling to delusions. It will only bring you pain." Xiao Rufeng smiled faintly. "Thank you for the advice. I'll keep it in mind." Gong Xian's mother left. A man approached. Well, I just stumbled upon a big secret. You were engaged to Gong Xian." It was Lei Ming. "What good is a secret engagement? A grand Public engagement like this is what counts, Xiao Ruffing chuckled. True. Lei Ming paused. By the way, I heard you and Gong Xine enrolled at Tianquan Academy? That's right. You're well informed. Just SOSO. Lei Ming hesitated. I heard Tianquan has one more recruitment slot. Do you think I'd be a good fit? Absolutely, Xiao Ruffing smiled. Lei Ming was always part of his plan. That's great. I never imagined I'd fight alongside the commander of the Northern Border Legion, Lei Ming said. Xiao Ruffing's eyes narrowed. Oh, don't look so scary. Lei Ming paused. I'll tell you a secret too. I'm Black Knight, an S-rank Skynet assassin. Xiao Ruffing calmed down. Since Lei Ming had openly admitted to knowing his identity, it meant he wasn't planning anything malicious. I've always been a fan of the Azura war god, the King of the North. Never imagined my idol would be right beside me. I'm so happy. Lei Ming glanced at Gong Xian's mother's retreating figure. Some people are truly blind. Let's go in, Xiao Ruffing said. Inside the villa, the scene was even more extravagant. The courtyard was filled with rare flowers and trees, their blossoms exuding a captivating fragrance. A winding path snaked through the lush lawn, like a jade ribbon encircling the courtyard. On either side, countless ornate pots and trellises displayed a vibrant array of flowers. The courtyard buzzed with activity. Guests in evening attire mingled, and a nationally renowned pianist played in the center. It was a scene of pure opulence. Where are the bride and groom? Someone asked. They're still getting ready, Gong Xian's mother replied. A moment later, gasps rippled through the crowd as a woman in a white wedding dress emerged from the house. The gown was magnificent, its train trailing behind her. Embellished with exquisite jewels and lace, it accentuated her fair skin. A delicate veil adorned her head, its fine edges fluttering in the breeze like clouds in the sky. Her hair was styled in an elegant updo, adorned with pearl accessories. Gong Xian. Her appearance in the wedding dress drew cheers from the guests. Wow, she truly is Jiangqing's #1 goddess, beauty and talent combined, Lei Ming murmured. Then, someone realized something was amiss. Where's the groom? Gong Xian smiled faintly. The groom had something come up. He left. What? No groom? How can the engagement proceed? Someone exclaimed. Chapter 71. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Gong Xian suddenly sighed. Actually, I was rejected. The Xia family of the capital probably looks down on girls from families like ours. Her mother was stunned. How could that be? Xia Han was the one who proposed. She glanced towards the villa. I'll go see. Before she could move, Gong Xian continued, her expression pained. It's always been my dream to wear a wedding dress. Today, I finally wore one, but my groom never came. Even if he had just stood beside me in his suit, helped me through this engagement ceremony, and spared me this humiliation, I would have been content. Tears welled up in her eyes. The young men in the courtyard were filled with indignation. One bold soul declared, I'm willing to accompany Miss Gong through the engagement ceremony. Others immediately protested. Why you? Miss Gong, I'm willing too. Me too. Me too. Gong Xian smiled faintly. Thank you, everyone. To be fair, I'll imitate the ancient tradition of throwing an embroidered ball. Whoever catches it, regardless of gender, will accompany me. Is that all right? Yes. Fair enough. Gong Xian picked up a soccer ball, turned her back to the crowd, and tossed it casually over her shoulder. The wind carried the ball northward, and the people in that area reached out excitedly, hoping to catch it. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind snatched the ball and swept it south, striking Xiao Ruffing squarely on the head. Wow, Ruffing, you're so lucky. How did that even happen? Lei Ming gave him a thumbs up. Talk about good fortune. Xiao Ruffing's lips twitched. He said nothing. Others might not have noticed, but he could feel it. That gust of wind was definitely Renware manipulated. Holy crap. Gong Xian has a grandmaster backing her up? He was shocked. Gong Xian turned around. Who caught the ball? All eyes fell on Xiao Ruffing. Oh, it's young Master Xia. Gong Xian beamed. Someone spoke up. Isn't Xiao Ruffing engaged to Jiang Li, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? It doesn't matter, Gong Xian said. It's just a formality, not a real engagement. Otherwise, it would be too awkward for me, standing here in my wedding dress. She paused, looking at Xiao Ruffing. Is that okay with you? Fine, Xiao Ruffing replied calmly. He was mainly interested in the grandmaster behind Gong Xian. He changed into a groom's suit and allowed a makeup artist to quickly enhance his already handsome features. In the suit, He looked even more like a distinguished nobleman, surprising even Gong Xian. She walked over and naturally took his arm. Standing on stage, the two looked like a perfect match. By 10 o'clock, the guests had dispersed. As the last one left, Gong Mu rushed over, her face anxious. Gong Xian, where did you put Xia Han and his family? You didn't kill them, did you? No, I just told them some interesting information, and they abandoned me and left. Gong Xian shrugged. Seems their sincerity wasn't that strong after all. Even so, you can't just pull some random person into an engagement with you. Random? Gong Xian's expression was calm. Xia Rufeng is my fiancé. Gong Mu was speechless. Tell me, Gong Xian, you haven't actually fallen for Xia Rufeng, have you? When your grandfather and his master arranged your engagement, you hadn't even entered Qinglong Martial Academy. Now you're a genius. There, while his master has been missing for years, leaving him with no backing. The Xia family heir from the capital is interested in you. That's your good fortune. You have to seize this opportunity. Gong Xian remained silent. Her mother stamped her foot and left. Xia Rufeng, now changed back into his own clothes, approached. Gong Xian, fulfill your promise, he said calmly. Master, you can come out now, Gong Xian called. To Xia Rufeng's astonishment, a young girl of about 12 or 13 appeared. He recognized her. This was the same child he had almost assaulted 5 years ago. But she looks exactly the same? How is that possible? Hey kid, were you just being incredibly rude and staring at my chest? The girl asked, scowling. She was petite in every way. Xia Rufeng felt a pang of guilt. After a moment, his gaze returned to her, and he recalled something Gong Xian had said, that the girl had orchestrated. The drugging incident 5 years ago, and that despite her youthful appearance, she was actually an adult. He had dismissed it at the time, but now, could Gong Xian have been telling the truth? He looked at Gong Xian. Who is this child? My master, a grandmaster-level martial artist, Gong Xian replied. Xia Rufeng was stunned. Another grandmaster? He began to sweat. This woman, and that Sikong Xingyao, where do they come from? How many secrets are there in this world that I don't know? The little girl walked up to him. You surprised me too. Back then, you were at most a 4th or 5th rank martial artist. And now you're a grandmaster? How did you manage that? She asked curiously. Gong Xian's jaw dropped. Master, what do you mean? He's already a grandmaster? There's no mistake. Only a grandmaster can differentiate between natural wind and the chi I released, the little girl explained. Seeing that Xia Rufeng didn't deny it, Gong Xian was dumbfounded. She considered herself a prodigy, a 9th rank martial artist at 23, holding her own even at the prestigious Qinglong Martial Academy. But she never imagined someone even more prodigious existed right beside her. After a moment, she walked over, took Xia Rufeng's arm, and grinned. Wow, Bukoisha, what a Nanren, worthy of being my man. You're amazing, but your master has been missing for years. How did you improve so much without his guidance? Xia Rufeng's lips twitched. It all started 2 years ago, during the war with Xianghua. While meditating, he had entered a trance-like state and dreamt of someone cultivating. By observing this person, he had opened his run and do meridians, completed the great and small heavenly cycles, and broken through to the Grandmaster level in one go. He hadn't been able to enter that state again until recently, outside Qingcheng, when he had learned ice magic. For millennia, Blue Star's martial arts civilization had only known martial techniques, not magic. 200 years ago, Liaoshan became the first Grandmaster, creating Qigong and ushering in a new era. Subsequent Grandmasters, building on his foundation, developed various Qi-based techniques like Qi Shield and Qi Cyclone. It had been widely believed that Qi was the ultimate element in martial arts, but now it was clear that this was wrong. Qi was simply wind element. Qi Gong, the understanding and application of wind element laws. The universe contained many other elemental laws, as well as non-elemental ones, like space and life. In his dream, Xia Rufeng had witnessed someone wielding a black sword to destroy a galaxy, a single stray wisp of sword energy capable of leveling a mountain. He had initially dismissed it as a dream, but after learning ice magic, he began to suspect that it might have been real. He didn't know who that person was or where it had happened, but it shows that the universe is far more profound than we can imagine. Just then, the little girl grinned. Hey, are you getting excited for my touch? Xia Rufeng realized she was running her hands over him. Gong Xian scowled. Hey, Yunyan, this is my man. And despite your looks, you're an old woman. Before she could finish, a whirlwind seized her and flung her away. There, no more interruptions, Yunyan said, pushing Xiao Ruffing to the ground and sitting on him. Now let's finish what we started 5 years ago. Xiao Ruffing sighed. Sorry, your little girl face makes me feel too guilty to get excited. Yunyan sighed as well. You think I want to be like this? Blame the universal laws. Xiao Ruffing paused. What do you mean? Yunyan grinned. Nothing. Just then, Gong Xian stormed back in. Seeing Yunyan on top of Xiao Ruffing, she flew into a rage. Yunyan! Oh dear, this disobedient disciple dares to call me by my name? Without a word, Gong Xian pulled out a sword. Yikes, she's serious. Can't deal with this, gotta run. Yunyan kissed Xiao Ruffing on the cheek. See you later, kid. By the time Gong Xian reached them, Yunyan was gone. Xiao Ruffing was amazed. Grandmasters could fly by manipulating air currents, but it required immense control and concentration, a skill he hadn't mastered yet. He could only slow his descent from a height. Who is that woman? Still staring? Don't tell me you're a Lelican. Gong Xian said. Of course not, Xiao Ruffing replied. Who is your master anyway? Gong Xian shook her head. I don't know. All right, Xiao Ruffing said, dropping the subject. Gong Xian moved closer, but he stopped her with a hand. Do I disgust you that much? She asked quietly. No. Then why? Xiao Ruffing hesitated. Your sister is most likely still alive. What? Gong Xian shot up. You saw her? Yes. Where is she? Calm down and listen. Xiao Ruffing told her about meeting Hanyue in Qingqing. You think Hanyue might be my sister? Yes. But she has amnesia, and whenever someone mentions her past, she becomes agitated and risks losing control. Gong Xian calmed down. I see. After a moment, she smiled. Even if she doesn't remember me, it doesn't matter. As long as she's alive, that's all that matters. She looked at Xiao Ruffing. I won't bother you anymore. Brother-in-law. Xiao Ruffing's expression turned wistful. Brother-in-law, can I ever be with your sister again? As long as you have the will. You definitely can. Gong Xian clenched her fist. Brother-in-law, Jiao. Xiao Ruffing smiled. Thank you. He glanced at the time. It's late. I should go back, or our little koi will complain. He left, leaving Gong Xian staring after him, lost in thought. He still loves my sister, but Zhongli is probably more important to him now. As for me, she smiled faintly. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Back in Jiangsheng, Zhongli paced anxiously in her apartment. Zhang Yi and Enqi were asleep, and Lei was still in Qingqing, unable to return. It's almost midnight. What's he doing there so late? Doesn't he want to, with Gong X? She looked at her phone, then walked to the balcony and gazed at the stars. If only I were a martial artist, she smiled self-deprecatingly. It takes talent. As a child, her grandmother had taken her for a martial arts aptitude test. The result? E rank. Hopeless. She sighed. They say grandmasters live twice as long as ordinary people. With his talent, Xiao Ruffing is very likely to reach that level. By then, I'll be old and wrinkled, while he'll still be in his prime. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Ruffing. She rushed to the door and flung it open, but it wasn't Xiao Ruffing. It was a girl who looked no older than 12 or 13, with a childish face but mature eyes and a composed demeanor. Hello, the girl smiled. Hello, Zhongli replied. Can I help you? Are you interested in martial arts? No sorry, Zhongli said, assuming she was a recruiter for a martial arts training center. I understand your fiancé is quite skilled in martial arts, but he can't always be by your side, can he? If you cultivated martial arts and had the ability to protect yourself, at least he wouldn't have to worry. Don't you think so? The girl smiled. Zhongli was taken aback. The girl's appearance was that of a normal preteen, but her tone, eyes, and demeanor were remarkably adult. Which training center are you from? Zhongli asked, regaining her composure. Huh? Training center? The girl blinked. Aren't you? The girl laughed. No, she took out a business card. Here's my card. Zhongli's mind went blank. Yunyan, principal of Vermilion Bird Academy. Vermilion Bird Academy was one of the 4 most prestigious martial arts academies in the country. Many high-ranking officers in the Dragon Kingdom's legions were Vermilion Bird graduates. The entrance exam was notoriously difficult. Last year, only one person in all of Jiangsheng, a city of millions, had been accepted. But I'm a liberal arts graduate, and I've already graduated. In our country, liberal arts and martial arts studies are independent. They don't affect each other. Yunyan smiled. But I have no martial arts talent. Yunyan chuckled. Do you think I'd waste my time recruiting just anyone into Vermilion Bird Academy? She looked at Zhongli. Besides, you're wrong about having no talent. Yunyan stepped closer and reached out, touching Zhongli's body. Zhongli blushed crimson. Mama, so sensitive, Yunyan teased. Zhongli was flustered. What kind of monstrous child is this? No, she's definitely not a child. Just young-looking. What people call martial arts talent, things like reflex speed and muscle fiber density. Those are just the most basic aspects. True martial arts talent. Yunyan paused, looking at Zhongli. Comes down to two things: comprehension and constitution. The worst is inferior mortal physique. Most people in the world, even so-called martial artists, have that. You, on the other hand, have a superior saint physique, perhaps even higher. Higher, Zhongli whispered. Martial physiques are divided into mortal, profound, saint, immortal, god, and the legendary supreme levels. Except for supreme, each level has inferior, middling, and superior grades. Zhongli was bewildered. She had never heard of such a thing. But a saint-level physique. That was incredible. She was thrilled. So, I can cultivate martial arts? Of course, but I'll need to purify your body and open your run and do meridians. As for the great and small heavenly cycles, you'll have to open those yourself. That can't be done externally. Once all are open, you'll instantly become a grandmaster. That takes a long time, right? Many people practice for decades without opening their heavenly cycles. Yunyan smiled. For the untalented, yes. But for true geniuses, the grandmaster level is just the starting line. No, not even that. Zhongli's mind reeled. It was common knowledge that the grandmaster level was the current limit of martial arts cultivation. 200 years after Li Aoshin's breakthrough, humanity remained stuck. It was in seemingly unbreakable shackle. And yet, Yunyan was saying it wasn't even the starting line? Who are you really? Zhongli whispered. Yunyan grinned. I'll tell you when the time is right. She paused. So, what do you say? Want to be my disciple? Greetings, master. Zhongli didn't hesitate. Come on, let's go to the bathroom, Yunyan said. They entered the bathroom. Take your clothes off, Yunyan instructed. Zhongli hesitated. Even though Yunyan was a woman, undressing in front of someone else felt awkward. But her desire to become stronger outweighed her shyness. Otherwise, Xiao Rufeng will leave me further and further behind. She gritted her teeth and undressed. As Yunyan began to use her internal spiritual energy to purify Zhongli's body, Zhongli began to make involuntary sounds of pleasure. Meanwhile, Xiao Rufeng returned home. As he reached the door, he heard Zhongli's voice from inside. You can't just let me be the only one undressed. You have to take your clothes off too. That feels so good. Again, a little harder. Xiao Rufeng's face turned green. He opened the door and rushed to the bathroom. The door was unlocked. When Xiao Rufeng barged in, he froze, stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 72, Bath Time. Zhongli and Yunyan were playing in the bathtub, both naked. Oh my, Rufeng, you peeping Tom? Yunyan giggled, making no attempt to cover herself. Zhongli pounced on him, pushing and shoving him out of the bathroom, completely unconcerned about her nudity. A few minutes later, both emerged wearing pajamas. Yunyan's were Zhongli's, too big but oddly alluring. Fortunately for Xiao Rufeng, he wasn't a lolicon. Zhongli marched over and pinched his cheek. Stop staring. What's she doing here? Xiao Rufeng asked. Don't call her she. This is my master. Xiao Rufeng blinked. Master? Yunyan sauntered over and sat on his lap, leaving Zhongli speechless. Listen, Xiao Rufeng, Zhongli is a martial arts genius. Don't just treat her like it's a waste. Xiao Rufeng's sweat dropped. He composed himself. Zhongli is a martial arts genius? Leave her to me. I'll personally train her. It won't take long, a month at most, and I'll bring her back. Maybe even sooner. Sounds good, Xiao Rufeng agreed readily. He was a grandmaster, but his breakthrough had been entirely through dreams. He had no real training experience to offer. This Yunyan, however, was clearly something else. She had trained Gong Xian into Jiangqing's top prodigy. But Zhongli is worried about the kids, Yunyan added. Xiao Rufeng smiled. No problem, I'll take care of them. All right then. Yunyan turned to Zhongli. Zhongli, let's go. Huh? Now? What? Want one last go with Xiao Rufeng before we leave? Zhongli nearly choked. No. She was torn. A month wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Finally, she made up her mind. Xiao Rufeng, Yi and Chi are in your hands. Xiao Rufeng gave her the okay sign. Jiang Li went back to the bedroom, kissed the sleeping Jiang Yi on the forehead, and left reluctantly. After seeing them off, Xiao Rufeng sat on the sofa. And Lei is gone with my aunt. Jiang Li is gone with Yunyan. I'm a bit lonely, but he knew these were great opportunities for them, and he couldn't stand in their way. The bedroom door opened, and Jiang Yi stumbled out, rubbing her eyes. Daddy. She ran to him and climbed into his lap. What's wrong? Why are you awake? I had a bad dream. She paused. Where's Mommy? Mommy's on a business trip. She'll be gone for a while, so it's just you and me and Chi for now. Oh. Jiang Yi snuggled closer. Daddy, can I sleep with you? Xiao Rufeng chuckled. You clingy little thing. He picked her up. She quickly fell asleep again, and he carried her back to bed. Then Chi woke up, looking at him anxiously. What's wrong, Chi? He asked. Grandma said you're not my real daddy and that you'll abandon me someday, she mumbled, looking down. Xiao Rufeng picked her up too and stroked her hair. Silly girl. Do you think I'm that kind of person? And Chi shook her head. That's right. Trust your instincts. He smiled. And she lay back down and looked at him. Rufeng daddy, sing me a song? All right, he thought for a moment. How about Courage Explosion? I heard it gives kids courage. Yay! And she beamed at him expectantly. Xiao Rufeng cleared his throat and began to sing. And she giggled as she watched him. What are you giggling about? Go to sleep, he said. Okay. She closed her eyes and soon drifted off. Xiao Rufeng stayed in their room and began to cultivate. He tried to enter a trance state, but couldn't. Without entering the trance, he couldn't enter the dream world to observe the powerful cultivator. After struggling for half the night, he gave up. He looked at the two sleeping girls, a smile touching his lips, then went to the living room and slept on the sofa. The next day, he opened his eyes to two smiling faces peering at him. Daddy's awake. Jiang Yi cheered. Sorry I slept in. I'll make breakfast now. Although there was still no progress on the farm massacre case, the school had reopened after a safety assessment. He had to take the girls to kindergarten. He quickly made breakfast, and after they ate, he drove them to school. He was a full-time dad now. His subordinates in the northern border would be shocked if they saw him like this. But Xiao Rufeng enjoyed it. Simple happy. However, he also needed to devote considerable energy to investigating the Tianquan Martial Academy. Sikong Xingyao was lurking there, and she definitely had an ulterior motive. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Weekdays were fine. He could go to the academy after dropping the girls off at kindergarten. But weekends were tricky. Xiao Ryue was busy preparing for her final exams and had no time to babysit. As for other people, the doorbell rang. He was at the Xiao family villa with the girls. He got up and went to the door. Outside stood a woman in a baseball cap. Exquisite features, skin like snow. Bai Shui. She was wearing a white dress, like a blooming white rose, beautiful and captivating. Bai Shui, Xiao Rufeng said, composing himself. What brings you here? Can't I just visit? Of course you can. He smiled. Come in. I'm here to see Yi and Chi. Are they here? Yes, they are. Bai Shui entered the courtyard. If they weren't here, you wouldn't let me in? Well, being alone with a married man might cause gossip, she said with a smile. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. Remember that time I accompanied you to rescue Ning Tao? We were alone together, a man and a woman, for a whole month. We even camped in the same tent. Bai Shui coughed, her cheeks flushing. That's because it was dangerous in the wilderness. You made me share a tent with you. Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Thinking back, it's unbelievable. Such an easy opportunity, and I didn't seize it. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. If you had tried anything, I would have castrated you. So you're saying now you wouldn't resist? He teased. I didn't say that. She glared at him. I don't want to argue with you. I'm going to find Yi and Chi. Perfect timing. I have to go out. Can you watch them for me? Going to see a woman? Xiao Rufeng didn't deny it. Bai Shui waved him off. Go on then. Xiao Rufeng headed to the Tianquan Martial Academy library. Sikong Xingyao was there, as usual. They had become somewhat acquainted over the past few weeks, often encountering each other there. You're here, Sikong Xingyao greeted him. Xiao Rufeng nodded. What was that book about? The one with the Tianquan on the cover? Oh, nothing much. Just a centuries-old fantasy novel, similar to Investiture of the Gods, she replied. I see. I thought it might be some legendary beast transformation technique, the kind that lets you turn into a Tianquan. If such a technique existed, it wouldn't be something we could use, Sikong Xingya said indifferently. Xiao Rufeng studied her silently. What? She asked. I have a feeling Miss Sikong is someone extraordinary. A high-ranking martial artist, perhaps? Sikong Xingya's pupils contracted. After a moment, she replied, average. Our school is still short one participant for the auspicious God Cup. Would you be interested in joining? He asked. Before she could respond, he continued. I hear the prizes this year are quite special, including some artifacts inscribed with ancient texts. This wasn't a lie. He had received intel from Bai Bing, whose intelligence-gathering skills were as formidable as her martial prowess. Aside from the Qilin Battalion, she commanded a shadow unit specializing in assassination and intelligence, the core of the Northern Border Legion. Entrusting her with this unit demonstrated Xiao Rufeng's absolute trust in her. Sikong Xingya's eyes narrowed. She considered it for a moment. I'll think about it. That afternoon, just before the deadline, she registered. Thus, the Tianquan Martial Academy's 5-member team was born. Xiao Rufeng, Bai Bing, Sikong Xingya, Lei Ming, and Gong Xian. Seeing her name on the list, Xiao Rufeng breathed a sigh of relief. He needed Sikong Xingya if he was going to lead Tianquan to victory. The 4 great academies had deep reserves of talent. They always held back some prodigies for a grand reveal at the auspicious God Cup. Wang Mingda, the principal of Nine-Tailed Martial Academy, was delighted. He didn't know Sikong Xingya's strength, but if Xiao Rufeng recommended her, she must be good. Rufeng, dinner's on me tonight. Do me the honor, Wang Mingda said. Xiao Rufeng looked at Sikong Xingya. Miss Sikong, would you care to join us for dinner with the principal? I don't mind, she replied calmly. She was curious about the others as well. Half an hour later, they arrived at a pier in Jiangqing. Xiao Rufeng stared at the neon sign of the Water Moon restaurant, unsure what to make of it. Well, it could be worse. His relationship with Gong Xian had improved somewhat. And he recalled her farewell, goodbye, brother-in-law. She had smiled, but he sensed a hint of melancholy. Could she possibly like me? A familiar scent reached him. Oh, you're here. Welcome. Gong Xian's voice. Miss Gong, sorry to disturb you, Wang Mingda said humbly. He had to be humble. He might be the principal, but Gong Xian was the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man and its greatest martial arts prodigy. She outranked him in every way. Principal, you're too polite, Gong Xian said, then turned to Sikong Xingya. You must be Miss Sikong. Wow, you're gorgeous. Thank you. You're very beautiful as well, Sikong Xingya replied calmly. Gong Xian then sidled up to Xiao Rufeng and, while no one was looking, pinched his backside. Xiao Rufeng winced. This woman is a menace. A female Neptune. They boarded the restaurant ship and took the elevator to the top floor, the VIP area, inaccessible without Gong Xian's permission. Lei Ming and Bai Bing were already waiting in the private room. As soon as they entered, Sikong Xingya's gaze fixed on Bai Bing. This woman, she said nothing. They took their seats. Just as the meal began, Wang Mingda received a call and excused himself. Only the 5 auspicious God Cup participants remained. Wow, I'm so lucky to be on the same team as 3 beautiful ladies, Lei Ming said, extending a hand to Bai Bing. Hi, I'm Lei Ming. Bai Bing, she replied coolly, ignoring his hand. Lei Ming retracted his hand awkwardly. Let's all introduce ourselves. However, the other 4 remained guarded. Apart from Xiao Rufeng and Bai Bing, they didn't really trust each other. They simply stated their names without elaborating. Say, do Xiao Rufeng and Bai Bing know each other? Gong Xian asked suddenly. He pursued my sister, unsuccessfully, Bai Bing replied nonchalantly. Xiao Rufeng choked. Hey, Bai Bing, it's not something to be ashamed of. It is very much so, he muttered. Gong Xian's eyes widened. Oh, Xiao Rufeng, you have such a past. I want to hear all about it. Don't be ridiculous. Gong Xian simply got up, walked over to him, and hugged him from behind, her breasts pressing against him. His hormones surged. This Gong Xian is dangerous. He could only resort to alcohol to suppress them. Before long, he was drunk. Looks like he's out cold, Gong Xian said. I'll arrange a room for her. Bai Bing suddenly stood up. I'll take him home. She hoisted him onto her back and left the restaurant. She carried him all the way to the Xia family villa. It was 10 o'clock. The living room light was on, and Bai Shui was sitting inside. The girls were asleep. Hearing the noise outside, she rushed out and saw Bai Bing carrying Xiao Rufeng. He's drunk, Bai Bing explained. She was surprised to see Bai Shui there, but didn't show it. Oh! Bai Shui opened the gate, and Bai Bing carried Xia Ruffing inside. Sister, can you fill the tub with warm water? We'll give him a bath. He reeks of alcohol. Bai Shui blinked. We'll give him a bath? If you don't want to, I'll do it myself. Bai Shui's lips twitched. I didn't say I didn't want to. She wanted to fill the tub. When it was ready, Bai Bing carried Xiao Ruffing in. He was completely naked. Bai Shui blushed. Chapter 73. The one who first betrayed was me. While Bai Shui was still blushing furiously, Bai Bing had already carried Xia Ruffing into the bath and started scrubbing and washing him. After a short while, Bai Shui finally calmed down. She watched Bai Bing skillfully bathing Xiao Ruffing, a complex expression on her face. Hesitantly, she asked, Xiao Bing, do you often bathe Xiao Ruffing? You could say that. He doesn't hold his liquor well, and sometimes he can't refuse business engagements. I'm his assistant, so naturally, I have to take care of him, Bai Bing said plainly. Bai Shui's lips moved, but she said nothing more. Then, Bai Bing added, Sis, if you're free, could you wash his front? Oh! Bai Shui walked to the tub, looking at Xiao Ruffing's naked body, submerged in the water. The hormones that had just calmed down started to surge again. Huff! She took a deep breath and began to bathe him. The moment her hand touched his chest, Xiao Ruffing had an instant physiological reaction. Bai Shui's face flushed even redder. This guy, he's drunk and still. Bai Bing glanced over and said, Looks like Xiao Ruffing is very sensitive to you. She paused and looked at Bai Shui, adding, Have you touched him before? Tui. Bai Shui almost choked. How is that possible? Xiao Ruffing and I haven't seen each other for a year before he came to Jiang City. Before that, your brother-in-law was still alive. Just because your brother-in-law was alive doesn't mean you couldn't touch him. Besides, your brother-in-law cheated anyway, Bai Bing said. Bai Shui fell silent. Who exactly did Ning Tao cheat on with? After a brief pause, Bai Shui asked. Don't ask. I can't tell you, Bai Bing replied, hesitating before adding. It's too embarrassing for me to say. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. You're a bad girl. You pique my interest, but you won't tell me. Ask Xiao Ruffing. He knows more about it, Bai Bing added. Bai Shui didn't say a word. She continued to wash Xiao Ruffing's body. About 20 minutes later, the Bai sisters dragged Xiao Ruffing out of the tub. Bai Bing supported Xiao Ruffing, while Bai Shui dried his body with a towel. If Mom Nui's sisters were bathing Xiao Ruffing together, she'd probably stomp her feet in anger, Bai Shui said. If she knew Xiao Ruffing was the king of the Northern Territory, she wouldn't be stomping her feet. She'd probably be thinking of ways to get both of us into Xiao Ruffing's bed, Bai Bing retorted. Bai Shui's lips twitched. Her mother was definitely capable of that. While she hated marital infidelity, she hated living a miserable life even more. Back then, her mother and father constantly fought, mainly because her mother always complained that her father didn't make enough money and didn't have a high social status. Their feelings gradually faded and even turned into despair through these arguments and silent treatment. Later, her father cheated. Her mother was furious, beat her father, and then divorced him. The two daughters were split. Bai Shui went with her father, while Bai Bing went with her mother. Later, her father was murdered. Bai Shui once suspected that Bai Bing was responsible. The sisters' relationship became strained. Only this time, with Bai Bing returning to Jiang City with Xiao Ruffing, did the sisters slowly start to reconcile. But clearly, the conflict between the sisters had not been fully resolved. 10 minutes later, the Bai sisters worked together to get Xiao Ruffing into bed and tucked him in. Then they went downstairs together. Sister, are you going home? Bai Bing asked. What about you? Bai Shui countered. No, Xiao Ruffing is my boss. Wherever he is, I am, Bai Bing said. Bai Shui couldn't help but say, He's your boss, not your husband. You don't need to stick so close to him. Bai Bing looked at Bai Shui and suddenly asked, Sis, have you fallen for Xiao Ruffing? Cough, cough. Bai Shui choked. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. Really? Bai Bing looked at Bai Shui calmly. Bai Shui avoided her gaze. Actually, even if you do like Xiao Ruffing, it's not a big deal. Can't you like your fiancé's friend? Bai Bing said. Bai Shui was silent for a moment, then sighed. It's easy for you to say that. Xiao Ruffing is not only Ning Tao's friend, but also Jiang Li's fiancé. So what? If one day I fall for Xiao Ruffing, even if he's already my brother-in-law, I'd still push him down, Bai Bing said expressionlessly. Love when you want to love. Don't let these pointless things constrain your feelings. I'm not constraining it. Before Bai Shui could finish her sentence, Bai Bing said calmly, Sis, I don't know when you started having feelings for Xiao Rufeng, but I'm certain that back then, when Xiao Rufeng confessed to you after he was drunk, you already had a soft spot for him. Bai Shue's hands suddenly clenched into fists. I didn't. At that time, Ning Tao was still alive, and she was still Ning Tao's fiancé. Bai Bing looked at Bai Shue, her expression placid. Probably no one in this world knows you better than I do. She paused, then added calmly. When Xiao Rufeng suddenly confessed to you, you were taken aback and reflexively rejected him. He left looking dejected, and after he left, the light in your eyes faded. Bai Shue bit her lip, not saying another word. I'm leaving. With that, Bai Shue fled from the Xia house, almost in a panic. Bai Bing's words made her feel incredibly awkward. If at that time, she had already developed feelings for Xiao Rufeng, then the one who betrayed first was her. But when did I start liking Xiao Rufeng? Was it when he blocked a bullet for me on the battlefield? Or when he saved me from the jaws of a tiger? Or was it the time I got caught stealing chickens, and Xiao Rufeng took the blame and was humiliated? Or perhaps, at that moment, Bai Shue suddenly realized that Xiao Rufeng had done so many things for her. Every time she was in despair, he always appeared by her side. Although he didn't wear golden armor or arrive on a colorful cloud, he had saved her from despair time and time again. And no matter how cold she was to him, he never mentioned these things. That idiot. After a moment, Bai Shue took a deep breath and returned to the Xia house. Bai Bing was standing at the door. It seemed like she was waiting for Bai Shue. She seemed to know that Bai Shue would return. Shift change. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After speaking, Bai Bing left. When she arrived at a secluded place, Bai Bing suddenly stopped. Come out. Then, a man emerged from the shadows. Bai Bing looked at him, her voice calm. Did you change your appearance? After falling off the cliff back then, my face was ruined. My master repaired my face, but changed my appearance. The man hesitated, looked at Bai Bing, and then said, Bai Bing, I've sent you messages before, clearly hinting that I'm still alive. Why did you still push your sister towards Xiao Rufeng? A smile suddenly appeared on Bai Bing's face. For a woman known for being expressionless, a rare smile like this looked especially eerie. If I didn't say that, would you have come out? Former brother-in-law Ning Tao, Bai Bing said. The man with the changed appearance was none other than Bai Shue's fiancé, Ning Tao. Ning Tao looked at Bai Bing, his eyes gradually turning cold. Then he suddenly attacked, his figure leaving afterimages in the air. In the next instant, he was already next to Bai Bing. Then, he threw a punch, the force of his attack fierce and unstoppable. But Bai Bing also reacted with astonishing speed. She twisted her body to dodge Ning Tao's sudden attack, then retaliated by attacking Ning Tao's ribs. Ning Tao's reaction was also abnormal, twisting his waist to avoid Bai Bing's sharp counterattack. At the same time, he leaned backward and then quickly lifted his knee, aiming for Bai Bing's abdomen. Bai Bing blocked with both hands in front of her. Boom! The two forces collided, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple. They each took a step back. Ning Tao was deeply shocked. Bai Bing, it's been a year, and your martial arts prowess has improved even more, Ning Tao said. Bai Bing's pupils also slightly constricted. You've also surprised me. Your martial arts talent was obviously mediocre, but you've improved this much in just 1 year. Just who is your master? Bai Bing asked calmly. Ning Tao grinned. My master is a recluse. Is that so? Bai Bing didn't say anything more and attacked again. She closed the distance like lightning, a gust of wind howling around her feet. Ning Tao was just as quick, dodging and throwing a punch, the sound of a low sonic boom echoing in the air. Bai Bing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly pulled away from Ning Tao. Boom! Ning Tao's punch landed on a nearby tree, and the tree immediately shattered. The power was terrifying. Oh, what a shame, Ning Tao said, his fists still poised, looking at Bai Bing. Bai Bing, you see, my strength has reached the Grandmaster level. You're no longer my match, and even Xiao Rufeng is not necessarily my match now. He hesitated, then suddenly grinned and added, Bing, why don't you come with me? I'll recommend you to my master, and with your aptitude, you can definitely reach Grandmaster status under my master's guidance, and perhaps even make further progress. When that happens, we can become dual cultivation partners, happy as celestial beings. You pervert. Are you even trying to sleep with your own sister-in-law? Bai Bing said. Ning Tao suddenly became emotional. Isn't Xiao Rufeng a pervert? Doesn't he want to take both you sisters for himself too? You're all perverts, Bai Bing paused, looked at Ning Tao, and said, "But you're even more disgusting." After speaking, Bai Bing attacked Ning Tao again. She was as fast as lightning, instantly closing the distance between her and Ning Tao. Then, she clenched her left fist and, with a powerful gust of wind, struck the opponent's head. Ning Tao scoffed. Useless. He extended his right fist to block Bai Bing's incoming punch. But at that moment, Bai Bing suddenly jumped into the air, then a fierce right leg kick like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves struck Ning Tao's body. With this enormous force, Ning Tao's body flew out and smashed into a large tree dozens of meters away. Tui! Ning Tao spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a little incredulous. Under his master's training, and with the massive amount of drugs that he was injected within the last year, Ning Tao's martial arts prowess had skyrocketed. Even an ordinary grandmaster might not be his match. But today, he was actually forced to cough up blood by a girl who wasn't even a grandmaster. Just what kind of monster is Bai Bing, this emotionless face? At this time, Bai Bing arrived in front of Ning Tao. Ning Tao wanted to stand up, but his body was in extreme pain. He felt like at least 3 ribs were broken. He could not stand up. Then, Bai Bing stepped on Ning Tao's chest, her expression impassive. "Ning Tao, I have a question for you." "What? Did you kill my dad?" Bai Bing asked coldly. Ning Tao's face changed slightly. "How is that possible? Although your dad was against me being with your sister, I wouldn't have killed him." "Is that so?" Bai Bing didn't speak, but applied more force with her foot. Crack! It seemed like another rib broke. After the medicinal bath, Ning Tao's body had reached the resilience of a 9th-grade martial artist. It was as hard as stone, but it was still broken by Bai Bing. It was obvious how terrifying her power was. However, just at this moment, several powerful auras approached. Bai Bing's body retreated instantly. Then, several masked figures arrived next to Ning Tao. "Tiske, this woman is ruthless. She actually broke our junior brother's ribs," a flirtatious female voice said. "What sect do you come from?" another person asked while looking at Bai Bing. "Who are you?" Bai Bing countered. "Us," the man grinned and added. "If you participate in the auspicious cup, we will meet again." After speaking, these people left directly with Ning Tao. Bai Bing stood there, her brow tightly furrowed. Every one of them is probably as strong as Ning Tao. Just who are they? Bai Bing thought of something else. Could it be that Ning Tao is also going to participate in the auspicious cup? The next day, after waking up, Xiao Ruffing smelled the delicious aroma of food coming from downstairs. He went downstairs. Zhang Yi and Enchi were playing downstairs. Daddy Ruffing." The 2 children ran towards him. Then, Zhang Yi whispered in Xiao Ruffing's ear, "Daddy, don't worry, I won't tell Mommy." Xiao Ruffing was stunned. "Tell her what? Did you sleep in the same room with Annie Bai Shui last night? Mommy will definitely be angry if she finds out," Zhang Yi said. Xiao Ruffing. He was also stunned. When he realized he was sleeping naked in bed, Xiao Ruffing knew he had been carried to bed while drunk. But he thought it was Bai Bing. Could it have been Bai Shui? Xiao Ruffing put Zhang Yi down and then went to the kitchen door. Watching Bai Shui wearing an apron and busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Xiao Ruffing was a little confused. Why is it Bai Shui? Then, Xiao Ruffing thought of something else. Wait, last night I didn't. He was a little frantic, because he had absolutely no recollection. "That's why I hate drinking." At this time, Bai Shui seemed to sense something and turned to look at him. "You're awake," Bai Shui said with a smile. Xiao Ruffing's expression was subtle. "What's with that look?" Bai Shui asked. Xiao Ruffing hesitated, then asked weakly, "Last night, did we?" "Nothing happened," Bai Shui paused, then added. "Bai Bing brought you back yesterday, and she also bathed you. I just came here to see the children." "Ah, is that so?" Xiao Ruffing was a little disappointed. He knew that with Bai Shui's personality, it would be difficult for her to accept him, a man who was her fiancé's friend. But she was a woman he had liked for several years, and Xiao Ruffing couldn't forget her so easily. He wasn't a saint. Deep down, he still had the desire to sleep with Bai Shui, although he knew it was impossible. But if such a thing really did happen, it could be considered a dream come true. "I knew. I wouldn't be so lucky." Xiao Ruffing composed himself, and his gaze fell on Bai Shui again. Bai Shui wearing an apron was once a fantasy for Xiao Ruffing. The only difference was that in his fantasy, Bai Shui wasn't wearing any clothes under her apron. Cough, cough. Bai Shui looked at Xiao Ruffing and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing," Xiao Ruffing quickly said. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon, Bai Shui said. Okay. During breakfast, the two children's eyes kept flitting between Xiao Ruffing and Bai Shui. What are you two looking at? Bai Shui chuckled. Jiang Yi grinned. Annie Bai Shui, don't worry, I won't tell my mom that you slept in the same room with my daddy. And she also said, I won't tell my mom either. Cough, cough. Bai Shui almost choked. I was indeed in your daddy's room last night. But that was because your daddy was drunk, and I had to take care of him, Bai Shui said with a straight face. Xiao Ruffeng smiled happily. Then, he was dragged outside by Bai Shui. You seem very happy, Bai Shui said with a kind face. No. Judging from what the two children said, you have not only won over Jiang Li, but also in Lei. Bai Shui asked. Xiao Ruffeng was guilty, but he put on a brave face and said, No, the children are just kids. As for Lei, she's a divorced woman with a child, so it's not easy for her. I'll just help her and her daughter a little more. You have a special fondness for married women. Do you like them? No, I'm just being helpful. Xiao Ruffeng didn't dare meet Bai Shui's gaze. He felt very guilty. After all, he had really crossed the line with Lei. And twice. Bai Shui rubbed her temples. You've always been like this, a friend to women. It really takes a lot of courage to be in a relationship with you. After speaking, Bai Shui quickly added, I'm talking about Jiang Li. Xiao Ruffeng looked at Bai Shui. His lips moved, but he said nothing. After a while, he smiled. I'm pretty much done eating. Go take care of your business. I'll take care of the two children, Bai Shui said. Thank you for your help. It's nothing. Anyway, I have nothing to do on the weekend, Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffeng didn't say anything more. He went to the Sky Koen Martial Academy again. During this period, he had been exploring the hidden secrets of the Sky Koen Martial Academy, but he hadn't made any progress. However, he did discover many interesting books in the Sky Koen Martial Academy's library. For example, in the book Annals of Mountains and Rivers, it was a collection of myths and legends written by ancient people. Like the legend of the Sky Koen that Si Kong Xinya had taken away, they were all considered to be ancient mythology. In the Annals of Mountains and Rivers, in the distant past, Blue Star was once a world where martial arts cultivation thrived. The ruler was a beautiful empress who was beautiful, gentle, and compassionate. The empress was very powerful, but her fiancé was just an ordinary man. However, the empress never despised her fiancé and loved him very much. Under the empress's rule, different civilizations and different kinds of creatures lived here, coexisting harmoniously and sharing peaceful times. But later, a man of unknown origin who called himself Shura coveted the empress's beauty, killed her fiancé, and forced her to marry him. The empress would rather die than obey. The people of this planet also stood up to fight for the empress. Thus, a great battle that shook the world broke out here. The battle was extremely tragic. Everyone on the planet, even the creatures, all died. And the empress also perished together with the enemy who killed her fiancé. The entire planet turned into a dead star. After who knows how many hundreds of millions of years, the planet, once a dead star, gradually began to come back to life, becoming a habitable planet again. Shura, this name sounds like a big villain. Xiao Ruffeng stroked his chin and thought, when I chose the mask, I thought the Shura mask was very cool, and the name was cool too, so I used it. I was a little careless. What book are you reading? Si Kong Xinya asked. A strange and supernatural mythological novel, Xiao Ruffeng replied. Si Kong Xinya glanced at it, then said, Annals of Mountains and Rivers. Huh? I've read that novel. It's more of a romance novel than a mythological novel. It should be considered the ancestor of romance novels. It's a bit melodramatic. Xiao Ruffeng put the Annals of Mountains and Rivers back on the shelf. He looked at Si Kong Xinya and suddenly asked, Miss Si Kong, are you lurking in the Sky Koen Martial Academy to find something? You could say that, Si Kong Xinya replied calmly. Have you not found it yet? If I had found it, I wouldn't be here. A trace of confusion flashed through Si Kong Xinya's eyes. I've wasted almost 2 years here. What are you looking for? If it's convenient, I'll help you search, Xiao Ruffeng said. No thanks. Si Kong Xinya was instantly no longer confused, and she flatly refused. Xiao Ruffeng shrugged. Okay then. Si Kong Xinya didn't say anything more. Then she left. Xiao Ruffeng picked up the Annals of Mountains and Rivers that he had returned to the bookshelf again. I have to say, although the love story in this ancient novel is quite melodramatic, the characters are very vivid and lifelike. Especially the description of the Empress. It's so beautifully written, so lifelike. Not to mention the villain Shura in the novel. Even I want to make the Empress mine. Just at that moment, the annals of mountains and rivers in Xiao Rufeng's hands suddenly changed. Chapter 74, A Night for Two. But then, the book suddenly transformed into a stream of light, directly merging into Xiao Rufeng's body. Xiao Rufeng was instantly dumbfounded. Fortunately, the bookshelf where Xiao Rufeng was located was relatively secluded, and there were no security cameras covering it. While still bewildered, Sikong Xingya came over again. "What's wrong?" Sikong Xingya asked. Nothing. Just suddenly remembered that I have 2 daughters at home, and no one is taking care of them." Xiao Rufeng paused, then added, "I'll go back first." With that, Xiao Rufeng hurriedly left the library of the Sky Cohen Martial Academy. Back at the Xiao residence, Bai Shui was teaching the 2 children. After greeting them, Xiao Rufeng quickly returned to his own room. He locked the door, then sat down cross-legged and began to feel and examine his body. But he found nothing. Although he had reached the Grandmaster level, he couldn't use his consciousness to internally inspect his body. Where did that book go? Why did something like that happen? It's just a romance novel, isn't it? Although there are gods and demons and mythical beasts in it, it's still a novel. How can it? Xiao Rufeng couldn't understand it. He recalled the plot of this mythological novel in his mind, trying to find something that didn't make sense. But he failed, because no matter how he looked at it, it was just a romance novel wearing a mythological coat. The Empress and her fiancé were childhood sweethearts, their feelings pure and deep. But on their wedding day, an extraterrestrial demon named Shura used a spatial rift to invade this world. He took a liking to the Empress, killed her fiancé on the spot, kidnapped her, and forced her to consummate their marriage. After that, the people of this world joined forces to try to rescue the Empress. But this Shura had a divine power. He could turn ordinary animals into mythical beasts and bring them under his control. So, under Shura's control, all the animals in the world turned into mythical beasts. Shura led a massive army of mythical beasts, and the combined human army engaged in a world-shaking battle on the My Plane. The war was extremely tragic. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the Empress perished together with her enemy. It was indeed tragic, but there are many melodramatic scripts in reality, and I've never seen a book turn into light. And why did it specifically enter my body? Xiao Rufeng thought of something, and his lips twitched. The only thing he had in common with this novel was that he had the same name as the big villain, Shura. After all, he was also known as the Shura war god in the Northern Territory. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Rufeng composed himself, walked over, and opened the door. Bai Shui was standing at the door. "Xiao Rufeng, are you okay?" Bai Shui asked. "Oh, I'm fine. Just a little urgent," Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Shui blinked. "Urgent? And you lock yourself in your room?" This." Bai Shui smiled. "If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to." She hesitated, then added, "If you have time, take Yi and Anchi to the zoo. They said that the Jiang City Zoo has just brought in a panda, and they want to see it." "Oh, there are pandas in Jiang City now?" "It seems so." Xiao Rufeng nodded. "Okay, I also want to see the pandas." Then, the two of them went downstairs together. "Ianchi, you two want to go to the zoo?" "Daddy will take you," Xiao Rufeng said. Jiang Yi ran to Bai Shui's side, took her hand, and said, "Annie Bai Shui, please come with us too." "It's your family outing, I shouldn't go," Bai Shui said. "You're also part of our family," Jiang Yi said. Anchi also nodded in agreement. MHM. Bai Shui stood there, smoothing her hair, looking a little hesitant. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng smiled and said, "Let's go together. Later, if these 2 girls want to go to the restroom, I can't take them to the women's restroom, right?" Bai Shui rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng. "Have you never been there?" Xiao Rufeng was instantly embarrassed. Last time, at Jiang City University, he accidentally ran into the women's restroom and was blocked in a stall. Thanks to Bai Shui, he managed to get out smoothly. Otherwise, he would be in the police station eating free meals right now. At that moment, Bai Shui looked at Jiang Yi and Anchi, and then smiled. "Okay, I have nothing to do anyway." Afterwards, the 4 of them left the Xiao residence, preparing to head to the Jiang City Zoo. On the way, as they passed a martial arts gym, Bai Shui's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Xiao Rufeng saw this, but didn't know what to say. He knew why Bai Shui's expression had turned gloomy. Her own younger sister was peerless in martial arts with extraordinary talent. Her friend Jiang Li had been noticed by the principal of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, one of the top for martial arts schools, and taken away to practice martial arts. Only she was nothing. After a short while, Jiang Yi said excitedly, "Look, we're at the zoo. There are so many people." Bai Shui also composed herself, a smile appearing on her face. "We're here. Let's get out of the car." After parking the car, the four of them got out and arrived at the zoo entrance. Despite the hot weather, the Jiang City Zoo was unusually crowded. Most of the people came for the pandas. "I'll go buy the tickets," Xiao Ruffing said. But when he arrived at the ticket window, he was told that because there were too many people entering the park today, exceeding the zoo's capacity, they had stopped selling tickets. The two children both looked disappointed. Bai Shui smiled. "It's okay, let's go to the pet market. I remember there's one nearby." When Jiang Yi and Anqi heard this, their faces instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. "Daddy, let's go to the pet market. I want to get a bunny," Jiang Yi said. "I also want to get a cute bunny," Anqi said. Xiao Ruffing smiled. "Okay then." Afterwards, the four of them went to a nearby pet market. There were many pets in the pet market. The most common were pet dogs, cats, and parrots, and there were also some less common cold-blooded pets, like snakes and lizards. He heard that there were also monkeys for sale, but it was very discreet. After all, on an official level, it's forbidden to privately keep monkeys. After a while, they arrived at a store specializing in pet rabbits. So many cute bunnies. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as she looked at the little rabbits in the cage. "Which one do you like?" "Daddy will buy it for you," Xiao Ruffing said. In the end, Jiang Yi chose a white rabbit, while Anqi chose a black rabbit. After paying, Xiao Ruffing looked at Bai Shui again and asked, "Bai Shui, what do you like? Are you going to give me a pet?" "Yup. Forget it. My apartment is too small. I can't keep anything," Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffing thought for a moment, and then said, "How about I buy you a parrot? If you get too bored, you can chat with it." Bai Shui thought for a moment, then smiled. "Okay." Afterwards, Xiao Ruffling went to the area selling parrots and bought 2 cockatiels for Bai Shui, one male and one female. According to the laws of the Dragon Country, gray parrots are national first-class protected animals and are prohibited from being bought, sold, or kept as pets. However, native cockatiels can be sold and kept as pets. Bai Shui seemed to like them very much. The four of them played outside for a few more hours, and then went home in the evening. Once home, Jiang Yi and Anqi got busy playing with the rabbits in the yard. "I'll go cook dinner," Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffing smiled. "Okay, I'll help you train the parrots. Don't train my parrots to be womanizing scoundrels like you." Xiao Ruffing smiled. "I'll try my best." Bai Shui didn't say anything more and went to the kitchen. Xiao Ruffing then carried the bird cage to the living room. He put the bird cage on the sofa, and while looking at the 2 cockatiels, he suddenly thought of the Annals of Mountains and Rivers book that had entered his body. Speaking of which, the big villain in the Annals of Mountains and Rivers, the extraterrestrial demon Shura, seems to have the ability to control mythical beasts, and he could even turn ordinary animals into mythical beasts. Thinking of this, a strange power suddenly arose from Xiao Rufing's body. He looked at the 2 parrots in the cage. Suddenly, Xiao Rufing's eyes turned red. 2 streaks of dark light shot out from Xiao Rufing's eyes, entering the eyes of each of the 2 parrots. Then, Xiao Ruffling was stunned, because he suddenly gained the vision of the 2 parrots, and he could fully control these 2 parrots. Xiao Ruffling wiped his cold sweat. Am I really the reincarnation of that extraterrestrial demon in the novel? If so, then the person I saw in my dream, could it be my past life? Thinking of this, Xiao Ruffling felt even more uneasy. Because, according to the novel Annals of Mountains and Rivers, the extraterrestrial demon named Shura was a supervillain. He killed the Empress's fiancé, forced the Empress to consummate their marriage, and finally even destroyed a planet. No matter which script you were in, he was a target that everyone wanted to eliminate. There is another problem. Wouldn't the Empress who perished with Shura also be reincarnated? She must hate me to death. He felt a bit of a headache. While he was musing over this, Bai Shui came over. What have you taught them? Bai Shui chuckled. I taught them to say, Miss Bai Shui is very beautiful, Xiao Ruffing smiled. You're lying. How could you have taught them in such a short time? I heard that only a small number of cockatiels can talk, Bai Shui said. You don't believe me? Xiao Ruffing paused, looked at the 2 parrots and said, say, Miss Bai Shui is very beautiful. Miss Bai Shui is very beautiful, the 2 parrots immediately said. Wow! Bai Shui was instantly excited. They can really talk. Xiao Rufeng was also gradually getting excited. Regardless of whether he was the reincarnation of that extraterrestrial demon, it seemed that he had truly obtained the ability to control animals. However, perhaps because his cultivation level was not high enough, he still couldn't turn animals into mythical beasts. But the ability to control animals was already very impressive. While Bai Shui continued to return to the kitchen to cook dinner, Xiao Rufeng went to the courtyard again to experiment with the 2 rabbits. Not surprisingly, Xiao Rufeng easily controlled these 2 rabbits. After a while, Bai Shui came out of the house. "Everyone, dinner is ready," Bai Shui said. During dinner, the wind started to pick up outside. "Oh, it looks like it's going to rain," Bai Shui paused, then smiled. "I have to go back, you all take your time." "Do you have anything to do back home?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "Nothing much, just that school starts tomorrow, so I have to go to work," Bai Shui said. Xiao Rufeng smiled. "I'll take you to school tomorrow, so stay tonight." Zhang Yi also ran over, took Bai Shui's hand, and said, "Annie Bai Shui, please stay. My daddy sleeps alone. He's lonely." Cough, cough. Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui both choked. I can also stay, but I have to sleep with you too. Is that okay?" Bai Shui asked with a smile. "Yay, that's great." Zhang Yi was very happy. And she was also happy and said, "Annie Bai Shui, please sing us a song?" Daddy Rufeng said, "You sing very well." Bai Shui smiled slightly, then said, "Okay." After dinner, Xiao Rufeng continued to study his ability to control animals, while Bai Shui played with the 2 children. As a result, they played so hard that Zhang Yi and Anshi both fell asleep. "Oh dear, I was originally thinking of bathing them, but they fell asleep," Bai Shui said. "Let them sleep." Then, Xiao Rufeng carried Zhang Yi and Anshi to the bedroom. And then, only Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui were left in the villa. The atmosphere between the 2 was a little subtle. Ever since Xiao Rufeng pretended to be Bai Shui's boyfriend, the relationship between the 2 had been rapidly growing closer. Especially with Bai Bing's repeated assists, Bai Shui gradually overcame her psychological obstacles and began to actively interact with Xiao Rufeng. If Bai Bing hadn't kept stimulating her, Bai Shui would never have come to the Xiao residence while Jiang Li was not at home. However, when the 2 were actually alone, Bai Shui once again became restless. When Xiao Rufeng walked towards her, Bai Shui suddenly stood up. Shall we go visit your grandma?" Bai Shui asked. "Have you forgotten?" After the old lady recovered, she went on vacation. Xiao Rufeng paused, then smiled. "Don't be nervous, I won't eat you." "Eh?" Bai Shui smiled awkwardly and sat back down. Xiao Rufeng brewed a cup of goji berry tea for Bai Shui. "Drink some tea, calm down," Xiao Rufeng smiled. Bai Shui took the tea and then said, "You didn't put any drugs in it, did you?" Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "Hard to say." Although she said so, Bai Shui still drank the tea. Xiao Rufeng sat opposite Bai Shui, smiling as he looked at her. "What are you looking at?" Bai Shui asked. "I remember the first time I saw you. Ning Tao said he was going to introduce me to one of his friends. And at that time, I didn't know he was introducing his fiancé. When I arrived at the agreed meeting place, I saw you drinking tea." Xiao Rufeng paused, then added, "I remember it very clearly. It was winter. You were standing there, holding a milk tea, and the steam was swirling around you. You were like a fairy bathed in immortal energy. At that time, my heart suddenly started beating faster, as if time had stopped." Xiao Rufeng hesitated, then smiled and said, "Later, I realized that this feeling was called love at first sight." Bai Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. "Tisk, you're being all slick again. You fall in love at first sight with everyone, don't you?" "Not really," Xiao Rufeng paused, then said helplessly. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Xiao Rufeng was not lying. Before he met Bai Shui, he had an unsuccessful relationship with Gongya. But that relationship was completely triggered by Gongya's seduction. While Bai Shui was the first woman that Xiao Rufeng had actively liked, and the only one he fell in love with at first sight. Even with Jiang Li now, Xiao Rufeng's feelings for her had slowly developed over time. There was silence between them again, and the atmosphere once again became amorous. After a while, Bai Shui stood up again. I'll go take a bath," Bai Shui said. Xiao Rufeng teased her. "Do you want me to join you? It's boring to bathe alone." "No need." Bai Shui then picked up the birdcage and said, "They will keep me company." With that, Bai Shui went into the bathroom with the birdcage. Xiao Rufeng stared at the bathroom door, a subtle expression on his face. "Speaking of which, I seem to be able to obtain their vision," by controlling animals. He didn't know what he was thinking of. Gulp. Xiao Ruffing swallowed. His gaze fell on the bathroom door again. Speaking of which, ever since 3 years ago, when I went out with Bai Shui, we got lost and accidentally entered the women's bathhouse, and then I saw Bai Shui's body. No, the steam was swirling, so I couldn't see it too clearly. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruffing suddenly felt his body getting a little hot. Just one look? Then, Xiao Ruffing concentrated his mind and immediately sensed the position of the 2 parrots in the bathroom. Then, Xiao Ruffing moved his mind, instantly obtaining the vision of one of the parrots. Bai Shui was taking off her clothes. Chapter 75, Secrets That Can't Be Spoken. First into Xiao Ruffing's view were a pair of slender, jade-like feet. The feet were fair and delicate, long and well-proportioned, with fine, graceful toes, as if they were a carefully sculpted work of art. Bathed in the bathroom's light, her toenails shimmered with a touch of pink, evoking a youthful vibrancy. Wow, they feel so tender, like a young girl's color. After a brief moment, Xiao Ruffing controlled the parrot, slowly lifting its gaze. Then he saw a pair of long, shapely legs. The exposed legs were fair and delicate, their lines smooth and graceful. The muscles on her thighs were clearly defined, looking strong and healthy. The lines of her calves were like a beautiful scroll, slender and elegant, exuding a captivating aura. Continuing to look up, he saw a pair of black lace panties. Although they were lace, they were relatively well covered, and Xiao Ruffing didn't have the ability to see through them, so he failed to see the place he wanted to see the most. It was a bit of a disappointment. It's okay. Since she's going to take a bath, Bai Shui will take off her panties sooner or later. I just need to wait. However, the birdcage was suddenly moved by Bai Shui to the dressing room outside the bathroom. You two just stay here for now. There's too much water vapor in the bathroom. With that, Bai Shui returned to the bathroom. Xiao Ruffing in the living room was rather depressed. His peeping plan had failed. After a short while, Xiao Ruffing calmed down, then went to the eaves at the entrance of the living room. At this moment, the wind was howling outside, and the rain was pouring down. Speaking of which, in that novel Annals of Mountains and Rivers, the night when the Empress finally pretended to agree to consummate her marriage with the extraterrestrial demon, then took the opportunity to self-destruct and perish with the extraterrestrial demon. It was also a night of roaring wind and torrential rain. Xiao Ruffing then smiled wryly. He rubbed his head. Why do I always put myself in the shoes of this big villain, the extraterrestrial demon? Although I have the same name as him, although I inherited his abilities, it doesn't mean that's my past life, right? But Xiao Ruffing looked up at the night sky, his brow furrowed. He originally thought that Annals of Mountains and Rivers was just an ancient mythical romance novel, but now it seemed that it might not be that simple. Could it be that a prosperous civilization really existed on Blue Star a long, long time ago? If the story in the novel is true, then where did that extraterrestrial demon, Shura, come from? Does extraterrestrial refer to other dimensional worlds? Xiao Ruffing didn't know. It seems that there are many secrets in this world. This also strengthened Xiao Ruffing's determination to win the auspicious cup. Because according to the information collected by Bing, the champion's trophy of this auspicious cup may contain clues to the imperial seal of the Dragon Country. And the imperial seal is said to hide unknown secrets of this world, including the secrets of the first emperor. In modern times, it is difficult to unify even one country, but 2,000 years ago, in an ancient time with such backward civilization and inconvenient transportation, the first emperor actually unified the entire world. This was simply a mythical story. Incredible. Regarding the story of the first emperor unifying the world and establishing the Tianqin Empire, there are more formal historical record versions, and there are also many mythological versions in folklore. Some mythical stories tell that the first emperor obtained the help of the mythical three-legged golden crow and other mythical creatures, which is how he unified the world. These stories are seen as nothing more than myths and legends, like the investiture of the gods. But is it really a myth? Xiao Ruffing was not so sure now. While musing, a fragrance came from behind him. Xiao Ruffing composed himself, turned around, and his eyes lit up. Bai Shui had finished her bath and came out. Her skin was fair and luminous after her bath, and she exuded a fresh and natural aura. Her hair still held droplets of water, looking soft and natural. She was wearing pajamas, and the water droplets on her skin glistened in the light, giving off a moist and comfortable sensation. Her body gave off a faint fragrance, making one feel happy and relaxed. If Zhongli was home, would you dare to stare at me like that? Bai Shui said with a chuckle. Xiao Ruffeng withdrew his gaze and smiled. No way. That woman is quite jealous. A faint trace of disappointment flitted through Bai Shui's eyes. She understood that Zhongli was more important in Xiao Rufeng's heart now. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Bai Shui placed her hands behind her back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Ruffeng. She looked at the pouring rain outside the eaves and then said, "It's really raining hard. I remember, when we went to rescue Ningtao that year, we also encountered such heavy rain. You got sick, had a fever, and became confused and kept holding on to me. I know you must have mistaken me for Ningtao. At that time, although I was happy, I was also very disappointed," Xiao Ruffeng said with a smile. "There was such a thing? You've forgotten everything. It may be insignificant to you, but to me, these are all precious memories," Xiao Ruffeng said. Bai Shui didn't say anything. Of course she hadn't forgotten. It was a winter night, when she and Xiao Ruffeng were trapped in a wilderness tent. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was pouring down, and she was running a high fever, but her body was trembling from the cold. Xiao Ruffeng was very anxious. He took off his own clothes and put them on her. He also held her in his arms, warming her. Even now, when she thought of it, she felt like there was still warmth from Xiao Ruffeng remaining in her body. Oh, I see now, I probably started having feelings for Xiao Ruffeng from that time. At that moment, a whirlwind suddenly swept rain towards Bai Shui. Xiao Ruffeng was quick and agile. He instantly pulled Bai Shui into his arms and used his body to shield her from the rain. Bai Shui was safe and sound, but Xiao Rufeng's body was instantly soaked by the rain. "Your back is all wet. You should go take a bath too," Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffeng teased her. "It's too lonely to bathe alone. You should join me." He was just joking, but Bai Shui was silent. Sorry, I was just..." Before Xiao Ruffeng could finish his words, Bai Shui suddenly said, "Okay." "Huh?" Xiao Ruffeng was stunned. Bai Shui quickly added, "I'm just going to scrub your back. Don't get any other ideas." Xiao Ruffeng smiled. "I know." Afterwards, the two of them went to the bathroom together. "I'll refill the bathtub for you," Bai Shui said. "No need. It's a waste of water," Xiao Ruffeng said. "But this is the bath water that I used," Bai Shui said, her face flushing. "If it wasn't used by you, I wouldn't even use it," Xiao Ruffeng said with a smile. Bai Shui's face turned even redder. "Don't say such perverted things, okay? How is it perverted? I'm not drinking your bathwater. I'm just bathing in your bathwater," Xiao Ruffeng said. Bai Shui's face was already red to the base of her neck. "Okay, stop talking. If you want to use it, just use it," Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffeng smiled, then started to take off his clothes in front of Bai Shui. Bai Shui's heart was pounding, and she was a little afraid to look at Xiao Ruffeng. People are just so strange. When Bai Shui didn't realize that she had feelings for Xiao Ruffeng, even Xiao Rufeng's normal smile would be regarded as a lewd or perverted one. But now, when Xiao Ruffeng was taking off his clothes in front of her, she didn't find him perverted at all. "This guy is too weird. If I interact with him for much longer, I probably wouldn't even find him perverted even if he broadcast himself having sex. This guy is simply a bewitching demon." While she was thinking this, Xiao Ruffeng had already taken off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. Bai Shui walked over, squatted down in front of Xiao Rufeng's back, and began to scrub his back. Unlike yesterday, when Xiao Ruffeng was completely drunk, today he was sober. And she was also sober. Sigh, I never thought that one day I would be scrubbing Xiao Rufeng's back. He's clearly my own fiancé's brother. While she was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Ruffeng suddenly said, "Bai Shui, thank you." "What for?" "For helping me bathe yesterday. I told you it was Bai Bing who did it. I just helped a little." Bai Shui paused, and her hand suddenly stopped scrubbing, then added, "Xiao Ruffeng, what do you think of Bai Bing? Don't beat around the bush." "Bai Bing? Who?" Xiao Ruffeng thought for a moment before saying, "I don't want to lie to you. Bai Bing is indeed very important to me. She might be the person I trust the most." Bai Shui's hands suddenly clenched tightly. Then, Xiao Ruffeng added, "But there really isn't any romantic feeling between us. You also know that Bai Bing's romantic G-spot is very high. It's impossible for most people to move her heart." When Bai Shui heard this, her clenched hands slowly relaxed. She continued to scrub Xiao Rufeng's back. "I wonder what kind of man that girl will find in the future," Bai Shui said. Xiao Ruffeng shrugged. "I really can't imagine." He hesitated, then suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Shui. "What's wrong?" Bai Shui asked. Ning Tao is gone. Aren't you considering remarrying? Xiao Rufeng asked. Whack! Bai Shui tapped Xiao Rufeng on the head, then said in annoyance, I'm not married to Ning Tao yet. How can you use the word remarry? Okay. Xiao Rufeng suddenly remembered something, and his expression became strange. What now? Bai Shui asked. Xiao Rufeng looked at Bai Shui, and then said, Bai Shui, did you and Ning Tao do it? Whack! Xiao Rufeng was hit on the head by Bai Shui again. Why would I tell you something so private? If you want to know, go ask Ning Tao, Bai Shui said. You're making it difficult for me. Ning Tao has passed away. I would have to go to the underworld to find him, Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Shui grinned. Then there's nothing I can do. You can only be curious. I'm not going to tell you. You're getting better and better at keeping me in suspense. I learned it from you. After saying that, Bai Shui suddenly reached her hand to Xiao Rufeng's chest, and then said, Don't you like to tease women this way? Being gentle to people, making them feel touched. And then when they start relying on you and caring about you, you withdraw, using retreat as a way to advance and make them chase you. I underestimated you before. You're a master at seducing women. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly grabbed Bai Shui's outstretched hands. Xiao Rufeng. Bai Shui was startled. Xiao Rufeng suddenly pulled Bai Shui in front of him. I might have toyed with other women, but I have definitely not toyed with you. I keep my distance from you because I feel sorry for you. I promised you to protect Ning Tao, but I broke my promise. I was afraid that you would hate me, and even more afraid that you would misunderstand that I deliberately killed Ning Tao, so I didn't dare to see you, Xiao Rufeng said, looking at Bai Shui. Bai Shui's face was flushed at this time. She was held in Xiao Rufeng's arms, and the water in the bathtub instantly soaked her clothes. Her thin pajamas were no different from being naked after being soaked in water. Okay, I understand you. You should let me go, Bai Shui said, her face red. But Xiao Rufeng did not let go. Looking at Bai Shui in his arms, and her body soaked by the water, Xiao Rufeng gradually lost his senses. His wandering hands even reached inside Bai Shui's clothes, touching her chest. Bai Shui was struck by lightning, and her body instantly went numb. After a while, she came back to her senses, quickly pushed Xiao Rufeng's hand away, and then fled from the bathroom in a panic. After Bai Shui left, Xiao Rufeng gradually calmed down. He looked at his hand and smiled wryly. I really am. He finished bathing and went up to the second floor. Bai Shui came out of the bathroom on the second floor. There was a bathroom on the second floor shared by the toilet and shower. It seemed that she had taken another shower. But Xiao Rufeng's expression became subtle, because Bai Shui was now wearing Xiao Rufeng's pajamas. What are you looking at? I just grabbed a set of pajamas. You soak mine. So is there a problem with me wearing your pajamas? Bai Shui glared at Xiao Rufeng. Although she was glaring, Bai Shui didn't look as angry as Xiao Rufeng had imagined. Of course, there isn't any problem, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Bai Shui didn't say anything else and went into Jiang Yi and Anqi's room, wearing Xiao Rufeng's pajamas. It was right opposite Xiao Rufeng's room. When Xiao Rufeng was about to enter his own room, the door opposite him suddenly opened again. Bai Shui poked her head out and glared at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng, if you dare to go around and talk nonsense, I'll perish together with you. After speaking, Bai Shui closed the door again. Xiao Rufeng shrugged and then returned to his own room. The next day, after Xiao Rufeng woke up, the two children had already woken up, and Bai Shui was making breakfast in the kitchen. You're awake, Bai Shui greeted him. It was as if nothing had happened last night. Thank you for your help, Xiao Rufeng said. Zhangli is my friend. It's only right that I take care of her family, Bai Shui said. Then, taking care of her husband is also right, Xiao Rufeng said in a low voice. Bai Shui stepped on Xiao Rufeng's foot and said annoyed, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you're already getting bold? Xiao Rufeng smiled and left the kitchen. After breakfast, Xiao Rufeng first took the two children to kindergarten. Then he drove Bai Shui to Jiang City University. When the two children were in the car, it was very lively. But when only Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui were alone, the car suddenly became quiet. Gosh, it's really weird. We were talking so well last night. How did we suddenly run out of things to say? Xiao Rufeng took the initiative to say with a smile. Isn't it because of your wandering hands? Bai Shui glared at Xiao Rufeng, then added, Pervert. I was just being true to my desires at the time. I wanted to touch you, so I did, Xiao Rufeng said. Oh dear. You can even justify sexual harassment so confidently? You can harass me too, I don't mind, Xiao Rufeng said. Cough. Bai Shui choked. I can't argue with you. Bai Shui then turned her head to the side. At this time, Xiao Ruffing said again, "I'm sorry." Bai Shui's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She looked at her reflection on the car window. Her eyes were confused. Last night, Xiao Ruffing suddenly groped her, and she should have been very angry. But in fact, she wasn't. She was just a little startled and had feelings of guilt for cheating. If Ning Tao is really dead, then it's fine. But what if Ning Tao is still alive? Bai Shui's eyes became even more confused. She couldn't even tell whether Ning Tao or Xiao Ruffing was more important in her heart. After a while, Xiao Ruffing's car stopped in front of Jiang City University. "Okay, I'm getting out of the car," Bai Shui said, regaining her composure and smiling. "Okay." Xiao Ruffing paused, then added, "Don't go on dates with men." Bai Shui knocked Xiao Ruffing on the head and said in annoyance, "What relationship do we have? Why are you so nosy? Are you the police of the Pacific Ocean?" "I'm not nosy. I just want to protect the portal between your legs," Xiao Ruffing said. "Cough, cough." Bai Shui choked again. "You're a rogue." Bai Shui's face was bright red. Xiao Ruffing looked at Bai Shui, then smiled. "Actually, I'm just jealous." When Bai Shui heard this, her thoughts were instantly in a mess. Okay, I understand. Hurry back." Xiao Ruffing smiled. "Bye." Afterwards, Xiao Ruffing drove away. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. She looked in the direction where Xiao Ruffing's car had left, her eyes full of confusion. "Sigh, I really don't know how much of what he says is true and how much is fake." While musing, a man suddenly walked towards her. Chapter 76. Ning Tao has arrived. "Hello," the man said to Bai Shui, greeting her. Bai Shui looked at him. He appeared to be about 23 or 24 years old and was a very clean-cut-looking man. "Hello," Bai Shui replied politely. "I'm a student from Gluttonous Martial Academy in Guang City. My name is Ning Tao." Hearing the name Ning Tao, Bai Shui suddenly felt a little dazed. "Beauty." At this time, the man's voice sounded again. Bai Shui composed herself and looked at the man in front of her. Whether it was his appearance or his voice, they were completely different from her fiancé. It must just be a coincidence of names. Huff! Bai Shui took a light breath, then looked at the man and said, "I'm fine. Is there anything you need?" "I'm looking for the Sky Kuan Martial Academy." "Are you a student from Sky Kuan Martial Academy?" the young man asked. No, I'm a teacher at Jiang City University. You've come to the wrong school," Bai Shui said. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry I bothered you," the man replied. "It's okay." Bai Shui paused, glanced at the time, and then said, "I'm going to be late soon, so if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." With that, Bai Shui left. The young man revealed a smile that was difficult to decipher on his face. At this time, a charmingly dressed woman came to the young man's side and then said, "Junior brother, that's your fiancé, huh?" "Yes," the young man replied. This young man was indeed Ning Tao. However, his appearance, voice, and aura had all changed. At this moment, the charmingly dressed woman said, "She is indeed an exceptional beauty. However, I heard that she has been getting very close to other men lately." Ning Tao's expression instantly turned ferocious. "She just doesn't know that I'm still alive," Ning Tao said. "Then why not just tell her that you're still alive?" the woman asked. Ning Tao did not speak. After a moment, Ning Tao sighed, then said, "Master doesn't allow me to say it. After all, this body isn't mine. Master used the soul-shifting technique to transfer my soul into this body. This is a forbidden technique, and it cannot be exposed." "Ah, that's true." The charming woman paused, then said, "But that night, that emotionless girl already knew your identity. But she doesn't know that this body isn't mine. She thinks that I changed my appearance when I was repairing my face," Ning Tao said. "No, what I mean is, won't she tell that fiancé of yours?" the woman said. Ning Tao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No, she won't." The charming woman grinned. "It seems like the relationship between you two is quite delicate." Ning Tao didn't make a sound. On the other side, when Bai Shui returned to her office, she was immediately surrounded by people. This commotion startled Bai Shui. "What are you all doing?" Bai Shui asked. "Teacher Bai Shui, is Teacher Zhongli really resigning? Isn't the auspicious cup representative for the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy Zhongli actually Teacher Zhongli? That's not possible, is it? But the name Zhongli is very rare." Listening to the discussions around her, Bai Shui was also stunned. Auspicious cup representative? Bai Shui knew that Zhongli had been taken away to practice martial arts by the people from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy. but an Auspicious Cup representative? And from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy at that? This was no joke. One must know that the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was one of the top for martial arts schools. Each session's Auspicious Cup representatives were basically all ninth-grade martial artists. But Jiang Li wasn't even a martial artist before she was taken away. At this time, Bai Shui suddenly thought of something, and then asked, "Has the Auspicious Cup representative list been released?" "Yes, it was just released. You can find it online," someone said. Bai Shui didn't say anything more and immediately opened her phone, accessing the official Auspicious Cup website. Indeed, on the homepage, the lists of participants from each school had already been released. Because there were thousands of martial arts universities participating in the Auspicious Cup, the list was very long. However, the lists of the top 4 schools were at the very top and were easier to find. Looking at the 5-person representative list of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, Bai Shui was directly stunned. Jiang Li's name was really there. Holy cow! After a long while, Bai Shui's mood calmed down. She looked at Jiang Li's name, a hint of sadness in her eyes. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. From now on, Jiang Li and I are people from different worlds. At this time, Bai Shui remembered something. That's right, the list for Sky Kun Martial Academy. Bai Shui directly scrolled down the list, all the way to the bottom. Because the Sky Kun Martial Academy was basically in the last 3 positions every time, their names were basically always at the very bottom when the list was announced. Xiao Rufeng, Bai Bing, Gong Xian, Lei Ming, Si Kong Xingya. It's indeed these 5. As she was about to close the page, Bai Shui's gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar name. Ning Dao. Just like Sky Kun Martial Academy, the Gluttonous Martial Academy was also consistently ranked at the bottom, and could be called a pair of equally unfortunate brothers with Sky Kun Martial Academy. The Gluttonous Martial Academy's list was next to the Sky Kun Martial Academy. Ning Tao's name appeared on the Gluttonous Martial Academy's list of representatives. Should be the person from earlier? I didn't expect him to be an Auspicious Cup representative. While musing, someone else also noticed Ning Tao's name. Bai Shui. Speaking of which, isn't your fiancé's name also Ning Tao? Someone said. Yes. Could this person from Gluttonous Martial Academy be your fiancé? No. My fiancé has already passed away, Bai Shui said calmly. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. It's okay, it's been a year already, Bai Shui said calmly. Someone walked over, and then said, Teacher Bai Shui's feelings for her fiancé are very deep. Even though her fiancé has passed away, no one can take his place. Some of the male teachers in our school are still hoping to take advantage of the situation and replace him. They're really thinking too much. Bai Shui gave an awkward smile. It was indeed like that before. Even though Ning Tao had died, she had never thought of finding someone to replace him. But now, that's right. At that moment, Bai Shui remembered something and immediately left the office. After finding a secluded place, Bai Shui called Xiao Rufeng. After a few beeps, the call connected. My dear Bai Shui, what's wrong? Xiao Rufeng asked. The list of participants for the Auspicious Cup has been released, do you know? Bai Shui asked. Really? What are you doing? You haven't even paid attention to something so important, Bai Shui said. Just as she finished her sentence, the seductive voice of a woman came from the other side. Don't call, come and have fun with me. Bai Shui rolled her eyes, then decisively hung up the phone. In the Sky Kun Martial Academy's exercise equipment training room in Jiang City. I'm telling you, Gong Xian, stop messing around, okay? Xiao Rufeng said, his face dark. His relationship with Bai Shui had just made a breakthrough. This would definitely be a misunderstanding. Gong Xian, while twirling a hula hoop, said with a smile. What did I say? I said you should join me in twirling the hula hoop. It's really fun. She paused, then added, Speaking of which, Jiang Li is away on a business trip. Who were you talking to just now? None of your business. Xiao Rufeng paused, and then said, It seems that the list for the Auspicious Cup has been released. Oh, is that so? It should be. While saying that, Xiao Rufeng opened his phone and accessed the official Auspicious Cup website. Then, looking at that familiar name on the 5-person list for the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, Xiao Rufeng was also dumbfounded. Jiang Li? Holy crap. What does that old lowly Yin Yan want to do? Jiang Li wasn't even a martial artist 7 days ago, and now you're sending her to participate in the Auspicious Cup? One must know that the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was not a third-rate academy like Sky Kun Martial Academy. As one of the top 4 martial arts schools, The Vermilion Bird Martial Academy had won the Auspicious Cup Championship many times in its 200-year history. Their strength was so strong that they could completely send out 5 students above the 9th grade. Why did she put Zhongli in there? Xia Ruffling had a dark expression. That old woman Yin definitely has malicious intentions. Xia Ruffling immediately called Yin, but his number was blacklisted. He sent a message on WeChat, but she didn't respond. Xia Ruffling was very angry. After a moment, Xia Ruffling calmed down. His gaze once again focused on the list of participants in the Auspicious Cup. He also saw some familiar names on the list of participants from the Nine Tails Martial Academy. Nan Gongqing, Chun-Li, Song Kaiyuan, Han Yu, and Enlei. Xia Ruffling had a headache. At this time, Gong Xine suddenly said, "The list from the Gluttonous Martial Academy is a bit interesting. All names I haven't heard of." Gluttonous Martial Academy? Just like Sky Koen Martial Academy, their names sound impressive, but in reality, they are nothing. In the 200-year history of the Auspicious Cup, they and the Sky Koen Martial Academy are brothers in misery, with consistently low scores. Gong Xian looked at the Gluttonous Martial Academy's list, her expression serious, and said, "According to what I know, the Gluttonous Martial Academy has had a few good geniuses in the past 2 years, but their names are not on the list. I haven't heard of any of the names on the Gluttonous Martial Academy's representative list. It's a little concerning." Hearing Gong Xian say this, Xia Ruffling also began to scroll down the list. He had not scrolled through the lower lists earlier. Although the Sky Koen Martial Academy's list was at the bottom, Xia Ruffling was an involved party. He knew who was on the list, so he didn't bother to look. The list scrolled all the way to the bottom, where he finally saw the names of the Sky Koen Martial Academy's representatives. It was indeed the 5 of them: Xia Ruffling, Bai Bing, Gong Xian, Lei Ming, and Si Kongxingya. But more than that, Xia Ruffling was clearly more concerned about the list of participants from the Gluttonous Martial Academy next to it. Ning Tao. Seeing Ning Tao's name, Xia Ruffling's pupils contracted. Although he didn't think that Ning Tao could have survived falling from a cliff thousands of meters high, this name still made him very uneasy. Just at this moment, someone came to the training hall. "Xia Ruffling, someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" "Us." At that moment, accompanied by a man's voice, a man and a woman walked in. "Who are you?" Xia Ruffling asked while looking at them. He didn't recognize them. "We are the Auspicious Cup representatives from the Gluttonous Martial Academy. My name is Ning Tao." Xia Ruffling's pupils contracted again. "What's wrong?" Ning Tao asked while looking at Xia Ruffling. Nothing. It's just that your name is the same as one of my friends who passed away," Xia Ruffling said. "Oh, I see." Ning Tao smiled and then said, "There are more than 1 billion people in the country. It's normal to have the same name." At this moment, the charming woman went to Xia Ruffling's side, took Xia Ruffling's arm, and said seductively, "I am also a representative for the Gluttonous Martial Academy's Auspicious Cup. My name is IK. You can call me KK, or Little KK." Gong Xian's skin crawled. She thought that she was already quite dramatic when she acted, but she didn't expect there would be people more dramatic than her. Calling herself Nu Jia, it's disgusting. Gong Xian thought. Xia Ruffling glanced at the other party, then removed the other party's hand from his arm. He did not say a single word to that charming woman. His gaze fell upon Ning Tao again. In this man's body, Xia Ruffling could not sense any familiar aura. Every person has a unique aura, a bodily aura. It was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish, but when martial artists reached the Grandmaster level, their ability to distinguish auras was greatly enhanced. Xia Ruffling was certain that there was no trace of Ning Tao's aura on the other party. A coincidence? But this man's gaze is a bit unsettling. Xia Ruffling composed himself, then looked at Ning Tao and said, "Is there something you need from me? We came to Jiang City and heard of your reputation. We also heard that you are an Auspicious Cup representative, so we wanted to meet you," Ning Tao said with a smile. He was very confident now. His ribs that had been broken by Bing a few days ago seemed to have healed. This made one have to marvel at how powerful the recluse behind Ning Tao was. At this time, Bai Bing was not in the training hall, so Ning Tao was very confident. In his view, except for Bai Bing, even Xia Ruffling was not necessarily his opponent. Moreover, Ning Tao glanced at the woman who had come with him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "With my second senior sister here, even if Xia Ruffling's combat power is off the charts, he would have to kneel." "You've already seen us. You can go back now," Xia Ruffling said at that moment. Ning Tao grinned. "Don't say that. My senior sister came here especially to meet you." At least you should go on a date with her. The charming woman put on a pitiful expression. I came here especially to see you. Her affected manner made Gong Xian unable to bear it. Can you not make such a disgusting face? Gong Xian said. She couldn't stand it anymore. Trying to take my persona? Can't tolerate it. At that moment, the woman named AI looked at Gong Xian, grinned, and said, Little girl, speaking rudely is going to get you beat. Me? Get beat? Gong Xian laughed. She was the most powerful genius in Jiang City's history. She was... If it wasn't for that freak, Xiao Rufeng, showing up, I would be the #1 genius of Jiang City. She looked at AI with a hint of mockery, and then said, Do you want to have a little sparring? Oh, is that okay? AI's eyes lit up. Of course, Gong Xian said. She was full of confidence. If I can't beat Xiao Rufeng, I can still beat you, right? However, Xiao Rufeng felt a surge of unease within him. At this time, Gong Xian hooked her finger, and then said, It just so happens that there is a standard arena here. With that, Gong Xian took the lead in leaping onto the arena. AI also climbed onto the arena unhurriedly. Come on, I'll let you attack first, Gong Xian said. AI smiled slightly, and then moved. Instantly, her figure disappeared from the spot. Xiao Rufeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Chi! This woman has reached the Grandmaster level. At the moment the woman moved, Gong Xian also instantly felt a terrifying suppressive force, which even made it difficult for her to move. At this moment, she also immediately understood. This woman had already reached the Grandmaster level. How is this possible? Why would the Gluttonous Martial Academy, a martial arts school ranked near the bottom, have a Grandmaster level student? Could it be an outside recruit too? But where did they find such a young Grandmaster level genius? I have never heard of this name, AI before. She was very confused, and AI had already arrived in front of her. AI smiled, and then extended her fist towards Gong Xian. The fist looked calm, but the chi compressed together on the fist increased its power exponentially. If this punch landed, it would probably be able to break through a wall. If this punch hit Gong Xian, even though she was already a 9th grade martial artist, she would probably be seriously injured, or even instantly killed. Gong Xian also realized the extreme danger, but she could not move. The other party's terrifying aura made it difficult for her to breathe. As she watched the fist hurtle towards her, her expression gradually turned desperate. Chapter 77, Keeping a Mistress? At this moment, both fighters on the arena looked towards Xiao Rufeng. Gong Xian naturally expected Xiao Rufeng to save her, and that AI also seemed to be waiting for Xiao Rufeng to make a move. But Xiao Rufeng stood below the arena, expressionless, with no intention of intervening. Gong Xian felt rather dejected. Unable to be saved, Gong Xian could only fight back with all her might. With a do-or-die mentality, Gong Xian's adrenaline surged to the extreme, and all the cells in her body seemed to be burning. And then, suddenly, the minor and major circulations that Gong Xian had never been able to unlock were forcefully broken open under these desperate circumstances. And before this, Gong Xian had already opened her conception and governing vessels. After her minor and major circulations were opened, all the blockages in Gong Xian's body were cleared. Qi and blood flowed unhindered. Her body also instantly became light and agile. At the instant that AI's fist hit her, Gong Xian suddenly twisted her body, then barely managed to dodge AI's attack. Her attack failing, AI retracted her fist and stood back. She looked at Gong Xian, a hint of surprise in her expression. Oh my, you actually broke through in the middle of the fight. I have just created a formidable opponent. Gong Xian leaned against the ropes of the arena, panting. After regaining her senses, Gong Xian was also overjoyed. She could now sense the different gases in the air. Unlike normal air, there seemed to be trace amounts of gas that were rich in energy. Is that spirit energy? Gong Xian was ecstatic. She had heard from her master. Reaching the Grandmaster level meant that she had actually stepped into a new realm of martial arts cultivation. She could sense an energy called spirit energy. By absorbing spirit energy, she could strengthen her body and form spirit power within her. And spirit power could control the elements of heaven and earth. Of course, now, because she only had the basic techniques for wind-based spells, she could only control wind-based spells. While Gong Xian was feeling excited, a cold light flashed through AI's eyes. She knew that Xiao Rufeng was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, but she could not tolerate two Grandmaster-level powerhouses in one school. This would pose a great potential threat to the Master's plan. Hey, little girl, don't get distracted. We're still on the arena, still in a match. After speaking, AI Ku attacked again. But this time was different from the previous. This time, her fist wind carried a murderous intent. Xiao Rufeng's pupils, which had been calm all along, suddenly constricted. Then he suddenly appeared behind Ning Tao, grabbed Ning Tao's neck, and said calmly, "If you dare hurt her, I'll kill your junior brother." AI Ku's fist, which had already been thrown, was forcibly pulled back. She turned her head, looked at Ning Tao, who was being strangled by Xiao Rufeng, and frowned slightly. In her view, although her junior brother also had the strength of a ninth-grade martial artist, he was basically a fast-food chicken who was created with drugs and was practically useless. However, the master seemed to value him very much. This made AI cannot understand, but she also knew how terrifying her master was. If Ning Tao died because of her, then her end would probably be very miserable. There was nothing she could do. She could only suppress her murderous intent. Standing on the arena, AI Ku looked at Gong Exen, smiled slightly. "Little girl, I look forward to seeing you again at the auspicious cup." After speaking, AI Ku went to Ning Tao's side and said, "Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Although the other party is a Grandmaster-level martial artist, you were captured too easily, weren't you?" Ning Tao had an awkward expression. He also did not expect that Xiao Rufeng's strength had improved so much in this 1 year. During this time, Xiao Rufeng had been cultivating and comprehending the Tao with that person in his dreams. Although his realm had not broken through, his other aspects had improved. Not only had he learned ice-based spells, moreover, his body's reaction speed, agility, and even his resilience had greatly improved. This made Ning Tao feel very frustrated. He once thought that he would be able to fight Xiao Rufeng, but now it seemed that he was far from being Xiao Rufeng's opponent. However, a cold glint flashed through Ning Tao's eyes. He thought, "I still have the pills that Master refined." Master said, "After taking the pills, my strength can be instantly increased, several times over. However, this medicine is rare, and it's said to have side effects. Now is not the time to use this medicine. But if I encounter Xiao Rufeng at the auspicious cup..." A cold smile flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Rufeng, you better pray that you won't encounter me at the auspicious cup. Otherwise, that day will be your burial day." Compared to when he fell off the cliff a year ago, the Li Qi in Ning Tao seemed to have gotten even stronger. "Junior brother, let's go," AI Ka said as she came to Ning Tao's side. "Yes." Then, Ning Tao and AI Ka left together. After the two had left, Gong Xian walked over with a resentful expression. "Xiao Rufeng, I'm still your fiancé, right? You actually did nothing to help me at first. That woman only wanted to use you to force me to take action and test my strength. She had no intention of hurting you, so I didn't attack. I only attacked to save you because I sensed her killing intent. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do," Xiao Rufeng said. Gong Xian hugged Xiao Rufeng's arm directly and grinned. "I believe you. Let go. Don't be so intimate. No, you are my fiancé. I'm your brother-in-law. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is just half of her brother-in-law's butt. There's no such saying. I think it makes sense. I'm your half, but Gong Xian said." Xiao Rufeng had a headache. However, Gong Xian breaking through to the Grandmaster level was a matter worthy of celebration. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng composed himself, then said, "Gong Xian, after reaching the Grandmaster level, you can use magic. I'll teach you a wind-based spell. Although it's a basic spell, it's very practical." "What kind of spell?" "I named it Wind Flash." Xiao Rufeng paused, then added, "The effect of this spell is that it allows you to accelerate to 100 meters/second, a superb skill for escaping." Gong Xian's eyes lit up. As far as she knew, there were also many similar attribute spells in the martial arts world, but the general acceleration effect was only 50 meters/second, which was already the limit for such spells. "Can it really reach 100 meters per second?" Gong Xian asked excitedly. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Gong Xian suddenly kissed Xiao Rufeng on the face. "Brother-in-law, let's get started." Whack! Xiao Rufeng tapped Gong Xian on the head and said in annoyance, "Stop saying things that are so easily misunderstood." Gong Xian stuck out her tongue. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng started to teach Gong Xian the spell. He had learned many wind-based spells from that person in his dreams. including many intermediate spells, advanced spells, and even forbidden spells. However, they were unable to use these spells with their current realms. The only spells they could use were basic spells. Gong Xian's comprehension was extremely high. Generally speaking, a Grandmaster level martial artist would need at least several months to master a new spell. However, Gong Xian had just entered the Grandmaster level and only needed a few hours to learn the Wind Flash Wind-based spell. This learning speed was comparable to that of a genius student. No wonder this girl was noticed by Yun Yin. She does have a lot of talent for cultivation, Xiao Ruffing said with some emotion. He suddenly thought of Han Yu. Han Yu should be Sister Gongya. In the past, Sister Gongya did not have a talent for martial arts. But Xiao Ruffling was silent. The Han Yu that he had met in Qing City a few days ago. Although Han Yu was only a 9th grade martial artist, even Xiao Ruffling could feel a lot of pressure from her. Ordinary Grandmaster level martial artists were probably no match for Han Yu. If Han Yu is Sister Gongya, then how exactly did Sister Gongya become such a powerhouse in martial arts over these past few years? My aunt, as well as Yun Yin behind Gong Xian, and that so-called recluse behind Ning Tao, I feel like these people aren't right. Who exactly are they? Of course, regarding Han Yu's change, Xiao Ruffing was more concerned about the truth behind Gongya's fall from the cliff 5 years ago. However, the current Han Yu, as long as she heard anything related to Gongya, would go into a state of collapse. It was impossible to investigate further. While he was musing, Gong Xian ran over again, hugging Xiao Ruffing's arm. This time, she went even further. Directly clamp Xiao Ruffing's arm between her breasts. Brother-in-law, how is it? Is it good? Gong Xian asked. Xiao Ruffing rolled his eyes, tapped Gong Xian on the forehead with his finger, then said in annoyance, Good my butt. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Hey, Zhongli isn't even in Jiang City. Who else is making you worry so much? Gong Xian said. Xiao Ruffing raised his hand, waved, did not turn back, and left directly. Watching Xiao Ruffing's back disappear from her sight, a trace of dejection also appeared on Gong Xian's face. Actually, at the beginning, she had been disdainful of this fiancé. She was Gong Xian, the eldest daughter of Jiang City's richest family, who had exceptional martial arts talent, and a powerful martial arts master with an unknown origin backing her. And Xiao Ruffing, an orphan from the mountains without any family. What right did he have to be my fiancé? Therefore, back then, when her master had suggested playing a trick on Xiao Ruffing to make him take the initiative to break off the engagement, Gong Xian had agreed. Even after reuniting 5 years later, Gong Xian didn't care too much about her fiancé. Although she would say honey with her mouth, she didn't take it seriously in her heart. She was also not too concerned about Xiao Ruffing's feelings for Jiang Li. But from some point, she had started to care about Xiao Ruffing. And she cared more and more. However, Xiao Ruffing was still the same as before, never treating her as his fiancé. During this time when Jiang Li was not in Jiang City, Gong Xian thought that she had a chance. But Xiao Ruffing still hadn't given her the slightest chance to intervene. After leaving the Sky Kuan Martial Academy, Gong Xian came to a night market stall, feeling dejected. And then, sigh. Almost at the same time, Gong Xian and the woman at the next table sighed. Gong Xian turned her head to look, then blinked her eyes. Oh my, isn't this little sister Xiao Ruyan? Gong Xian said with a chuckle. Ah, what are you doing here? Compared to Gong Xian's enthusiasm, Xiao Ruyan looked at Gong Xian with a face of vigilance. Mainly because in her eyes, Xiao Ruffing and Gong Xian were very ambiguous. What are you sighing about? Gong Xian paused, then grinned. Heartbroken? You're the one who's heartbroken. Xiao Ruyan flatly denied it. Really? Gong Xian looked at Xiao Ruyan with a meaningful expression. Xiao Ruyan's scalp tingled under her gaze. She was feeling very guilty, because she was indeed troubled by love. That bastard, Xiao Ruffing, he's actually keeping a mistress at home while I'm at school preparing for the exam these past few days. Today, after finishing her exam, Xiao Ruyan had returned happily from school. She didn't expect to learn that Xiao Ruffing and Bai Shui had been living together at home for the past few days. It was a big blow. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's words, Gong Xian was also stunned. Keeping a mistress? Oh. Chapter 78. Your wife. I'll take care of her. Zhang Li's colleague, a woman named Bai Shui, Xiao Ruyan said. Bai Shui? Gong Xian's pupils contracted. She had seen Bai Shui before. When they had gone to the amusement park before, Gong Xian had seen Bai Shui. At that time, She had sensed that Xiao Rufeng seemed very gentle towards Bai Shui. Bai Shui is indeed very beautiful, and her figure is also very good, but I'm not bad either. Gong Xin was a little depressed. Even though the gaps in our bodies are almost the same, why the different treatment? Besides, that Bai Shui seems to have a fiancé, right? Xiao Rufeng's tastes seem a bit heavy. But I'm also your sister-in-law. Why don't you have a heavy taste for me? At the same time, Xiao Rian was also internally complaining about Xiao Rufeng. A soccer fan, a married woman lover, a big breast lover. What's so good about big breasts? Big breasts will sag early. Moreover, a woman's breasts will grow bigger after they have children. Can't you think of that? You don't have any future-oriented vision. No wonder he's so infatuated with married women. No brains. While Gong Xian and Xiao Rian were complaining about Xiao Rufeng had already driven to the school gate of Jiang City University. He parked his car on the side of the road and sat in the car waiting for Bai Shui to come out. Jiang City University, a teacher's office building, in a certain office. After finishing class, Bai Shui was packing her things, preparing to leave. She didn't know that Xiao Rufeng had come. However, she needed to pick up Jiang Yi and Anshi from kindergarten, so she did not plan to stay at school to work overtime. At this time, a person wearing a delivery uniform knocked on the office door, then said, "Excuse me, is teacher Bai Shui here?" Bai Shui turned her head and saw that the delivery guy was holding a large bouquet of roses. "That's me," Bai Shui said. "Hello. These are your roses," the delivery guy said. "I didn't order any roses," Bai Shui said. "Someone sent them to you," the delivery guy said. Bai Shui blinked. Could it be that guy, Xiao Rufeng? Besides him, no one else should know that I work in this office. She walked over, then took the roses from the delivery guy's hand. There was a note in the bouquet. The note had one sentence written on it, or more accurately, printed, "Heaven and earth may end one day, but this sorrow will never cease." This sentence came from Bai Ji's song of Everlasting Regret, which was a love poem about Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and Yang Guifei. The most famous line in this long poem is actually the previous line. "In the heavens, may we be two birds flying wing to wing, and on the earth, may we be two trees with branches intertwined." But the person who sent the flowers had not written this more famous line, which would have better reflected love, but chose the last line, "Heaven and earth may end one day, but this sorrow will never cease." This sentence meant that even if it was eternal, there would always be an end, but some things will be a source of regret and remorse until death. Is Xiao Rufeng apologizing for the fact that he slept with someone this morning? TSK, no sincerity. If he really had sincerity, he should have written it by hand. Although she said this, the unpleasantness in Bai Shui's heart had dissipated quite a bit. Afterwards, Bai Shui left the school, carrying the roses. But as soon as she left the school gate, a man walked towards her. "Ning Tao." "Hello, beauty." Ning Tao stopped Bai Shui. He looked at the roses that Bai Shui was carrying, smiling broadly. "Hello," Bai Shui said as she looked at Ning Tao, her expression a little unnatural. The delivery guy, just now, was a staff member from a local delivery company. He had come to the school before to deliver things to other teachers. It must have been after Xiao Rufeng came here that he had placed the order with the delivery company. Xiao Rufeng was most likely nearby. Bai Shui was subconsciously unwilling to let Xiao Rufeng see her with other men. She looked around. She did indeed see Xiao Rufeng's car. "Hello," Ning Tao said again. Bai Shui composed herself and looked at Ning Tao. "Is there something you need? Do you like the roses?" Ning Tao asked. Bai Shui was stunned. "These roses, you sent them?" "Yes." Ning Tao hesitated, then added, "I specifically inquired, you like roses, so I specifically shipped a batch of roses by air from the rose capital, Guang City. These are a new breed, a combination of red and blue roses. Aren't they very beautiful?" Bai Shui's brow gradually furrowed. "We aren't acquainted, right? This should be our second meeting. You send someone roses on our second meeting? Also," she pulled out the note from the bouquet of roses, then asked, "What is this supposed to mean? There's nothing between us that would require you to feel remorse, right?" "Oh, it's like this," Ning Tao said, then added, "The first time we met, I fell in love with you at first sight, but then I forgot to ask for your contact information. In order to not regret it until I die, I came to your school again. After asking around, I finally found your office. Fortune favors the persistent, huh?" Bai Shui directly shoved the roses into his hands and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't randomly accept roses from other people." "But you've already accepted them, haven't you? I thought they were from—" Bai Shui's words suddenly stopped. Ning Tao's pupils contracted. Who did you think they were from? Ning Tao's gaze made Bai Shui a little uncomfortable. None of your business? Bai Shui turned around to leave. Is it Xiao Rufeng? Ning Tao said from behind. Bai Shui's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Ning Tao. Are you investigating me? I just said I made many inquiries about you. Ning Tao paused and looking at Bai Shui added, have you done it with Xiao Rufeng? No, are you crazy? Who I have done it with is none of your damn business. Bai Shui's personality was actually quite gentle, and she rarely would talk back to people except for Xiao Rufeng. But this person in front of her was just too irritating. It was simply inexplicable. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng opened the car door and walked over. When Ning Tao saw Xiao Rufeng come over, a cold light flickered through his pupils. He didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. What's wrong? Xiao Rufeng said as he came to Bai Shui's side. A psycho, Bai Shui was still angry. She looked at Xiao Rufeng, her eyes wide, and said, which woman did you have so much fun with today? From morning until now. Gong Xian was just messing around. When you called, we were at the Sky Cohen Martial Academy's training hall. Oh yeah, that guy from before also went. He can vouch for me. I was definitely not in a hotel room. Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Shui blinked. Speaking of which, he asked me for directions, saying he was going to the Sky Cohen Martial Academy. Was he looking for you? I guess so. He's a participant in the Auspicious Cup from the Gluttonous Martial Academy, Xiao Rufeng said. Did he come to gather intel? Bai Shui said. Not sure. Xiao Rufeng paused, then added, did that guy harass you? It was nothing, Bai Shui said calmly. Soon, the Auspicious Cup was going to officially open. She didn't want to distract Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng did not continue to question her further. He looked at Bai Shui and said with a smile, let's get in the car, we'll go pick up Yi and Anchi. Yeah. Bai Shui nodded. The two of them then walked toward the car on the side of the road. On the way, Xiao Rufeng tried several times to reach out to put his arm around Bai Shui's waist, but ultimately he chickened out. He didn't want to make Bai Shui angry. His gaze fell on Bai Shui's full chest. Gulp. He secretly swallowed. I feel like touching it again. His thoughts went a bit wild. And then, thump. He walked right into a power pole. The people around them burst out laughing. Bai Shui was also sweating a little. What were you thinking about? You didn't even look at the road. Xiao Rufeng smiled. I was thinking about you. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. Were you thinking about sleeping with me? Xiao Rufeng grinned. Would you agree? Whack. Bai Shui tapped Xiao Rufeng on the head, then said in annoyance, agree to your head, you ghost. She paused, suddenly thought of something, and looked at Xiao Rufeng again. If I had already done it with Ning Tao, and I was no longer a virgin, would you still be interested? What are you talking about? When I first met you, when I fell in love with you at first sight, you were already Ning Tao's fiancé. I had already assumed that you weren't a virgin. But I still confessed to you later, Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Shui glared at Xiao Rufeng. You're a Chaoze. The term Chaoze referred to Chow Chow. Chow Chow was known for liking married women. There was a famous saying in a television show, your wife, I'll take care of her. Later, people who like married women and people who like digging up other people's corners would be called Chaoze. Although in many people's eyes, Chaoze was a derogatory term. But Xiao Rufeng didn't think so. After all, he himself was a Chaoze. Regarding Bai Shui's scolding, Xiao Rufeng stroked his nose and said nothing. Sigh. At this time, Bai Shui suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Xiao Rufeng asked. I'm just a little confused. You said that you liked Jiang Li, and you said that you liked me, but can a person's heart really have two, or even more true loves? Bai Shui said calmly. Xiao Rufeng fell silent. After a while, he said, I don't understand either. Bai Shui looked at Xiao Rufeng and suddenly smiled. Her charm was breathtaking, radiant, and brilliant. Let's discuss going to bed after we've both figured it out. Otherwise, if I sleep with you while I'm all confused, I'm afraid I'll regret it. After all, I'm still. Bai Shui's face turned bright red. She turned around and then said, It's nothing. It's time to pick up Yi and Anchi. With that, Bai Shui took the lead in opening the car door and got into the passenger seat. Although Xiao Rufeng was a little concerned about what Bai Shui hadn't said, he didn't continue to press the matter. However, the atmosphere between the two when they were together in the same car was no longer as awkward as before. Xiao Rufeng even dared to make a few crude jokes to Bai Shui. For example, Xiao Rufeng said that he wanted to smell the seafood scent on Bai Shui. Of course, he was subjected to a round of beating by Bai Shui. When the two arrived at the kindergarten, Xiao Rufeng was surprised to find Xiao Rian and Gong Xian were also there. What are you two doing here? Moreover, have you two been drinking? Xiao Rufeng asked. Hey, Xiao Rufeng, Gong Xian said that you're her fiancé. Is that true? Xiao Rian said with drunken breath. Xiao Rufeng looked at Gong Xian, his face dark. What's wrong? Did I lie? Gong Xian said with a smile. You are Xiao Han's fiancé right now. But that day, the person that I got engaged to was you. And we were originally engaged, weren't we? Gong Xian said. Xiao Rufeng was speechless. There was no denying this point. At this time, Gong Xian suddenly walked forward, then took Xiao Rufeng's arm, and added, I won't marry Xiao Han. Xiao Rufeng had a headache. At this moment, Gong Xian let go of Xiao Rufeng, and then came to Bai Shue's side. When rivals met, their eyes blazed with animosity. Chapter 79, A Man's Dream. What is it? Bai Shue felt uncomfortable under Gong Xian's gaze. Did you know Xiao Rufeng is a fake? He's not Xiao Ryue's brother. Ryue pulled him in to impersonate her brother, Gong Xian revealed. I know, Bai Shue replied calmly. Gong Xian was taken aback. Xiao Rufeng told you? Bai Shue looked at Gong Xian and suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Gong Xian was irritated. Bai Shue took a deep breath, then looked at Gong Xian. I've known Xiao Rufeng for years. Both Gong Xian and Xiao Ryue were stunned by this revelation. What's your relationship with him? Xiao Ryue asked. Bai Shue looked at Xiao Rufeng. Why don't you ask him? Gong Xian and Xiao Ryue turned their attention to Xiao Rufeng. Oh, she used to be my buddy's woman. Now she's mine, Xiao Rufeng declared. Gong Xian. Xiao Ryue. Bai Shue's face darkened. Not yet, she retorted. You will be, sooner or later. Xiao Rufeng paused, then added with a dreamy look. My dream is to have a beauty on each arm. You on my left, and Zhongli on my right. Everyone. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Even in modern society, many men fantasized about having a harem. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say most men harbored such a dream. But few were as blunt as Xiao Rufeng about it. Bigamy is a crime in our country. Bai Shue snapped. Laws are made by people. They can be changed, Xiao Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Who do you think you are? Even the Northern King, the Azura god of war, doesn't have the power to change the law, Bai Shue retorted. Just because he can't, doesn't mean I can't, Xiao Rufeng insisted. Bai Shue put a hand to her forehead. I can't be bothered with you. By now, Xiao Ryue had recovered from her shock. She glared at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng, stop daydreaming. Zhang Li would never agree to share a husband. If she knew about your double-barrel plan, she'd definitely break up with you. Xiao Rufeng sighed. Knowing Zhang Li's personality, she probably would. Gong Xian, too, had regained her composure. She looked at Xiao Rufeng calmly. What about my sister? Wasn't she your first love? Is she history now? Xiao Ryue and Bai Shue were both taken aback. Xiao Rufeng hadn't told anyone about his relationship with Gongya, not even Bai Shue. They were unaware he had once dated Gong Xian's sister. Xiao Rufeng remained silent. He himself wasn't sure what his feelings were for Gongya anymore. Did he still love his first love? Or was it just the lingering regret of being abandoned by her? He didn't know. In the midst of this suffocating silence, the kindergarten bell rang. I have to go back to school for martial arts practice. I'll be going now, Gong Xian announced, then left. Hey, Gong Xian, wait for me. I'm going home too. We're going the same way, Xiao Ryue called out and followed. Bai Shue, however, stayed. She didn't press Xiao Rufeng about Gongya, but the atmosphere between them had become awkward again. The two children, both precocious and perceptive, noticed the tension between Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shue. They also knew, however, that children shouldn't meddle in adult affairs. On the way, Bai Shue suddenly said, I still need to prepare tomorrow's lecture notes. Maybe I should go back to my place today. Ryue's on holiday. She can help you look after Yi and Anshi. Xiao Rufeng nodded. Okay. He stopped the car at the gates of Jiangqing University. Bai Shue opened the passenger door and stepped out. Then she paused, turning back to face Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng, there are some things you need to think through. What might be a fleeting whim for you can affect a woman's entire life, she said calmly, not elaborating further. I understand, Xiao Rufeng replied, equally calm. Bai Shue said nothing more. She exhaled softly, then forced a smile. I don't know Gongya personally, but I've heard of her. Aside from lacking martial arts talent, she's supposedly perfect. Beautiful, gentle. And she has. That main character, aura, attracting attention wherever she goes. 9 out of 10 men would be captivated by her. I've always wanted to meet this legendary woman, but I heard she fell off a cliff and died 5 years ago. Xiao Ruffing hesitated, then finally confessed, she's not dead. She just lost her memory. Bai Shui froze, the light in her eyes visibly dimming. Oh, I see. After a moment, she took a deep breath and forced another smile. Then I wish you and your first love a happy reunion. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhang Yi poked her head out from the back seat. Daddy's a dummy. Huh? What's wrong? Ani Bai Shui is sad, Zhang Yi declared, her eyes wide. Xiao Ruffing watched Bai Shui's retreating figure silent. He knew the progress he had made with her over the past few days had probably been erased. But he couldn't keep Gongya being alive a secret, could he? That would feel even worse. His phone rang. It was Lei Ming. Hello, Lei Ming. Captain, you need to get here quick. Gong Xin is surrounded by reporters at the school. She seems agitated. Come quickly, Lei Ming's voice urged through the phone. I'm on my way. Xiao Ruffing dropped the children off with Xiao Ryue and hurried to Tianquan Martial Arts Academy. The announcement of the auspicious God Cup participants had caused a nationwide sensation. People weren't too surprised by Jiang Li's name on the Zhuke Academy roster. The 4 prestigious martial arts academies often had hidden talents. Every auspicious God Cup saw the rise of unknown prodigies. From these academies, it was almost expected. Those unfamiliar with Jiang Li simply assumed she was one such undiscovered genius. No one questioned the rosters of the top 4 academies. No one believed they would send mediocre participants to the fiercely competitive auspicious God Cup. The roster of the mid-tier Nine-Tailed Academy also garnered little attention, filled with unfamiliar names. And even fewer people cared about the bottom-ranked Taodai Academy. However, the perpetually last-place Tianquan Academy had unexpectedly gained attention. Gong Xin, the prodigious daughter of the Qinglong Academy, had transferred. There, Tianquan, despite its perennial last-place ranking, was almost as famous as the top 4 academies, albeit for being a running joke. The internet was rife with memes and jokes mocking Tianquan. Why would Gong Xin, the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man, transfer to such a universally recognized trash university? It was the biggest mystery surrounding the auspicious God Cup announcements, and the reason so many reporters were now swarming Tianquan Academy, surrounding Gong Xin. Inside the Academy's martial arts hall, Gong Xin was trapped, surrounded by reporters outside. Let me out. I'll kill a couple of them and see if anyone else dares to block me, she raged. She was in a foul mood. Gong Xin calmed down. Lei Ming reached out, as if to place a hand on her shoulder. Touch me and see what happens. Gong Xin threatened, radiating hostility. Lei Ming quickly retracted his hand. Who made you so angry, he asked. I'm not angry at all. If someone likes to mess with his friend's woman, that's his prerogative, Gong Xin gritted out. Lei Ming wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Although he didn't know the specifics, it was clearly related to Xiao Ruffing. The commotion outside intensified. Some reporters began pushing against the hall's doors. Gong Xin, there are rumors you had an affair with a Qinglong Academy official, were disqualified from the auspicious God Cup, and even expelled. Is this true? Someone shouted from outside. Gong Xion's fury reached its peak. She took a deep breath and prepared to open the door. Just then, a voice boomed from outside. What are you doing? It was Xiao Ruffing. We're reporters. Who are you? Someone asked. Reporters my ass. What's the difference between you and those disgusting paparazzi who stalk people and pry into their private lives? Xiao Ruffing roared. Hey, who are you? Why are you cursing at us? Another reporter demanded. I'm the captain of the Tianquan Academy Auspicious God Cup team, Xiao Ruffing. He paused. You're violating my team member's privacy, harassing and slandering her. I strongly object and reserve the right to self-defense. With that, he picked up a brick from the ground and tossed it into the air. As the brick fell, he punched it, shattering it into dust. Silence descended. Although any martial artist at the 7th or 8th rank could accomplish this, the reporters were not martial artists. And Xiao Ruffing looked ready to explode. The reporters, sensing danger, quickly dispersed. Xiao Ruffing breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the hall's entrance and knocked. Gong Xin, are you in there? The reporters are gone. Open the door. Inside, Gong Xin gripped the door handle, head bowed silent. Hey, Gong Xin? Xiao Ruffing called again. Finally, She took a deep breath and opened the door. She didn't throw herself at him as she usually did. Instead, she appeared unusually reserved and quiet. Gong Xian, are you okay? Xiao Ruffing asked. I'm fine, she replied softly. Lei Ming approached. Captain, you were awesome, confronting those reporters like that. He gave Xiao Ruffing a thumbs up. Can I confront reporters? Lei Ming shook his head. Captain, you have no idea how terrifying reporters can be. They can twist the truth, call a deer a horse, deceive their superiors, and mislead their subordinates. The world is practically controlled by the media and reporters. He paused. I've heard a saying, it's better to offend a villain than a reporter. Offend them, and who knows how they'll slander and misrepresent you. Xiao Ruffing shuddered. He hadn't considered that. It can't be that bad, can it? Lei Ming smiled faintly, then gave Xiao Ruffing a sympathetic look. Captain, be strong. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ruffing chuckled dryly. He hadn't said anything, but if he could do it over, he would still confront those unethical, clickbait-hungry reporters. However, even though he had braced himself, he still underestimated the impending storm. The next day, before he was even awake, Xiao Ruffling was roused by a cacophony outside. He went to the window and frowned. A massive crowd, reporters and onlookers, had gathered outside his house, at least 10,000 strong, and more were still arriving. Many were throwing eggs at his house, shouting, Bring the criminal to justice. Money doesn't give you the right to act like this. Send the rapist Xiao Ruffing to prison. Xiao Ru burst into the room. Xiao Ruffing, we have a problem. The reporters have dug up everything my brother did in the past. The media is whipping everyone into a frenzy. The whole city is denouncing you, and the comments online are horrific. Where are Yi and Nanchi? Xiao Ruffing asked. I've taken them to the basement. They're safe for now. Xiao Riyue was frantic. But if they break in, they're sure to find the basement. She paused. I called the police, but they said there are too many people. It's beyond their capacity. They said they'd have to call in the Jiangqing garrison. Don't count on the garrison. I'm not on good terms with their commander, Xiao Ruffing said. Then what are we going to do? Xiao Ryue's panic escalated. She pulled back the curtains, her body trembling as she looked at the seething mass of people outside. She knew how easily a situation like this could spiral out of control. If even one person broke in, it would be a disaster. Xiao Ruffing remained silent. He had made up his mind. If anyone broke in, he would use the wind wall technique, even if it meant exposing his grandmaster-level strength. Yi and Anchi were more important. The crowd grew more agitated. Then, a helicopter appeared. It was Luo Yang, the city's mayor. He opened the helicopter door and shouted through a megaphone, Citizens, this is Luo Yang, your mayor. What you're doing is wrong. Unauthorized public gatherings are illegal. Before he could finish, someone threw an egg at the helicopter, yelling, You corrupt mayor. You're all in cahoots. That's right. Luo Yang's arrival had backfired, further inflaming the crowd. He was forced to retreat. Watching the helicopter fly away, Xiao Ryue sank to the floor in despair. We're doomed. Even the mayor can't do anything. What are we going to do? Just then, the roar of more helicopters approached, much louder this time. Everyone looked up. In the distance, dozens of armed helicopters were approaching. They bore the insignia of the 101st Special Operations Battalion. The 101st was under the sole command of Lei Qing, the highest-ranking official in Huai Province. Lei Qing had once been the commander of the Northern Army, but 5 years ago, due to negligence, the Bear Nation had launched a surprise attack, resulting in the loss of Songhua Prefecture. After the war, Lei Qing was reassigned to Huai Province as its governor. A provincial leader, yes, but a clear demotion. He had been stripped of his military command. He had once commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, but now he only had a single special operations battalion under his authority. For a military man like Lei Qing, being a civilian administrator was torture. Since his reassignment, he had barely made any public appearances, almost vanishing from the public eye. Fortunately, modern society operated under the rule of law. As long as the legal system held, society wouldn't descend into chaos. So, the presence or absence of Lei Qing didn't significantly impact Huai Province. People were starting to forget about their governor. Wow, that's the governor's special forces. They must be here to arrest Xiao Ruffing, someone shouted. Arrest him! Arrest him! The crowd cheered, anticipating the moment the soldiers would storm the villa and drag Xiao Ruffing out. Many had eggs ready to throw, but that didn't happen. Instead, the soldiers who had landed trained their weapons on the crowd surrounding the villa. The helicopters hovering above also aimed their guns and cannons at them. Everyone was stunned. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Chapter 80. Xiao Rufeng's Scandalous Affairs. Xiao Rian, on the second floor of the villa, was also bewildered. Huh? She looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked timidly, Xiao Rufeng, are these people here to protect us? It seems like it, he replied. But why would the governor's special forces come to protect us? Xiao Rian was puzzled. Xiao Rufeng didn't answer. He was confused too. Lei Qing was the former commander of the Northern Border Legion, a position now held by him. Logically, knowing he was in Jiang City, Lei Qing should seize the opportunity to retaliate, to kick him when he was down. So why send troops to protect him instead? The head of the Jiang City garrison, Commander He, was also feeling perplexed. Actually, he had already received reports of large-scale protests converging on the Xia family residence. He had also received requests for assistance from the local police. But he had been making excuses to avoid getting involved. Commander He was originally relaxing in his office chair, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the spectacle through live streams, when suddenly he saw the governor's special forces helicopters arriving. If other troops wanted to pass through his jurisdiction, whether on the ground or in the air, they were required to file a request with him or at least give him a heads up. But these were the governor's special forces, whose area of operation covered the entire Hubei province, so they naturally didn't need to notify him. Initially, like most of the protesters, Commander He assumed the special forces were there to arrest Xiao Rufeng. But, judging by the situation, it looked like they were protecting him. He couldn't understand it. Lei Qing had been out of the public eye for several years, despite so many major events occurring in the province. Lei Qing had never made an appearance. Why would he suddenly send troops to protect Xiao Rufeng now? This must be some subordinate acting without authorization. Then, a middle-aged man appeared in the live stream. Hiss! Commander, he gasped. The middle-aged man was none other than Lei Qing, the highest-ranking administrative officer of Hubei province, who had been absent from the public eye for years. Some protesters also recognized Lei Qing. Although Lei Qing had been keeping a low profile, his portraits and photos were plastered all over Hubei province. Lei Qing, with his square face, looked solemn and imposing in the live stream. He stood at the door of the helicopter, his Grandmaster-level aura enveloping the entire area, creating an even greater sense of pressure. Under the oppressive power of Lei Qing's aura, many people's faces turned pale. At that moment, Lei Qing spoke. Xiao Rufeng is the representative of our province's Tianquan Martial Academy for the Olympiad Cup. According to relevant regulations, Olympiad Cup contestants are granted criminal immunity after their names are confirmed. Criminal acts that occur during the Olympiad Cup will be adjudicated by the Olympiad Cup Ethics and Law Committee. Criminal acts that occurred before the Olympiad Cup will be adjudicated by local courts after the Olympiad Cup. No one can privately convict others, let alone conduct private executions. You are engaged in a legal assembly. If you do not disperse within half an hour, you will be arrested. His booming voice echoed like the reverberation of a giant bell, causing everyone's ears to ring. Lei Qing's authority was far greater than that of Luo Yang. The protesters gathered near the Xia family quickly dispersed like startled birds. Within 10 minutes, there was hardly anyone left in the vicinity. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng finally came out of the house. Lei Qing also descended from the helicopter. Governor, please come inside, Xiao Rufeng said. Lei Qing nodded. Then he said to the people beside him, you all wait outside. Yes, Lei Qing's guards replied immediately. Lei Qing said no more and entered the living room with Xiao Rufeng. Governor, please have some tea, Xiao Rufeng said. Commander Xia, you're a commander of the northern border and the de facto ruler of the 3 eastern provinces. Calling me governor is not going to shorten my life. Lei Qing chuckled. But this is your territory, and you are also my senior. It is only right that I respect you, Xiao Rufeng replied with a smile. Lei Qing stopped being coy and took the tea from Xiao Rufeng. After taking a sip, he said, Rufeng, what's going on in the news? I don't believe you do those things. It's not like you lack for women. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. Then, he explained how he had come to the Xia family as a substitute. So that's the situation. Why don't you clarify the truth? Xiao Rufeng shook his head. The old lady of the Xia family dotes on her grandson very much. If she finds out he's dead, it would probably be a huge blow to her. But if you do that, you'll be slandered, and the matter will still be brought up again after the Olympiad Cup, Lei Qing said. We'll deal with it when the time comes, Xiao Ruffing said calmly. All right, Lei Qing nodded. He paused and suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Ruffing, what do you think of Luo Yang? Luo Yang? Oh, Sam's Alrig? Diligent in his administration, and of good character. Although he has a dark history of abandoning his wife and children in the past, he has been making amends in recent years, Xiao Ruffing said. He paused, looked at Lei Qing, and then said, Governor Lei, what are you trying to say? Lei Qing stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced around the living room. After a while, he said, when you deal with Luo Yang, you need to be more vigilant. According to my intel, he is highly likely to be a descendant of the Nightingale Kingdom. Moreover, he is very likely to be the S-level killer from the Skynet organization. Konga. Xiao Ruffing's pupils contracted suddenly. Some time ago, intelligence suggested that 3 S-level killers from Skynet had infiltrated Jiang City. One of them, Black Knight, had already been confirmed as Lei Ming. But there was still no news of the other 2 S-level killers. One was a killer codenamed Death Scythe. This person had previously massacred some members of the Nightingale Restoration Organization in the suburbs of Jiang City. The other one was the killer codenamed Conan. This person was even more mysterious, with no clues whatsoever. City Lord Luo Yang is the Skynet killer Conan. Xiao Ruffing was extremely shocked, because Luo Yang had also been involved in the investigation of the Skynet killers. Wasn't that like the thief crying, "Stop thief"? Governor Lei? Is there any evidence of this? Xiao Ruffing asked. No. Then how do you know he is the Skynet killer Conan? Xiao Ruffing asked. I have my own intelligence sources, of course. You can choose not to believe me. Lei Qing paused, looked north, and then said, Storm clouds are gathering. Governor Lei? What do you mean by that? Xiao Ruffing asked. He didn't elaborate, but instead said, I advise you, after the Olympiad Cup, go back to the northern border as soon as possible. With that, Lei Qing left. Xiao Ruffing frowned. Lei Qing's words were cryptic, but Xiao Ruffing could tell that he wasn't just speaking nonsense. Xiao Ruffing also looked to the north. That was the direction of the capital, Jing City. Storm clouds are gathering. At this time, Xiao Ruyan came out of the basement with her 2 children. Huh? Did the governor leave? Xiao Ruyan asked. Just now. Why did the governor save you? Xiao Ruyan asked curiously. Xiao Ruffing smiled. Did you forget? I came from the Northern Border Legion. Lei Qing used to be the commander of the Northern Border Legion. Isn't it normal to help a subordinate? Xiao Ruyan looked doubtful. Do you have that much influence? The governor has been out of the public eye for years, and he actually made a public appearance for you today. Even City Lord Luo Yang doesn't have that kind of face. You don't understand the relationship between the governor and me. I saved his life once, Xiao Ruffing said. Okay, Xiao Ruyan stretched her arms. Anyway, the crisis is temporarily over. But the online criticism is still pretty harsh. Netizens always chase the latest trending topics. Once there is a new trend, they won't pay attention to me anymore, Xiao Ruffing said. It's not so easy to find a new trend, she responded. However, at noon, a piece of news instantly detonated the public opinion online. Rumor had it that one of the Olympiad Cup representatives from Vermilion Bird Academy had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. It was important to know that the Olympiad Cup had an age limit of 25 years old. All participating contestants had to undergo bone age tests, which were impossible to fake. Since they were participating in the Olympiad Cup, their ages were definitely under 25. However, in the history of the Blue Star martial arts world, there had never been a grandmaster below the age of 25. If the rumor was true, then Vermilion Bird Academy would be making history. Sure enough, after the news came out, it instantly overshadowed the Xiao Ruffing scandal. The entire internet was discussing who this Grandmaster genius from Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was. South of Dragon Kingdom, majestic mountains encircled the area, shimmering mysteriously in the sunlight. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, with a subtle fragrance rising from the tranquility. In the center of the region, a towering peak rose into the clouds. On the cliffs, composed of jagged rocks, grew exotic flowers and herbs, creating a spectacular sight. This mountain range was known as the vast Kangmang Mountains of the Dragon Kingdom. Among these mountains, the central peak was where the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was located. Unlike the common martial academies built on flatlands, the Vermilion Bird Academy was built along the mountainside. The entire mountain peak belonged to the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard on the mountainside of the Vermilion Bird Academy, a woman was sitting on a stone stool in the courtyard, looking at her phone. She was as clear and bright as a spring, as delicate and soft as spring rain. Her clothes flowed around her like drifting white clouds, graceful and elegant. Her eyes seemed to contain endless wisdom and gentleness. A slight smile from her was enough to lift anyone's spirits. Then, the woman suddenly stood up and slammed her fist on the stone table in front of her. Boom! The stone table shattered. Her strength was terrifying. Several men and women ran out of the house in the courtyard. Senior sister Jiangli, what happened? Someone asked. The woman was Jiangli. I'm so mad at this news, Jiangli said. The woman glanced at the screen of the phone. Xiaorufan? Who? This guy's been trending in the news recently. He is being called a reckless spendthrift, a womanizer, and is suspected of voyeurism and rape. How can such a notorious guy be Tianquan Martial Academy's representative? For the Olympiad Cup, the highest-ranking administrative officer of Huai Province, Lei Qing, is even protecting him. Lei Qing can't possibly expect him to turn things around for Tianquan Martial Academy, can he? The woman chuckled. That's hard to say, another male student said. I heard that Gong Xin from Azure Dragon Martial Academy transferred to Tianquan Martial Academy. What good is Gong Xin? If it was any previous Olympiad Cup, maybe Gong Xin could have a fighting chance, or even an opportunity to break into the top 10. But this year's Olympiad Cup is the 100th Olympiad Cup, and the rewards are very substantial, so every school is pulling out all the stops. Even if senior sister Jiangli successfully advances to the Grandmaster realm, she may not win the championship. I heard that Azure Dragon, Black, Tortoise, and White Tiger Martial Academies each have more than one Grandmaster-level genius participating. This year's competition is really fierce. Yeah, it's a good thing that senior sister Jiangli has also successfully broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, in this year's Olympiad Cup, among the 4 famous academies, our Vermilion Bird Martial Academy might be at the bottom again. Speaking of which, what is senior sister Jiangli's talent? She had no martial arts foundation at all when she was brought here by our teacher. How did she break through from 0 to the Grandmaster realm in just half a month? I don't know. Every time we ask the teacher, she just smiles and doesn't say anything. The woman paused, then looked at Jiangli again and asked, Senior sister Jiangli, has the teacher ever told you about this? Jiangli seemed deaf to their words, her attention completely focused on the phone. A few moments later, Jiangli's face was getting darker. Ah, senior sister, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that, the person said quickly. Jiangli blinked, then came back to her senses. No, I was... Jiangli paused, waving her phone and said, I was looking at Xiao Rufing's news. He's such a scumbag. He actually shacked up with his fiancé's best friend while his fiancé was away. He's a scum. Jiangli was furious. The other woman blinked and said, I saw in the news that the fiancé is called Jiangli. Not me. Jiangli denied emphatically. At this moment, the door to the courtyard opened, and a young girl with a lowly face walked in. Teacher. Everyone in the courtyard immediately said respectfully. The person who came in was none other than Yunyan. The people in this courtyard were all her personally taught students. They could also be said to be her disciples. What's wrong? You look very angry, Yunyan said as she approached Jiangli. It's nothing, I just saw some scumbag's news and it made me angry, Jiangli said. Yunyan grinned. Xiao Rufing's news, huh? I've been reading it all night. It's so entertaining. He's almost conquered all the top beauties of Jiang City. Although I knew that guy had great luck with the ladies, I didn't expect him to be this capable. Zhang Li's face darkened even more. I'm going back to Jiang City, Zhang Li said. That's not going to happen, Yunyan stopped her. Why not? The Olympiad Cup is still a few days away from opening, isn't it? I'll go there and come back quickly, Zhang Li said. You don't have time to do anything extra right now. Yunyan paused and said, You just entered the Grandmaster realm. What you need most is to consolidate your cultivation. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you trigger a chi and blood backlash. Huh? Zhang Li was dejected. At this time, Yunyan smiled again and said, That Xiao Rufeng is too unreliable. Forget about him. Your teacher will introduce someone better for you. What do you think of your senior brother? I'm not in the mood for romance right now. Zhang Li clenched her fist, glared, and said, I want to participate in the Olympiad Cup, and I want to beat up the Heartbreaker. Oh! Yunyan clapped her hands and said with a smile, Well done. Teacher, I'm gonna go cultivate. After saying that, Jiang Li went back into her room. After Yun Yin left, one of the girls in the courtyard said, Teacher, we have 2 Grandmaster-level contestants in our Vermilion Bird Martial Academy. We should be pretty stable in this Olympiad Cup, right? It's hard to say. Yun Yin paused and said, there are many strong contenders in this year's Olympiad Cup, not just the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger academies. This year's Olympiad Cup might see the rise of some dark horses. Dark horses? Like Tianquan Martial Academy. The girl laughed. Teacher, surely it can't be that bad, right? Besides the 4 famous academies, the other schools are all garbage. She paused and continued. That Tianquan Martial Academy, even with Gong Xian joining, it's still useless, isn't it? Yun Yin didn't speak. She knew that Xia Rufeng was also a Grandmaster-level martial artist. But more than Xia Rufeng, Bai Bing was what concerned Yun Yin the most. According to her intelligence, if there were no surprises, that Bai Bing should be the head of the Kirin camp in the Northern Border Legion. She had no military rank, but could command the most elite Kirin camp in the Northern Border Legion. This clearly showed that she had a close relationship with the god of war Shura, the commander of the Northern Border. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, that woman was only 20 years old. Although she had not broken through to the Grandmaster realm, her combat power could be considered heaven-defying. Back during the war with the Bear Country. In the war, she even killed a Grandmaster-level martial artist from the Bear Country. Her expression was emotionless, her personality cold, and her focus in battle was extremely high. She was like a human-shaped fighting machine. If Jiang Li faced her, she would probably lose miserably. Jiang Li has the realm, but her combat experience is too lacking. She is no match for Bai Bing. While thinking to herself, the girl from before said again, Teacher, what kind of constitution does Jiang Li have? I've never seen anyone who can break through the Run and Du meridians and the small and big heavenly cycles and advance to the Grandmaster realm in half a month. This talent is too terrifying. Focus on practicing martial arts, don't gossip so much. If you use the energy you spend investigating gossip on cultivation, you would have already reached the Grandmaster realm, Yun Yin said. The girl looked embarrassed and did not dare to ask any more questions. Yun Yin then glanced at the direction of the house, her eyes flickering. Although I am almost certain that Jiang Li is a reincarnation of a strong person from ancient times, I really don't know whose reincarnation she is. Jiang City. The Gong family. A Rolls-Royce with a Beijing license plate stopped at the entrance of the Gong family's villa. In the living room of the villa, Xiao Han stood there with a grim expression. Beside him was a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious attire. She was none other than Xiao Han's mother, Furong. At this time, Furong was pointing at an old man in his 60s or 70s and said angrily, Is this how you teach your children? The whole world knows that Gong Xian is engaged to my son Xiao Han. She's supposed to be our family's future daughter-in-law. But now, she picked up the newspaper on the coffee table, then slammed it back down and said, Look, take a look. Gong Xian is a woman who is engaged to someone, yet she's all over Xiao Rufeng. This is completely scandalous. Our Xiao family is a laughingstock in Beijing now. The old man in his 60s or 70s was the current head of the Gong family, Gong Xian's grandfather, Gong Hongjun. The engagement between Gong Xian and Xiao Rufeng was arranged by him and Xiao Rufeng's master back then. However, this engagement had not been made public. Xiao Han's mother, please calm down and have some tea, Gong Hongjun said. Tea my ass. Bring your granddaughter out quickly. I need to question her face to face. Furong was very angry. This? Gong Hongjun paused before he said, She's not home. Then where is she? I'm really not sure. The child turned off her phone. Furong stomped her feet in anger. Meanwhile, Gong Xian was lying naked in Xiao Rufeng's bed,